CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Well, the polls have closed in 2 states, in Indiana and Kentucky, and already, gentlemen, we have a little bit of news, and that is in Kentucky, we are able to say that it is undecided. With what, 15% or more of the vote in, it is now too close to call. Ken, do you want to explain the difference between those two terms?
The difference between those two terms, Judy, is that it's undecided when we open it up. We don't have enough votes at all. But after it's been, we have 15% of the vote in, at least 15% of the vote in, or it has remained undecided for an hour, we make it too close to call. Then we know the race is going to be really tight.
And in the Hoosier State, Indiana, the presidential, Clinton and Dole, CNN is still saying that that race is undecided. Bill Schneider, you're here with the exit polls. You will be here all this evening, and you're using a gadget. I call it a telestrator. That's a no-no. Telestrator's a brand name. That one is a Cody. But anyway, it's interesting to see you make these marks.
That's right. Bodie, Cody.
Yes.
Cody,
right.
Bodie. All right. We're going to take a look at the exit polls. We're going to look at the national exit polls because different issues worked for Bob Dole and Bill Clinton. So let's take a look at what issues worked for Clinton and what issues worked for Bob Dole. First, the issues that worked best for Bill Clinton. The top issue for Bill Clinton, the economy. Among those voters who said the economy and jobs was the most important issue that drove their vote today, they went by about 2-to-1 for Bill Clinton. Clinton constantly touted his record on the economy, said we're better off, and it looks like the voters who thought they were voted for him. Now, the voters who said the most important issue was Medicare, they also voted by about 3-to-1 for Bill Clinton. Remember, the Democrats ran a lot of ads and had a lot of speeches in which they said the Republicans are trying to damage or cut Medicare. Third issue that worked for Bill Clinton. Now, this is one that did very well for Bill Clinton. And it was the education issue. He talked a lot about his program for the future and highlighted education as a key to that program. That clearly paid off for Bill Clinton. Bob Dole had very little credibility on the education issue. He got only 17% of the vote among those who said that was their top issue. Now, there were issues that worked for Bob Dole. One was the federal budget deficit. In a way, this is the old Bob Dole, the Bob Dole of green eye shades. He was once called the tax collector for the welfare state, but it looked like voters who were concerned about the deficit did go for Bob Dole. On the other hand, in this campaign, Dole did something interesting. He ran on a 15% across-the-board tax cut, and he said that he would return money to the American people. So it looks like Dole had it both ways. Among voters who were concerned about the deficit, they went for Bob Dole. Among those voters who said their concern was about taxes and they wanted a tax cut, they also went for Bob Dole. The old Dole and the new Dole showed up in this election.
Very, very interesting. We are getting ready to make a call in the Indiana gubernatorial race. That was the race that pitted Indianapolis's Mayor Steve Goldsmith, the Republican, and Frank O'Bannon, the lieutenant governor. CNN declares that when it's all said and done, we estimate that Frank O'Bannon will be the next governor of Indiana. And Ken Bodie, that's your state. A little history being made there.
Well, Steve Goldsmith, the mayor of Indianapolis. Indiana has never had a mayor from Indianapolis. Frank O'Bannon is lieutenant governor. They couldn't say he's a protege of Evan Bayh because he's much older than Evan Bayh, but he is clearly benefited by the economic prosperity of Indiana and the fact that Evan Bayh promised never to raise taxes, did not raise taxes. There's an economic surplus in the state. If the economy is working for Bill Clinton nationally, it certainly worked for Frank O'Bannon in Indiana.
Well, that's got to make the Democrats happy. That state was very much a toss-up, that race.
Yep.
Well, we don't know how much money was spent in that governor's race, but controversy over what some call the mother's milk of politics has left a sour taste in many people's mouths as this entire election cycle is drawn to a close. Our Brooks Jackson has been following the campaign dollars, and he joins us from Washington. Brooks?
Well, Judy, the sheer volume of big money in the '96 campaign was staggering, and some of it was tainted.
Illegal contributions, a Democratic official hiding out from the press, more than enough to make Bill Clinton regret these words.
I'd like to thank my longtime friend John Huang for being so effective.
Huang was effective, all right, at generating money and trouble. $250,000 solicited by Hwang from a Korean company had to be given back. Illegal, as were at least 2 other contributions. And there are legal questions about $450,000 from an Indonesian man and his wife living in this Jakarta mansion, connected to Indonesia's Lippo Group conglomerate. But the money mess is really bipartisan. One of Bob Dole's finance chiefs was fined $6 million for making illegal corporate contributions. And in Campaign 96, the money race veered out of control as the 22-year-old post-Watergate campaign finance law all but collapsed.
$16 million?
$16 million in just one night. $264 million since the first of 1995 for the Republican National Committee, up 154% over 4 years earlier. Nearly $210 million for the Democratic National Committee, up 160%. Top donors to the RNC, the Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds tobacco companies, the mother of the Republican candidate for governor of North Carolina, a Canadian liquor company, and a drug company. Top DNC givers, a labor union, a Hollywood film company, a wealthy Bostonian, 2 more unions, and, of course, that Indonesian couple.
Congressional investigations are certain, and a criminal investigation by an independent counsel is now considered likely. Less certain is whether Congress and the president can clean up the money mess. Bernie?
Thank you very much, Brooks. We're going to be here until you go to sleep and possibly after. Our live coverage will continue in just a moment. Now we take you to the East Coast, where our man Jonathan Karl has been covering the race for the United States Senate seat in New Jersey, the seat vacated by Democrat Bill Bradley. Jonathan, how has all this negative campaigning and mudslinging in that race affected the voting?
Well, Bernie, the battle to replace Bill Bradley has been so negative that just a couple of days ago, 3 New Jersey newspapers came out and recommended a vote for none of the above. And as many of the voters were going to the polls today, some still had not made up their minds.
It's very close, but...
As New Jersey chooses between Bob Torricelli and Dick Zimmer, the critical vote will likely come from the nearly 1/3 of probable voters that polls showed were undecided in the final days of the campaign.
New Jersey voters, beware.
On both sides, the campaign has been waged largely through a barrage of negative TV commercials. All told, the campaigns have spent about $15 million. Republican Dick Zimmer has slammed Democrat Bob Torricelli for alleged ties to mobsters and terrorists. Democrat Torricelli, in turn, has accused Zimmer of denying medical coverage for cancer tests and allowing ocean dumping. No wonder both candidates are ready for the campaign to be over.
Are you glad it's over?
You have no idea. I've never wanted it to be over so much in my life.
Well, here in Woodbridge, New Jersey, the Torricelli campaign is preparing for what they hope to be a victory party. Judy?
All right, Jonathan Karl, thanks. Well, another very interesting Senate race has been taking place in the state of Minnesota. Our own Mark Watts is at the headquarters of the incumbent Senator Paul Wellstone. Mark, I think across the country some voters have been complaining the candidates sound alike. Has that been the case there?
Well, Judy, that's not the case in this race. These 2 candidates couldn't be more farther apart. One is sort of hyperactive and called a big spender and a champion of social programs. The other is a staunch conservative and truly advocates lesser government. So voters have not voiced those complaints here in this race. This is one race where voters have a real choice.
The showdown in the Minnesota Senate race pits 2 men at opposite ends of the political spectrum. Freshman Democrat Paul Wellstone, a proud old-style liberal, versus Rudy Boschwitz, a conservative who held the seat for 12 years before Wellstone knocked him off in 1990. Today's vote concludes a bitter campaign waged over the airwaves, both men accusing each other of being out of touch and distorting each other's records. Analysts say Boschwitz's negative ads in particular may have boomeranged. Once a dead heat, the race has now widened into a double-digit lead for the incumbent Wellstone. He wrapped up the campaign with a barrage of final day campaign events. Boschwitz took part in just a few events and did some radio interviews.
And Boschwitz says he's not worried about his latest standing in the polls. If you may recall, 6 years ago on Election Day, it was Boschwitz who had a double-digit lead, and that was the night that Wellstone defeated him. So he is sort of hoping that history repeats itself in his favor. Bernie?
Thanks very much, Mark. We'll come back to you a little later. Covering that Oregon Senate race is our man Greg Lamont. That's a race pitting Republican Gordon Smith against Democrat Tom Bruguiere for the seat held by the retiring Mark Hatfield. Greg, what's the difference between these two candidates?
Well, Bertie, that is an excellent question, and maybe the best and quickest answer would be to say very little.
Yeah. What's a state to do when it's got two very popular, good-looking, self-made millionaires who both call themselves moderates, who are both seeking a soon-to-be vacated U.S. Senate seat held by a very popular U.S. senator? Well, here in Oregon, the polls would suggest about half the voters want 44-year-old Republican State Senator Gordon Smith. The other half want 50-year-old Democrat Tom Bruguiere. It's a race too close to call, and by late tonight, the eyes of the entire nation may be focused on Oregon, looking for the state to decide the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Smith's fortune is in the frozen food business. He says Republicans in Congress must keep Bill Clinton in check. Bruguiere's millions come from a computer software firm. He says Bill Clinton needs a Congress willing to work with him. Both men are said to be extremely ambitious and have run on issues typical across the country: taxes, education, and the environment.
What really makes this race very interesting is that its outcome may not be known for days. That's because there are 700,000 absentee ballots, and they may not be counted all until Friday. Judy?
All right, I guess that means you're going to be up late tonight. Thanks. Well, we'll be back shortly with more of our election night coverage. Poll closings in 6 states are just minutes away.
Well, there's so much more going on in the world aside from the election in the United States. Let's check in with Miles O'Brien to bring us up to date. Miles?
Thanks very much, Bernie. Russian President Boris Yeltsin is heavily sedated at this hour, but doctors say he is recuperating well from his heart bypass surgery. The surgery took 7 hours. Doctors removed blood vessels from other parts of Mr. Yeltsin's body to bypass 5 clogged areas of his heart. They say the president could resume his duties within the next couple of days, but he might not return to office full-time until next year. Once he does, doctors anticipate no problems.
The length of time after operation for a bypass to continue to support the heart, in most of the studies that have been done in this regard, we can say that from 10 to 15 years after the operation, almost 3/4 of the patient were leading a normal life.
Dr. Viktor Chernomyrdin is the man in charge of day-to-day duties as well as Russia's huge nuclear arsenal. Chernomyrdin visited Mr. Yeltsin earlier today and called President Clinton to let him know the Russian president is, in his words, doing well. O.J. Simpson's civil trial got a late start today. Lawyers spent considerable time in chambers with the judge after a newspaper reported an 18-year-old court intern accused Simpson of sexual harassment. Both Simpson and the intern now deny the report. She says Simpson did invite her to a Halloween party at the home of a friend, but she refused. Once trial resumed, criminalist Dennis Fung testified that preliminary tests done on Simpson's shower and bathroom sink indicated the presence of blood, but he said no further tests were done to confirm it was human blood. CNN Election Night 96 coverage continues with Judy Woodruff. Judy?
All right, Miles, well, thank you. For even more election night information, you can log on to our political website. That is at allpolitics.com. Among other information, it is the place to find exit poll data for the states where the polls have closed. You can find out who voted which way and why.
The polls are going to close in 6 more states: Florida, Georgia, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia at the top of the hour. And our comprehensive election night coverage will continue. Please stay with CNN for everything about what's going on.
And as we go to a break, we've got pictures of Little Rock, Arkansas, where, as we heard Wolf Blitzer say a little bit earlier, they are preparing for a joyful celebration tonight.
Not a bad day for an election day. We did see some showers across the Great Lakes region, and we did see some messy weather across the interior west. Higher elevations saw some snowfall, looking at as much as 8 inches in some places. Park City saw some snowfall, but this is going to head into the Central Plains. Look at all this cold air which is centered behind it. Well, we take you through the forecast time period, and it does look like headed into Wednesday, we've got that cold air which is sliding to the south and to the east. It's warm. It looks like for at least another day or two, especially across the southeast. We're looking at 60s, 70s, and 80s. But look across the west. We've got a lot of cold air generated in through this area. How about Wednesday evening heading into Thursday morning? Here comes our blast of cold air, cold front, the leading edge of the moisture. High pressure moves in behind it. Then we'll see the snowfall across the northern plains and into the northern Rockies.
$270 electoral votes are needed, and so far in CNN's election night coverage, President has 32, Bob Dole, nothing.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
So we're off and running. We have electoral votes up on the board, and here we go.
That's right. We're going to see what's going on in some of these states that are closing in this hour.
Looking at Florida now, with 25 electoral votes, CNN declares that President Clinton has won this very important state.
Major victory. This state hasn't voted Democratic since 1976. A lot of senior citizens in Florida, and the Medicare issue might have been big.
The polls have also just closed in the state of New Hampshire. Bill Clinton won it by just a hair in 1992. And Ken Bodie?
Judy, he started his last day of his last campaign in New Hampshire. It was very emotional for Bill Clinton, and he pretty much knew he would win this one.
Looking at Vermont, a declared winner for those 3 electoral votes, Bill Clinton.
Vermont hadn't voted Democratic since 1964 until 92. It went for Clinton then. It's going for Clinton now. It's a Republican state, but a liberal Republican state.
Georgia, it's very close in the Peach State. Bill Clinton won at barely a 92, and it's still undecided, Ken, at this hour.
That's right. He did win it barely a 92. In 1992, it was a 1-point state, and it's shaping up to be something like a 1-point state again tonight.
In Thomas Jefferson State, Virginia, 13 electoral votes. This race undecided at this hour.
Virginia has not voted for a Democrat for president since 1964. It didn't vote for Jimmy Carter. And remember, this is a big tobacco state.
And another southern undecided, South Carolina. This is a state that the Dole people were counting on, Ken Bodie.
Well, I think it's undecided because it's so soon after the polls close. You're absolutely right. The Dole people were counting on South Carolina, and I bet they still are.
2 other states looking at them quickly. Kentucky, this one is too close to call. And in Indiana, we're saying it is still undecided.
This hour, let's take a look at that all-important electoral map and what we have. It's not a lot, but we have something. It's Bill Clinton has nailed down 32 electoral votes. At this hour, Bob Dole, nothing. But the night is young, the night's early, and those numbers will rise as the minutes go by.
That Florida victory is very, very important. The Clinton people in 1992 spent only $50,000 in Florida and wrote it off. And Bill's exactly right. It is a case of seniors voting. It's a case of the Medicare issue. You can bet on it.
And it's a southern state. It's a southern state, although it's the least southern state. It's a big one. It's the 4th largest state. That is a tremendous victory for Bill Clinton.
Also, the Democrats have made inroads into the Cuban-American community, going after that Republican base there.
Remember when that airplane was shot down, Bill Clinton took very strong measures, the Helms-Burton Act against the Cubans. It was very controversial, but he might have gotten some Cuban support as a result.
The Cuban vote in Florida is generally 80% Republican. It's a very solid vote, and they vote. I'll be interested to see if he really did make much progress with the Cubans.
Let's take you now to New Hampshire in that very tough gubernatorial race between Jeanne Shaheen and Ovid Lamontagne. CNN declares that New Hampshire now has its first woman governor, Jeanne Shaheen. The Democrats pick up this seat, and also
Yes, Jeanne Shaheen would be the first female governor. She took the anti-tax pledge. It was a tough race, but she has won it. First elected Democratic governor since, I think, 1980.
Exactly.
Another race people are keeping their eyes on, the state of South Carolina. Strom Thurmond, CNN declares him the winner.
Judy, Strom Thurmond is 93 years old. He'll be 94 when he takes office. The most interesting fact to me is that his babysitter, his childhood babysitter, voted for him. His childhood babysitter, who's 104 years old, voted for Strom Thurmond.
So wait a minute, she was 11 when,
I guess so.
Whatever,
I guess
when she was taking care of him.
And his opponent, Elliot Close, in this race was born 7 years after Thurmond ran for president.
In 1948.
In 1948.
I want to go back to Jeanne Shaheen in New Hampshire, governor, the first female governor of that state in New Hampshire, the most conservative state in New England.
New Hampshire is doing very well economically. It's actually a booming state, and the Democrats seem to be picking up on that. The incumbent Republican Senator, Robert Smith, may be in some trouble in his re-election campaign in New Hampshire.
Interestingly, Jeanne Shaheen is a political staffer, basically. That's where she's made her name. She worked for Jimmy Carter, she worked for Gary Hart, and then she got into the business herself of running for office.
Should be the second woman governor. Now to the congressional desk for the latest on what Frank Sesno and his buddies down there are watching. Frank?
Well, Judy, what we're watching principally is the United States Senate. You started talking about what was happening in New Hampshire at the gubernatorial level. Let's take a look at what's happened at the Senate level as well. This is good news for the Democrats. It's a pickup for them. They need 3 pickups net if they're to take control of the United States Senate. Dick Swett beats Bob Smith, ousts the incumbent for a Democratic pickup in the Granite State. What once was traditionally Republican territory is swinging the other way tonight. Off to Georgia now. A very close race throughout in the state of Georgia, and it remains so. We're not calling that at this time. Max Cleland, Guy Milner, one up against the other. Guy Milner strongly in favor of Dole's tax plan. Max Cleland saying that he's in favor of abortion rights. This was an ideological and fiscal split. To Virginia, the battle of the dollars here. Senator John Warner against Mark Warner. The Democrats floated a guy here who spent $5 million of his own money. This one not yet called, but this one was one that everyone was watching very closely. Again, let's remind you what we're looking at here. The balance of power coming into this evening in the United States Senate. As you can see here in red, the Republicans held 53 seats. The Democrats, represented in blue, held 47. Up for grabs this evening, contested seats, 34 of them. What we just told you was that New Hampshire, which had been a Republican seat, has now gone for a Democrat. If everyone else were to hold, the parties, the Democrats would need 2 more. With a vote by the Vice President, they'd control the United States Senate. But this is a very early evening yet. Much more to be determined. More races still to be coming. And in the next hour or so, Bernie and Judy will be seeing a lot more of these states close. We'll have some more of these races. Let's go back to you on the national desk.
All right, Frank Sesno, thanks. I think Frank pointed this out earlier. Maybe it was you, Ken. This is the largest number of open seats in the Senate since 1914, and it's the reason we're looking at so much turnover, especially in the South, potentially.
Well, it's
potentially.
Not gonna,
we don't know.
Potentially, and it won't work unless Bill Clinton, if he wins his election, gets 50% or more. If he's under 50%,
what we're looking for is to see if the Republicans continue to make gains in the South. There are 4 open seats held by Democratic senators in the South: Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, Louisiana, and no Democrat has won an open seat in the South since 1988.
And we're also looking, I think, to see whether Bill Clinton has any coattails at all. That's what Bernie was alluding to. It is rare that a president has coattails in Senate races, but one modern president did, and that was Ronald Reagan in 1980. In that Reagan landslide, he pulled in 12 senators with him.
You know, I'm looking forward to our discussion tonight about divided Americans and how American voters either willfully or just naturally go into the voting booth, vote in such a manner that if one party controls the White House, they say, well, let's have the people on the Hill keep the guys in the White House honest, and vice versa. We'll see.
I've got a theory about that, but we'll talk about it later.
All right. Okay. So do I.
Well, politics, the juice of politics is money, but a different kind of money, is reported by Lou Dobbs with this brief edition of Moneyline.
Thanks, Bernie. Judy, investors today are betting Republicans will retain control of Congress. Stocks and bonds rallied, growing signs that the status quo will prevail in this election. The Democrats' policies are perceived as potentially dangerous to the markets. The Dow Jones Industrials tonight at 6,081, gaining 40 points, just 13 points shy of the all-time record high. The NASDAQ closing at 1229, up more than 8 points, strength there in technologies, and long-term yields in the bond market hitting a 7-month low. The 30-year bond today up almost a full point in price, and the yield at 6.58%.
Basically an expectation that President Clinton will remain in office and that the Republicans will retain some control in the House and Senate. That configuration on the whole has given us pretty strong financial markets up until now. And so the stock market in particular is saying, hey, that configuration is going to be good going forward as well.
Another blowout quarter for U.S. robotics. Fourth quarter profits at robotics doubled. Strong demand for all its products pushed revenue to record levels. Shares of U.S. robotics up $1.50 today. It topped the NASDAQ's most active list. 15 million shares of U.S. robotics were traded. Texaco shares sinking another 3 1/8, that on top of yesterday's $2 drop. Federal prosecutors have launched a grand jury investigation into alleged criminal behavior by some senior executives. Texaco tonight reviewing key audio tapes that reportedly capture some executives making racial slurs and plotting to destroy evidence. Several black employees at Texaco are suing the company. They claim they were denied promotions because of race. Shares of MCI down $1.75 today, 14 million shares traded. Investors apparently concerned that British Telecom's purchase of MCI must overcome numerous regulatory hurdles in both the United States and the United Kingdom. Shares of BT down 1 3/8. AT&T up 50 cents a share. The deal, MCI British Telecom, valued at just about $21 billion. It would be the third largest U.S. acquisition ever. Two other telecom deals making headlines tonight. The Justice Department has approved the U.S. West Continental Cablevision merger. Continental, however, must sell its stake in Teleport. That's a local access provider for businesses based in Staten Island, New York. Justice also giving SBC Communications the nod to buy Pacific Telesis, paying $16.5 billion. The move creates a telecommunications powerhouse, a market capitalization of $46 billion. Well, those are the day's top business stories. I'm Lou Dobbs here in New York. Now we go back to Bernard Shaw and Judy Woodruff in Atlanta for more CNN election night coverage.
All right, thank you, Lou. And I have this little bit of, I don't know whether you call it trivia, it depends on where you're coming from, but under Bill Clinton, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and maybe Lou Dobbs is still listening, he can correct me if I'm wrong, had its third best showing in a presidential term. And that goes all the way back to the 1800s.
We mentioned a few minutes ago whether voters were going to vote for a Republican Congress and a Democratic president. That's a possibility. It could be that they don't actually deliberately say, I'm going to go out and vote for one party for president and the other for Congress. There is the possibility that if the voters know that the economy is doing pretty well, there doesn't seem to be a lot of angry voters out there, maybe they just go to the polls and say, I'm going to vote for the status quo, the incumbent president, the incumbent member of Congress. That would give the Republicans control of Congress. They did that in the 80s when they voted for Ronald Reagan and then re-elected Democrats to the House of Representatives.
What we're looking at, and we should remind our viewers, one of the things that we'll be watching closely tonight, especially at Frank Sesno's desk, is this business of the Republican freshmen, 70 Republican freshmen who are running. And John McCormick, old Speaker John McCormick from Massachusetts, used to say to freshmen, to all freshmen, some of you were elected by mistake. None of you will be re-elected by mistake, as an admonition to get out there and campaign. And boy, those Republican freshmen have done so, and they've raised a ton of money, and that could be a factor in this entire evening.
It's got a lot of interesting races to look at, and there's much, much more to talk about, many more races to look at tonight. When we come back, we're going to hear from our own Bill Schneider and his device over there,
right,
the Cody, about what we're seeing in the exit polls that we have results. We'll be right back.
From time to time, you're going to see lots of people in white shirts, other colored shirts behind us, working feverishly at monitors. And then, lo and behold, I turn to Bill Schneider, our political analyst, and he has lots of information. And you take us to the Northeast now.
That's right. I'm going to tell you about New Hampshire, a state where Democrats have done very well. They picked up a Senate seat in New Hampshire, as Frank Sesno reported. The big issue in New Hampshire was the economy and jobs. And that clearly paid off for Bill Clinton. Those voters who said the economy and jobs was the top issue voted 2/3 for Bill Clinton over Bob Dole. It's a booming economy there, and that paid off for Clinton and the Democrats for governor and for senator as well. Now, Vermont. Vermont is a state that has a lot of independents. It was a good Perot state. He got 23% in 1992. And independents who have usually tilted towards the Republicans, in this case, voted for Bill Clinton by a clear and solid majority. Now, how in the world did South Carolina elect or re-elect a 93-year-old man for their incumbent senator? Well, let's ask them this. Did Dole's age affect his ability to be president? And the answer was no, it did not. They weren't particularly worried about Bob Dole's age. Then we asked them, what about Strom Thurmond's age? Did that affect his ability to serve effectively as senator? And they said, yes, it did. A majority said Thurmond was too old to serve effectively as senator. And how in the world did they re-elect Strom Thurmond? Among those who said his age would affect his ability, a third of them voted for Strom Thurmond. So what we're seeing here is a lot of people said Thurmond's too old to be senator, he can't serve effectively, but a third of them went ahead and voted for Thurmond anyway. He's an institution in South Carolina.
I would guess that organization did it.
Right, exactly.
Thank you, Bill Schneider.
Sure.
All right, and that 104-year-old former babysitter.
Yeah.
We've been hearing Bill talk about the Senate wins in New Hampshire and in South Carolina. Let's go now to Frank Sesno at our congressional desk for the very latest new information that he has on Senate and House races. Frank.
Well, thanks very much, Judy. We're going to start with the Senate, of course. We're going to come over to Bruce Morton as we do so, and we're going to start with the New Hampshire race. As you mentioned, Dick Swett winning. That's a pickup for the Democrats, Bruce, in the state of New Hampshire.
There were issue differences between them, Frank. Swett would have claimed to be the superior environmentalist. He was more or less for abortion rights. Bob Smith was staunchly anti-abortion. But it may simply have been that after 6 years, the voters looked at Smith and said, I can't really think of anything very much that he's done. He was elected in an off year when party activists tend to turn out, in a presidential year with a bigger turnout that may simply have worked against him.
You mentioned environment. He was endorsed, Swett was, by the Sierra Club. On to South Carolina, where we also have a result, as we talked about just a moment ago. Senator Strom Thurmond winning there. You know, Elliot Close tried to make age the issue, but only just. He said, this election is about the next century, not the last one.
I think, and a lot of people I talked to in South Carolina thought that somebody could have beaten Strom Thurmond this year. Elliot Close was not that somebody. I went with him to the big BMW factory down there. Workers streamed by, and he stood talking to his guide, who later came over to me and said, what's with this guy? Everybody else I bring out here dives into the crowd. He just stands here. He's a very shy man. He spent a lot of his own money. The Democrats tried to recruit businessmen who would do that, but he's just not a very good politician.
Bruce, you also spent time in the state of Georgia following the Senate race here. Guy Milner against Max Cleland. Still, we don't have a result here, monitoring results.
We may be here for a while on that one, Frank. Guy Milner is a very rich man, self-made, and he has spent millions of dollars. I sat in the hotel room the other night and saw 3 Milner ads in a row go by. Max Cleland started out better known. He was Jimmy Carter's head of the Veterans Administration, wounded in the Vietnam War. Terrific personal story, but money may tell.
And speaking of money may tell, the state of Virginia, the Warners.
Well, that was another of the Democrats' rich businessman candidates, young Mark Warner against John Warner, who, of course, split the Republican Party when he refused to back Oliver North 2 years ago. Nevertheless, Virginian Republicans seem to have forgiven him now.
Okay, Bruce, we're going to come back and look more at the Senate with you in just a moment. We want to come back over here and make reference to our balance of power, which we'll be doing throughout the evening to keep you updated on really what's at stake and how the numbers break down. The Senate coming into this evening, where it went 53 seats for the Republicans, 47 seats for the Democrats, here designated in blue. 3 seats, a pickup, 3 seats for the Democrats, and they take control. 34 seats are at stake this evening, so we'll be watching this very closely throughout the evening. Now over to the United States House of Representatives, where all 435 seats are up for grabs. The House that Newt built, is very much in place. Stu Rothenberg, we've been looking at several of them here. Go ahead.
Well, we've got some partial results, a number of interesting races in Indiana, 10th Congressional District. Virginia Blankenbaker, a Republican, 47% of the vote, to Julia Carson, the Democrat, 53%. This is an open Democratic seat that the Republicans have wanted to pick up. And in Kentucky's 3rd Congressional District, Republican Ann Northrup against Democratic incumbent Mike Ward.
Now here the Democrat is the freshman.
That's right, Democratic freshman. There have been very few Democratic incumbents who are vulnerable. Northwick now leads 51-49, a very close race Republicans have been hoping for a pickup.
Over in Kentucky 4, just to prove that we can have fun a little bit here, we brought this one up.
We actually have a winner. And this is for those people who regret the fact that the baseball season is over, Frank. We can give them some sports news tonight. Jim Bunning, great Hall of Fame pitcher, re-elected a Republican seat, Republican district, not a great surprise.
Let's move north into the state of New Hampshire, open district there. It's a familiar name.
New Hampshire's first congressional district, an open Republican seat. John Sununu, son of the former governor, former White House chief of staff, in a close race, we think, with Joe Keefe, Democratic state chairman. Going to be a good race.
Let the record show that John Sununu said his son would win. We'll see. In Georgia, meanwhile, Georgia 4, a tough race here.
A race that really has sort of the darker side in terms of charges back and forth, charges of race and of religion involved. Cynthia McKinney, Democratic incumbent, redistricted, angry about the redistricting. The Republican is John Mitnick, a Jewish, self-described moderate Republican. Very bitter race.
Stu, let me just stop you for a minute. You mentioned redistricting. Not everybody is familiar with what the Supreme Court did and how that affected some of these districts. This is one of them. Take just a moment and explain it.
Sure, Frank. There are a number of districts, particularly in the South, talking about North Carolina, Texas, Louisiana, and Georgia, that were redrawn to deal with the problem. The court found that many of the districts were gerrymandered, drawn primarily for racial reasons. This was one of the districts redrawn. Cynthia McKinney was very upset that the district suddenly was very different from the one that she had been elected in, and she's running anyway, and she stands a reasonable chance of winning.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. Stu Rothenberg, Bruce Morton, we're going to have more of this throughout the evening, and we'll have more from the national desk on the presidential and other races and beyond when our coverage continues after this.
Well, you heard Bruce Morton talking about sitting in a hotel room and seeing 3 of one candidate's TV commercials go swish, swish, swish. In Washington, our man Brooks Jackson, he's been following the money all throughout this campaign 96. Brooks, lots of ads, lots of dirt. You take it from there.
Well, Bernie, never has so much money been spent on so many political ads. Ads that often worked well for the politicians, but not so well for the voters.
Remember the New Hampshire primary? In the polls, Bob Dole was sinking while Lamar Alexander was surging, until Dole claimed Alexander had been a liberal as governor of Tennessee.
He increased the sales tax 85%.
False. Alexander raised sales taxes only 22% to pay for education, not 85%. But Dole's false ad finished Alexander. He came in third and soon quit the race. President Clinton's anti-Dole ad started last March and hammered away month after month.
Republicans will stop at nothing to stop President Clinton. Republicans cut school lunches, cut Head Start.
Also, false advertising. Congress ultimately increased school lunches and Head Start. Clinton exaggerated shamelessly about Medicare.
The Dole-Gingrich budget tried to cut Medicare $270 billion.
In fact, Clinton proposed to cut Medicare growth $124 billion over 7 years, and Republicans had reduced their cuts to $168 billion by the time Clinton's ads ran. The big Republican exaggeration concerned taxes.
Under Clinton, the typical American family now pays over $1,500 more in federal taxes.
In fact, the typical family paid more taxes because it had $6,000 more income under Clinton. Clinton's gasoline tax only cost the average family about $40 a year. Other Clinton taxes hit only the most affluent families.
Accuracy and fairness still take a back seat in campaigns. As one ad maker put it, we're trying to win an election, not run a think tank. Judy?
All right, Brooks Jackson, thanks. Well, one of the states where they've been running some tough ads is North Carolina. The polls are about to close there in just a few minutes. Our own Natalie Allen is there at the headquarters of Senator Jesse Helms. Natalie, what news do you have to report?
Well, Judy, polls close in 3 minutes. The banjos are strumming. People are filling in here at Helms headquarters, and the Republican state leaders still tell us they predict a clean victory for Jesse Helms. They say voter turnout has been heavy in areas important to him. But just last night, Democratic challenger Harvey Gantt's people were almost giddy, feeling a surge in their candidate's chances. And think about that, a black Democrat unseating a conservative icon, Uncle Jess, as he is known in these parts, would be the political story of modern times in North Carolina. Back to the national desk.
Thank you very much, Natalie, and we'll be right back with more of our extensive coverage of Campaign 96 on this election night.
The polls have closed in 3 more states at 7:30 in the East. At this point, Bill Clinton has 58 electoral votes. Bob Dole, nothing yet.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
And the biggest electoral prize at this half hour, we can tell you, is the state of Ohio. CNN calls that the state of Ohio has been won by President Clinton. This is a big victory, Ken Bodie, for the Democrats.
That is true. No Republican has ever been elected without carrying Ohio, and it's also further bad news because for the last 30 years, this state has voted for the winning candidate.
CNN declares that Bill Clinton has won West Virginia's 5 electoral votes.
Not a big surprise. West Virginia is reliably Democratic. Every congressman, senator, the governor, and both houses of the state legislature controlled by the Democrats.
Polls have also just closed in the state of North Carolina, but at this hour, it is undecided among the 3 gentlemen you see there on the screen.
Judy, this is fairly typical for North Carolina. This is a generally Republican state in presidential races, but George Bush won this state by less than 1% last time, his very closest state.
These next 2 are going to surprise, if not shock you. First, in Indiana, CNN says that this one is too close to call. And in Kentucky, again, 8 electoral votes in Kentucky, too close to call. And look at the percentage of reports.
Here are 3 states where the polls closed half an hour ago, as yet undecided. Georgia, the Peach State. Virginia, the Old Dominion, still undecided. And South Carolina, in the presidential contest, undecided.
Now let's move over to the electoral map to show you what we have so far. President Clinton leading Bob Dole, 58 electoral votes. The magic number is 270.
Well, Ohio's the story of this half hour.
Ohio in this half hour, Florida before that. Those are 2 big states and both in the Clinton column.
And if you look at all the states that we have just said are too close to call, among all those states, the only one, I think if I wrote them down as fast as I could, the only one that a Democrat carried last time was Georgia. Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana were all Republican states. So what we have is the Republicans in a little bit of difficulty here. Mr. Dole.
Well, Kentucky and Indiana is fascinating.
That's
just
right.
fascinating. And the word was that if Dole started out in trouble in Kentucky and Indiana, if he lost them outright, the night would be over.
We should say that he hasn't. Yeah, we don't know. He could very well win those 2 states.
Exactly. That's what's fascinating.
Dole
about
said
this.
in June, he said if Bob Dole, he calls himself Bob Dole, he says if Bob Dole doesn't win Kentucky, Bob Dole can't win the presidency. Well, we don't know yet, but it's a tight one.
That's right. Let's take a look now at the states that we know one or the other has won. And here it is. For President Clinton, Florida. You've been hearing this. New Hampshire, Ohio, Vermont, and West Virginia. And that adds up to the, 58? We just counted a few minutes ago.
Well, Bill Schneider, you want to take over with your exit polls here, and I'll save a thought I had.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the state of Ohio, a big win for Bill Clinton, and see how did he do it? Well, 1/3 of the voters in Ohio were union members in the household, and they clearly went a solid majority for Bill Clinton. That big AFL-CIO push for the Democrats and for the Democratic president paid off in Ohio. Now, let's look at the voters who decided how they were going to vote just in the last 3 days. How did they end up voting? Well, they voted for Bob Dole. It looks like Dole talked about his momentum in the last few days. It was there. Those late deciders decided for him. But they were only 9% of the voters in Ohio. What about the voters who decided before October, who knew exactly how they were going to vote all along? They were the ones who delivered for Bill Clinton, and that was 70% of the voters in Ohio. So while Dole picked up some late momentum, it couldn't compete with the tremendous number of voters, 70%, who knew how they were going to vote before the month even started out.
You are very good with that. John Madden ought to be jealous tonight. Well, checking the watch, it's time for Crossfire. Here they come.
Live from Washington, Crossfire. On the left, Geraldine Ferraro. On the right, Robert Novak. In the Crossfire, Republican Senator John McCain of Arizona, advisor to the Dole-Kemp campaign. And in New Orleans, Democratic Senator John Breaux.
Good evening. Welcome to Crossfire. Finally, Election Day came with Bill Clinton casting his vote in the renovated train station in Little Rock, Arkansas, and Bob Dole voting at the First Christian Church in Russell, Kansas. The other millions of Americans voting today decided 35 Senate contests and 435 House races, as well as the presidency. President Clinton is heavily favored for a second term, and the big question is, who controls Congress, with the Republicans narrowly favored? Jerry?
Senator, let's pick up on a little bit on those numbers that Bill Snyder was talking about. We've had Ohio that has gone for Clinton. We have Kentucky, which Dole said was a must-win state, too close to call. You see that Florida has gone to President Clinton. If Dole is in trouble in the South, do you see any scenario by which he could win this presidency tonight?
Well, Jerry, as I mentioned before we went on, I just came off of the 96-hour trip with Senator Dole. We saw enthusiasm every place we went. I think that California is still in play. I think that there's a lot of southern states that went for President Clinton last time, and I certainly think that even though they may be, quote, undecided, I still believe Kentucky and Indiana, for example, will go for Senator Dole. But I don't discount the importance of Florida and Ohio. They're important states.
So that with all things being equal, if this trend continues, Senator Dole will stay in Washington or go back to Kansas but not be president of the United States.
Well, you know, we've just got a few states, and I'd like to see what happens in some of the other bigger Midwestern states, and also in the Southwest as well as the South.
If you take a look at the Senate races in a lot of the states, too, New Hampshire has gone to a Democrat. There are other states where it's just too close to call, and there are only a limited number of seats that Democrats need to take it over. What is your feeling on this? You've been looking at the numbers all along.
My feeling is that we pick up like one seat. I'm sure that John Breaux may have a different view, but I think we pick up the 4 southern open Democrat seats, and the other ones really just are too close to call, like Oregon and Colorado, and Maine is a very close race.
Georgia, too.
Georgia, yeah. So, and Arkansas is close. So I think that we may be up very late tonight.
Senator John Breaux, this is very good news for President Clinton, but I wonder if you're popping champagne corks yet, because all the early indications are that you're not going to control the Congress, you're not going to control the Senate or the House. So this is a kind of a Weltschmerz. You know what Weltschmerz means? It's a little bit of sorrow and a little bit of happiness, isn't it?
Bob, you must be struggling. This is devastating news for Senator Dole, in a sense, when you don't not carry Ohio, which every Republican president has always carried, and you lose Florida. That's very bad news for Senator Dole as far as winning an electoral victory. And we're not finished voting here in Louisiana. We got about an hour and a half left, and I'm very confident that Mary Landrieu will be victorious. I think I would agree with John McCain, my friend, that the Senate is going to be very close. I would not be surprised if it was 51-49 either way.
Well, can you explain to me how, and by the way, of course, the winning Ohio and Florida does not come under the category of huge surprises. Everybody thought that the president was going to win those states. But I just would like you to address my initial question, Senator, on how you can square the apparent big victory of President Clinton with the with a uphill struggle I think you have to win the House and Senate. And let me just give a suggestion of what's wrong. You're dying in the South, isn't that right?
No, we're not at all. I think that we're going to do well in Georgia. I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win in Louisiana. We're going to win in Arkansas. But I think the basic answer to the question, Bob, is very simple, and that is that people vote for their senator because of what he says or she says in their respective states. It's not that connected to the presidential election. I think you can have people voting for President Clinton and perhaps voting for a Republican senator. But we feel very comfortable in the South. We got good, moderate candidates despite an onslaught of this liberal charge for people who are very moderate to middle-of-the-road candidates that we have.
Well, isn't it true that the problem is that some of your candidates in the South, like Mary Landrieu in Louisiana and Max Cleland in Georgia, were election year moderates? They've been liberals all their life, and perhaps the voters saw through them?
Bob, it's really interesting. They charging Mary Landrieu with being a liberal. Here's a person who supports the death penalty, supports carrying concealed weapons in Louisiana, and also will support a constitutional amendment to balance the budget. That doesn't sound very liberal to me, but that's what she's been charged with.
She also opposed the bill to ban the late-term abortions,
Absolutely
partial
not.
birth abortions.
Bob, there you go again, falling for some of the Republican rhetoric. She clearly has said that she would have voted just like me and Bennett Johnson on that issue, but her opponent and others keep saying, well, that's not her position. That's what she said very clearly.
Well, we're going to break right now. We're going to come back and discuss whether or not there is going to be a majority in the House. That's a Democratic majority, Republican majority, right after this break. Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking about Election 96 with Senator John McCain, Republican of Arizona, and a Dole advisor. In New Orleans, Senator John Breaux, Democrat of Louisiana. Senator, let me just pursue this whole thing about a Republican majority in the Senate just a little bit further, because a lot of us are worried about what will happen once that Republican majority comes in. The Republican majority comes in. Are you guys going to go after the Clinton administration again for another 4 years, or are you going to get down to some serious work in the Senate for a change?
Jerry, could I mention what real quick before I answer, and that is that we are pleased to see the closure in the popular vote. As you know, many of the polls like ABC had President Clinton by 16 in the teens, and it looks like that's significant closure, which could affect some of these other states. But look, Jerry, you would agree with me that what has been happening when this foreign money is really incredible, and it isn't being reported by the Republicans. It's every major newspaper in America. There clearly has to be an investigation of that. Now, if that's called going after the president, then yeah, we'll be going after it if we have the majority. But I think that I've been around politics for a long time. The three of us have. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen. We just saw on the front page of the New York Times today, Mr. Riyadi had 12 visits.
Except if there are ways, Senator, to go at one of these things, to do an investigation which lasts a month or 2 months or whatever is necessary to get the work done, or to have one that goes on for years, like this whole Whitewater situation has gone on for years with Senator D'Amato. Can we expect that to come up again?
Well, what I hope is that we have a Howard Baker on the Democrat side, as they did during Watergate. A bipartisan Democrat will say, look, we've got to look into this and we've got to go at it in a bipartisan basis.
You had that in Whitewater.
I hope so.
All right, I'll take you up on that. John Breaux, are you ready to play the role of Howard Baker and ask Bill Clinton what did he know and when did he know it about this laundered money from Indonesia?
Bob, the problem is bipartisan. It's a bipartisan problem. Just yesterday, one person who was a supporter and worked for the Dole campaign confessed to making a $120,000 illegal contribution. I think the American people want us to look at some new campaign finance reform. John McCain, I think, is a leader on this issue, along with our Democratic side. That's what I think the people want. They want to make sure we do it right in the future and not spend a great deal of time just harping on what has happened in the past, because it's been both sides and both both sides have to clean up our act.
Well, John, as a realistic Louisiana politician, and you're one of the best of them, would you agree with me that a lot is at stake tonight for the president on who controls the congressional machinery of the House and the Senate as to what kind of investigation there's going to be?
Well, of course it is. I think that it has to be something, if it's going to get any respect from the American public, that has to be perceived as not something that is totally political. I think it's clear that Senator D'Amato's committee, doing this right in the middle of an election year, I think had charges of being just a political witch hunt. Now, I think that we have both sides being looked at and all the illegal contributions from both sides. I think that that can be done properly. But the more important thing is trying to figure out what we're going to do in the future with campaign finance reform. Both sides need it, and the American public needs it.
Well, you just commended John McCain for being somebody who has worked hard for campaign reform. Do you agree with Senator McCain that there's really been this is something that we've never seen before, this laundered money from Indonesia? It is different than a contribution from Gallo Wine?
I would say that we have not seen the degree of money being spent, the amount of negative ads, the amount of independent expenditures by both sides. And I think you see violations of campaign laws by Democrats as well as Republicans. And Senator Feingold and Senator McCain have a proposal they're going to put on the table, and hopefully we can move on from there. I think we better start talking about what we're going to do in the future instead of spending too much time on what we've done in the past.
Okay, we're going to have to take another break. And when we come back, we'll take a little look in the future and what lies ahead for both of these political parties after the election. Welcome back to Election Night Crossfire. Senator John Breaux, Democrat of Louisiana. You know, the president said that if he was elected and he got a Democratic Congress, he would mangle the welfare reform bill that he signed under protest from a lot of the liberals. Do you think that might have worked against some of your candidates in the South?
It wasn't a real issue, Bob, in Louisiana. I don't think it was an issue much throughout the South. Really, I think Senate races, as many House races, are based on what the individual candidates are talking about, what they stand for, where they've been, and what they are talking about doing in the future. Welfare reform, I think, was a positive throughout the South because people think the president did the right thing.
Where do you think the Democratic Party is going to go in the future, John? Do you think it's going to be the party of Bill Clinton, which it's hard to tell where it is, or the really strong traditional liberal party of Teddy Kennedy?
I think and hope that it's going to be the Democratic Party of President Clinton for the last 2 years. He's been more moderate, more mainstream, more middle of the road. I think he realizes that solutions to these problems have to be bipartisan and have to come from the middle working out instead of from the far left or from the far right working in. I think that he has understood that, and I think that's the type of administration we're going to see.
Senator, looking at the exit polls this afternoon, I was really struck by the fact that the gender gap is really showing up at the polls on Election Day. In fact, if you look at the number of races that are being decided in the Democratic column, women are providing the margin of win. Last night, Susan Molinari was on Crossfire, and she said that wasn't only a problem for Bob Dole that women were voting for Bill Clinton. It's a problem for the Republican Party. What will a Republican majority in the Senate do to start addressing that gender gap with legislation that's important to women?
I'd say, first of all, more sensitivity on environmental issues. We've got to handle those with much more concern. Obviously, the issue of Medicare has to be resolved, which, by the way, I think is scandalous, the way the Democrats demagogue that issue. I'll be interested in the president's proposal now to save Medicare now that he's savaged us. That has affected older women. And I also think that there's got to be more effort to make opportunities for women entering business. That's where women feel frustrated entering the workplace in the small business or large business, and they feel that there are barriers there, and whether they're there or not, we have to understand their frustrations. Could I also say one thing? Sure. In a little bit difference of what John Breaux was saying, I think that the Republicans will keep the House, and I think they will do it because of the South. So many of these seats that you, friends of yours and mine who were Democrats, those districts became Republicans. We'll take those seats, like in Mississippi. And
what kind of
let John respond to that. What do you think of that, John?
Well, I think we already picked up one Democratic-Republican over a Republican seat in the House in Louisiana even before the polls closed because we had 2 Democrats in the runoff, and that's pretty good news. But we're holding our own.
You know that Mike Ward, Democrat of Kentucky, is losing his race down there with over 70% of the vote in?
Bob, we're going to have a late night as far as Congress is concerned in the House. I think it's not going to be decided until when the Washington polls close really late tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're right, John.
Thank you very much, John Bro, Louisiana. Thank you very much. And thank you, John McCain of Arizona.
Thank you.
And this debate will be continued by Geraldine Ferraro and me.
To access CNN Interactive on the World Wide Web, call 1-800-WORLDNET, extension CNN for free internet software.
Crossfire will be back at 12:30 a.m. Eastern after most of the returns are in. We'll be talking to Democratic Congressman Charles Rangel of New York, who is hoping he'll be the next chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, and Republican Congressman David Dreyer of California, who hopes he will continue to be a high-ranking majority member of the House Rules Committee. That's Crossfire at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. Jerry, you're smiling like a Cheshire cat.
This is Bill Clinton, new for me, winning elections.
Bill Clinton is doing well, but do you realize that Bill Clinton tonight may be doing something that no Democrat since Grover Cleveland has done, and that is be elected president without bringing in a Democratic Congress?
I have to tell you something. That doesn't bother me because when you turn around, I first of all think we still have a shot on winning both the Senate and the House. But when you have John McCain saying he's looked at where women have voted in this election, he's going to start paying attention to things like the environment, education, and things like that.
You like divided government.
I do that. In any event, from the left, I'm Geraldine Farrar. Good night for Crossfire.
From the right, I'm Robert Novak. Join us again at 12:30 a.m. for another edition of Crossfire.
CNN now on election night is calling that hotly contested Senate race in the Tar Heel state, North Carolina. It pitted the incumbent Jesse Helms and the second time around challenge by the former mayor of Charlotte, Mr. Gant. CNN is declaring.
And that is a race that people have been watching very closely, Bernie. We'll have much more on that and on the fact that 16 states and the District of Columbia polls are closing in just a few moments. We'll be right back. We have a winner in the North Carolina Senate race. Republican Senator Jesse Helms is reelected.
Remember this number, 240 electoral votes needed in this election tonight. And CNN is declaring that in Texas, the winner of Texas's 32 electoral votes is Bob Dole.
Bob Dole was counting on Texas, a state that hasn't gone Democratic since 1976, and where Republicans have made big inroads. If he didn't carry Texas, he wouldn't have had a prayer.
Pennsylvania, another big electoral vote state. Bill Clinton, the winner.
This state has voted Republican at state levels, Democrat for president recently, and it's not been wrong in 30 years.
In the land of Lincoln, 22 electoral votes. President Clinton winning the state.
Talk about a bellwether state. This is one, too. All winning candidates this century have carried Illinois, with only 2 exceptions. Woodrow Wilson in 16 and Carter in 76 did not carry Illinois.
Another Midwestern industrial state in Bill Clinton's corner, Michigan, and its 18 electoral votes.
One of the most memorable moments of this campaign was when Bob Dole went back to that Battle Creek Veterans Hospital where he spent 2 years recovering from his war wounds. Michigan, however, did not vote with Dole.
In New Jersey, CNN declares President Clinton taking over this state as he did in 1992.
Bob Dole used Governor Whitman's come-from-behind victory as a model for his campaign, and the fact that she promised and delivered a very big tax cut, but it didn't work.
The state of Massachusetts for Bill Clinton, all 12 electoral votes. Missouri, the show-me state for the president, for Bill Clinton. Tennessee, the volunteer state, 11 electoral votes in Bill Clinton's corner. Maryland, a state that has gone Democratic, now has gone Democratic once again. And Connecticut, 8 electoral votes for Bill Clinton.
Bob Dole has something to cheer about in Oklahoma. He is winning that state tonight, along with its 8 electoral votes. And in Kansas, guess what? The home state of this former senator goes to Bob Dole. In Maine, President Clinton takes off 4 electoral votes there, as he does in Delaware, 3 electoral votes there, and no surprise, in the District of Columbia, the president winning handily 3 electoral votes.
The polls have just closed also in the state of Mississippi, but it is undecided. We do not have a result yet from Mississippi. And Alabama has just gone for Bob Dole. We declare, CNN declares Bob Dole the winner in the state of Alabama. This is a place that President Clinton had campaigned in just a few days ago. Here is a look at this hour, just a moment after 8 o'clock in the East. Bill Clinton, 198 electoral votes, those states that you see in blue. Bob Dole, 55. And the big one on that map, gentlemen, is Texas, and that's one that comes sweet to Bob Dole.
That's right. That was a very, very competitive state. That's the state Republicans have been carrying in recent elections. Bill Clinton decided to make a real fight for that state, and I think probably one of the big reasons that the Republicans wanted is the Bush family came out and really got behind the Dole campaign in that state.
What we're seeing is Bill Clinton doing very well in the Northeast and the Great Lakes states where we expected him to do well, but the South is very, very competitive. Most of those states that are still too close to call are southern states. Bob Dole carried Texas, the biggest southern state. Bill Clinton carried Florida, the next biggest southern state. The South is a battleground. When the South is a battleground for president, the Republicans are in trouble.
That's right.
We know you're keeping score out there on what's been won so far. First for the president, the states won: Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. Clinton states tonight. Dole states won thus far, shortly past 8 Eastern Time: Alabama, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas.
And Bernie, by our tally, we said, what, the president has 198 electoral votes. That leaves him 72 votes shy of that margin that he must have. It's half the Electoral College plus 1 is the magic number, and he's just 72 votes away.
One of the sweet ones for the president and vice president have to be Tennessee, where in the last election they lost both Senate seats to the Republicans and the governorship. This time Al Gore probably is feeling a lot better about his home state.
All right, and we have a Senate race to call in the state of New Jersey, and that is the Democrat Bob Torricelli. CNN declares he is the winner. That means that seat will stay Democratic.
That's right. Bill Bradley's retiring from the Senate. A very, very tough, very, very expensive, and very, very negative campaign run by both candidates in that race.
This might be attributable to Bill Clinton's coattails because he carried New Jersey. And, of course, Dick Zimmer, the Republican candidate, was attacked as a Newt Gingrich clone by the man who won, Bob Torricelli.
And this was one where the label liberal was used very, very extensively against the Democrat Torricelli.
One of the things we're going to determine in this election is how poisonous the term, the label liberal, is, because it was used in a lot of campaigns against Democrats. It was almost a generic term of abuse. We'll see how many of those liberals survive.
And there were some who said that it's just that the voters are just tired of hearing it, that it doesn't have the sting that it once had with voters. So we'll see.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There was a great ad in New Jersey where you had the 3 frogs, like the Budweiser frogs, and they croaked liberal, liberal at Torricelli.
Yeah.
And one other thought about New Jersey, the state from which Bob Dole drew his inspiration from Governor Christine Todd Whitman, and what she did, she promised a big tax cut. She was behind in the polls. She won. Dole used that as a source of inspiration, the centerpiece of his 15% across-the-board tax cut. But tonight, President Clinton has won New Jersey. Frank Sesno is at the congressional desk.
Well, Bernie and Judy, one big state we've got to tell you about right now is the state of Georgia, where the term liberal was thrown around, but it didn't stop Max Cleland. Max Cleland winning the seat vacated by Sam Nunn. beating and turning back Guy Milner. It had been a hoped-for Republican gain. The party there watching that very closely, saying they had a surge in the final days, but Max Cleland wins narrowly. Onward to Massachusetts, John Kerry beating back a challenge by Governor William Weld, the popular Republican, pro-choice, but John Kerry holding forth and carrying on into the 104th. On to Illinois now, where Dick Durbin turns back a challenge from Al Salvi, a very conservative Republican there, but Dick Durbin winning there. In Kansas, a predictable win for Pat Roberts. That was an open seat. He picks that up, keeps it in Republican hands, turning back Sally Thompson. The state of Michigan, Senator Carl Levin, dependable Democrat, incumbent. He will return to the United States Senate, pretty much as expected, defeating Ronna Romney. Oklahoma, Senator Jim Inhofe, that's another one that was expected. The Republican there returning to Washington, turning back Jim Boren, cousin of the former senator. To Tennessee now, Senator Fred Thompson, a one-time actor, now the incumbent, returns as a Republican to Washington, where he will take yet another bow on the stage for 6 years in the United States Senate. In Texas, Senator Phil Gramm winning, turning back a challenge by Victor Morales, the school teacher who waged a quixotic campaign, but in the end, Phil Gramm returning as he and most expected. Delaware, Joseph Biden returning as he expected as well. No real surprise there. To the state of Mississippi, Senator Thad Cochran will go back for another term in the United States Senate. That's the incumbent again, riding the predictable wave in the South. West Virginia now, another predictable wave. Senator Jay Rockefeller, one of the more liberal and predictable Democrats in the United States Senate. He, too, will go back. Not a very tough campaign for him there. Now, a few states too close to call. Still Alabama. The Republicans are looking for a pickup here. This pits the Democrat Bedford against the Republican Sessions. A very, very closely watched race. To the other Kansas seat. This seat was the one that was vacated when Robert Dole took his leave to campaign for presidency. Jill Docking, the Democrat, against Sam Brownback, very conservative Republican. A real bellwether there. And in the state of Maine, also too close to call. Susan Collins, the Republican on the right there, up against Joe Brennan. He's been running since the 1960s. He's trying again this time for the Senate. Virginia, the Warner brothers, they're not brothers, but as far as the state is concerned, they're side by side, both wealthy. Too early to call this one so far. Senator against John Warner. Now, let us again bring you up to date as to exactly what we're watching in the United States Senate. This 8 o'clock hour, a very, very big one. Coming into this evening, the Republicans, 53 seats, the Democrats, 47. Where we stand right now, 34 seats altogether up for grabs this evening. As you can see in this 8 o'clock hour, a number of them being decided. More shortly, we presume, in several minutes. Right now, the Republicans have won 8 of those 34. The Democrats have won 8. The Democrats have picked up 1 that had been in Republican hands up in the state of New Hampshire. So where it stands, if you add all the math together, 42 for the Republicans, 40 for the Democrats, 18 critical seats undecided. Let's wander over here, not very far away, to Bruce Morton. Bruce, you've been out on the campaign trail a lot, following these Senate races, and you're following the exit polls and that sort of thing. Is there anything that approaches a trend yet this evening?
Well, after all these calls, the sad truth is no, Frank, there really isn't.
Too bad.
Most of these were holds. Most of these were predictable. Nobody thought Phil Gramm was going to lose. Nobody thought Jim Inhofe was going to lose. I think if there's one thing that's interesting, it's these open Democratic seats in the South. And very good news for the Democrats is Max Cleland's win here in Georgia.
That really is one the Republicans thought they were going to charge on to.
Oh, they thought they had an excellent chance. They outspent Cleland. They really were confident about that one. So now we have Louisiana still undecided, Alabama still undecided, Arkansas still undecided. If the Republicans are to make some gains to offset that one Democratic seat in New Hampshire, those are the states we should be watching.
Also too early to talk about coattails here, really.
I think so. People are going to be arguing about Clinton's coattails. Did he help Torricelli in New Jersey? And it's you can argue those either way.
We'll be watching, measuring the coattails if they are to be. Well, that's it from the congressional desk right now. As we say, a lot of results we've got in hand, more to come. But for now, back to the national desk.
Thanks, Frank. Max Cleland winning here in the state of Georgia, keeping the Democratic seat.
A very sweet victory because, you know, in all the southern states that have had open Senate seats, no Democrat has won an open Senate seat since 1988. Max Cleland is the first. A sweet victory that keeps that seat Democratic.
It is a good night for incumbents, we should say. If you look through here, we don't see very many incumbents who have lost in this except for Smith in New Hampshire to Sweat. And that's the only Democratic pickup we've had so far and the only change we've had so far in the Senate.
And the Democrats, of course, had a few more open seats, and they've got more to sweat about tonight. All right. That was just a play on words, Dick
Hold it.
Sweat.
Got a call. Indiana, the Hoosier state. We told you it was too close to call. Now CNN declaring that Bob Dole has won Indiana. That just decided. Back in a moment.
CNN has made the call that Bob Dole won Indiana. You just saw that. It has just been moments since the polls closed in 16 more states and the District of Columbia. One of the states the polls closed, New Jersey. And we are also able to say that the winner in the Senate there, the Senate race for Bill Bradley's seat, is the Democrat, Bob Torricelli. CNN's own Jonathan Karl is at Mr. Torricelli's headquarters in Iselin, New Jersey. John?
That's right, Judy. I'm here. Supporters here are positively giddy, waiting for Torricelli to make his, what they hope to be the victory, what they know to be his victory speech. This has been a really nasty campaign, as you know. Bob Torricelli was accused of having ties to international criminals, ties to terrorists, ties to organized crime figures in the United States. He shot back with some very negative attacks of his own. It was also a very volatile race. Going into the polls today, polls actually showed that most New Jersey voters were still undecided. Obviously, what's happened here in this last day is that undecided voters went for Torricelli in a way that actually surprised some of Torricelli's own campaign managers. I spoke to the campaign spokesman just a few minutes ago, and they were cautiously optimistic, but they did not expect the victory to come in apparently the kind of margin it has come. Judy?
All right, Jonathan Karl.
Well, we told you about Jesse Helms. We declared him the winner in North Carolina Senate race. We just heard from Jonathan and Judy on Bob Torricelli. Let's go to our political analyst, Bill Schneider. Take us closer into what the New Jersey people thought and felt about voting today.
I'll do that. Now, Bill Clinton carried New Jersey, and he might have had coattails, but what about Chris Whitman? She's a woman Republican governor who had a lot of support in New Jersey. Let's take a look at whether she might have had coattails and how they affected this race. Whitman's approval rating, look at this. In New Jersey, voters who voted today, as many approved as disapproved. Those who approved voted 63% for Zimmer, the Republican candidate for the Senate, but those who disapproved went 68% for Torricelli, and that may have made the difference in Torricelli's victory. Now, what about that negative campaign in New Jersey? Well, what the voters, when they were asked who attacked his opponent unfairly, they said both candidates did. Both candidates, that were down for both of them. They were equal. Neither candidate really got the Mr. Good Guy award, but there was a little bit of a margin of difference. Notice what happened here. 15% said Zimmer was the bad guy. Only Torricelli, that was just 10%. So it looks like there was a little difference on the margin that might have made the difference in the victory for Torricelli. Now, North Carolina, what happened? How did Jesse Helms win? Well, in North Carolina, you need about 40% of the white vote to elect a Democratic candidate. And in the case of Harvey Gantt, he didn't get that. He got 38% of the white vote. He also lost the white vote among the new residents of North Carolina. So it looks like he came just shy of getting that 40% figure that a Democrat needs to carry the vote in North Carolina, and that once again re-elected Jesse Helms.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill Schneider. Judy?
All right, and I think what we're doing now is is it to Natalie Allen at Jesse Helms' headquarters?
Yes.
Natalie in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we know they're celebrating there now. Natalie?
Judy, they sure are. You will probably hear pockets of cheering as I'm talking, as they are getting the word about Jesse Helms' victory. Republicans just told me they are ecstatic. He has been ahead since day one of this race, and this proves, they say, that North Carolina is a conservative state by heart. There were predictions that an influx of new voters, 600,000 to North Carolina in the past 6 years, might swing things toward the Democratic challenger, Harvey Gantt. These voters from more liberal areas of the Northeast and the Middle West, but apparently that did did not happen. Also, something that probably helped Jesse Helms, record voter turnout is what we're hearing. Perhaps as many as 70% of the voters going to the polls today, and when there's a heavy voter turnout, that aids Jesse Helms. He is expected in this room within the hour. Earlier today, he told us if he won again and went back to Washington for a 5th term, he would be happy to continue his conservative causes. No doubt saying and doing things only as Jesse Helms can. Back to the national desk.
All right, Natalie Allen there at Helms headquarters. Let's take a look now at some of the numbers we have in the North Carolina Senate race. And these are the raw count. This is the raw count with 8% of the precincts or the vote counted. You can see why Jesse Helms is the winner, 99,000 votes. In Massachusetts, here are some raw numbers in the Senate contest there. CNN has declared John Kerry, the Democrat, the winner, and I believe we've got some numbers to look at. Yes, again, very small percentage of the vote in, but what we have shows John Kerry ahead. And as we said a minute ago, John Kerry has been declared the winner. And Gene Randall, speaking of Massachusetts, is at the headquarters of John Kerry in Boston. Gene Randall.
Judy, this is Weld headquarters, and I spoke to Governor Weld's press secretary a few moments ago. He said at this point it looks like a win for John Kerry, that Kerry will go to the U.S. Senate for a 3rd term. He said to an extent this was a combination of circumstances. Bill Clinton did very well here. It's a heavily Democratic state. He also indicated perhaps Governor William Weld is a victim of his own success, that not enough voters in this state saw a compelling enough reason to send Weld to the U.S. Senate and take him out of the State House. He has been a very popular governor here. But once again, we expect to see Governor Weld perhaps in an hour and a half once fuller returns are in. But at this point, the Weld campaign appears ready to concede it is a John Kerry win. Back to the national desk.
Egg on my face. I said he was at Kerry headquarters. He was at Weld headquarters.
You know that point that Gene Randall made? Many people in Massachusetts considered William Weld to be so good. Gene Randall, a question. Go back to that point you made about the Weld people. We had speculated about that in the press and the news media about Weld being such a popular and an efficient chief executive that a lot of voters said, hey, we want you to stay here and run Massachusetts. We don't want you to go to Washington.
Bernie, I think it was probably a much easier choice for a lot of voters in this state to vote for John Kerry and say to themselves, we should keep Bill Weld in the State House, rather than making a choice which dictated to them it is time to fire John Kerry. So once again, perhaps William Weld was a victim of his own success. An irony, I suppose, a very special kind of irony.
Well, I mean, I think he's right, but remember 2 things. One, the economy is pretty good. People are voting for incumbents all over the country. John Kerry, Strom Thurmond, Jesse Helms. Only Bob Smith has been turned out of office. And they're voting for the incumbent president, Bill Clinton. For Bill Clinton to carry Massachusetts as handily as he did and lose the Senate seat for an incumbent Democrat, that would have been remarkable.
This was an important race for John Kerry because, as you all know, John Kerry has spent his entire Senate career in the shadow of that state's leading Democrat, Ted Kennedy. And he will be, I think, a clearly more effective senator now that the voters of Massachusetts know him better and he has his campaign under his belt.
He has a mandate. Our live coverage of Election Night 96 will continue in just a moment.
That's right. Have now closed in 27 states. They're about to close in one more, Arkansas. We're watching the political news here at this desk, but not far away. Of course, there is other news happening, and CNN's Miles O'Brien will bring us up to date on that. Miles.
Thanks very much, Judy. Russian President Boris Yeltsin remains on a respirator hours after undergoing heart bypass surgery. Doctors say the 7-hour surgery was a success. They used blood vessels from other areas of Mr. Yeltsin's body to bypass 5 clogged areas of his heart. The next big step is removing him from the respirator and allowing his lungs to take over. Russian Prime Minister Viktor Chernomyrdin is running the government while his boss is recuperating, although doctors say Mr. Yeltsin may be able to resume some of his presidential powers within a couple of days. Chernomyrdin visited Mr. Yeltsin earlier today and then called the White House and reported the Russian president was, quote, doing well, unquote. Doctors can't predict when they'll release Mr. Yeltsin from the hospital, but they expect him to be back at work full-time by next year. Jurors deciding the Alex Kelly rape case have recessed for the day without reaching a verdict. They deliberated for a little under an hour. Kelly is accused of raping 2 high school girls 10 years ago when he was a high school wrestling star. During closing arguments today, Kelly's attorney said his client ran off to Europe on the day before his scheduled trial in 1987, not because he was guilty, but because he got scared. O.J. Simpson says he did not sexually harass an 18-year-old court intern, and she agrees with him, despite a published report. Amber McGrath says she declined Simpson's invitation to a Halloween party because it made her uncomfortable. Simpson told reporters they would have seen him if he had made any advances toward her. During today's testimony, police criminalist Dennis Fung said traces of blood were found in Simpson's bathroom. However, under cross-examination, he conceded no tests were done to confirm if it was human blood. The State Department says yesterday's dismissal of Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto and her cabinet appears to have been carried out in accordance with Pakistani law. Former Assembly Speaker Miraj Khalid was sworn in as interim Prime Minister. Pakistani President Farooq Laghari has called for new elections in February. Meanwhile, Bhutto's supporters took to the streets of Islamabad today to protest her removal. Bhutto is expected to challenge her firing in the Supreme Court, as she did 6 years ago when her first government was dismissed. Experts say the latest studies on treating breast cancer with the drug tamoxifen provide important new insight. The research shows that women who took tamoxifen for 5 years after early breast cancer surgery had anywhere from a 12 to 18% better chance of surviving without relapse than women who did not take the drug. The survival effect was measured 10 years after the women began treatment. Well, how well do you know your doctor? Has he or she ever been convicted of a crime, lost a major malpractice suit, or lost hospital privileges? Usually you'd have a tough time finding all that out. But Massachusetts has passed a disclosure law allowing patients to find out about their doctor's backgrounds. Other states are considering similar laws. CNN election night coverage for 1996 continues. Let's go back to Bernie Shaw.
Thank you, Miles, and our coverage will come right back here to the National Desk in just a moment after this local break.
It is 8:30 in the East, 5:30 on the Pacific time zone, and at this hour, Bill Clinton has won 204 electoral votes, 66 away from the magic number 207.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
So, gentlemen, the numbers pile up inexorably, I guess might be the right adverb at this hour.
We have now called 22 states, and of all those 22, only one state has shifted from what happened in 1992, and that's the state of Florida. That state went from Republican to Clinton this time. Every other state that Bill Clinton carried, Bob Dole carried, George Bush carried last time. That's clear.
And we've called a number of Senate races, and only one state has shifted its party in the United States Senate. New Hampshire, an incumbent Republican, has lost. The Democrats have picked up that one seat. What this suggests to me is it looks like a status quo election where people are voting for incumbents. They must be pretty happy.
Very much so, and as far as the House of Representatives is concerned, you can't say. All right, now Arkansas, the president's home state. Add Arkansas to the growing number of states going the president's way this night, as Ken and Bill alluded to. His early and overwhelming success was expected, of course, but at least one prize must seem especially sweet: the Sunshine State, Florida.
as we just heard from Ken Bodie. Well, the president picked up that GOP-leaning state, which Ken said, which he narrowly, and some say begrudgingly, lost 4 years ago. But Bob Dole has managed to hold on to two other key states that lean Republican, Texas and Indiana.
And South Carolina, CNN declares, has been won by Senator Dole. Bob Dole winning the Palmetto State. The two pickups so far tonight go to the Democrats, both in New Hampshire. It's interesting. In the Granite State Senate race, Dick Sweat defeated Republican incumbent Bob Smith. And in that governor's race, Democrat Jeanne Shaheen won the seat of retiring Republican Steve Merrill, making her New Hampshire's first woman governor.
And we have a race to call, a Senate race to call right now, Bernie, and that is a Kansas B, a seat this is Bob Dole's seat, in fact. Sam Brownback, the Republican freshman congressman, has not only gone back to the Congress, he's gone back to the other chamber, to the Senate, defeating the Democrat Jill Docking, a wife of the former lieutenant governor of Kansas, Tom Docking.
Continuing now in a couple of closely watched Senate races tonight, the incumbents have come out winners. We told you about Democrat John Kerry in Massachusetts defeating Governor William Weld. And in the Tar Heel State, Republican Senator Jesse Helms is coming back to North Carolina. And Frank Sesno, what do you make of all this going on?
Well, what we make of it, Bernie, right now is pretty much as Bill Schneider said, that this is not a bad year for incumbents, at least not yet. We're watching this very closely. I want to take you back to the Kansas race that you just talked about, telling us that Sam Brownback is the winner there, and bring Bruce Morton into our discussion here as he helps us monitor the situation in the Senate. It's interesting. This was a place the Democrats thought they had a chance with Jill Docking. This was Bob Dole's old seat. She said this election is about, it's the far right versus all of us who are in the middle.
There are a number of states, Frank. That was one. Louisiana's another. Here in Georgia was another, where the most conservative Republican won the primary. In Kansas, that didn't hurt. Sam Brownback, as we've just heard, got elected. Here, Guy Milner, who beat a more moderate Republican in the primary, lost. Still up in the air, Louisiana, where very conservative Woody Jenkins won that odd everybody-in primary that they have.
Let's move elsewhere in the South, into the state of Alabama now, where Jeff Sessions facing down Roger Bedford, the Democrat. Sessions labeling Bedford, we heard this a lot this year, a Ted Kennedy ally, liberal, liberal, liberal.
Well, everybody's, Ted Kennedy for years has been the conservatives' best fundraiser. Milner in this state kept saying Cleveland's just like Ted Kennedy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
No, one place it's not bad to be just like Ted Kennedy is in Massachusetts, which takes us to John Kerry, who wins the state of Massachusetts. He ran on having increased education spending and funds for the elderly.
Sometimes, Frank, exit polls can really tell you something, just one number. And in Massachusetts, it's gender. Kerry and Weld were almost dead even among men. Look at women, a 20-point gap there. Kerry just overwhelmed Weld amongst women. And in the other race we've been talking about, in New Jersey, where Robert Torricelli has beaten Republican Dick Zimmer, you find something of the same thing happening. That was an odd, muddy kind of a race.
Very nasty race.
What really made the difference was black voters. You look here, African-American voters, 83% for Torricelli. Now, that's just an overwhelming margin. They were, once again, the white vote was spread pretty evenly between the two men, as you see here.
To another place where African-American voters played a key role. In fact, the issue of race played a very important role. The state of North Carolina, which North Carolina goes back to Senator Jesse Helms for 6 more years for the Republican. Helms ran a series of really tough ads, hitting his opponent, Harvey Gantt, African-American, with the liberal, liberal, liberal label again.
Well, the famous line, I guess, was more liberal than Bill Clinton. Gasp, shudder, too liberal for North Carolina. Helms always runs mean ads. I talked to one man down there who said, if you're running against Jesus, he'd find a way to attack him successfully. And they always work. This is a rematch. He wins again.
And again, what we're watching to see if the Senate moves to the Democratic column. They have to pick up 3 seats net tonight. So far, 1 in New Hampshire.
Open Southern seats still matter.
Still matter, and we'll be back. Over to the House and Stuart Rothenberg. You're watching the House with us. Coming into tonight, we were watching 2 categories. Freshman Republicans, who had the albatross, the political albatross of Newt Gingrich being tied around their neck, and Southern open Democratic seats. Let's go to the freshmen first, and to Kentucky 1 district there.
We have an allegedly vulnerable Republican freshman, Ed Whitfield. This is a western Kentucky district. very, very Democratic, about 70% Democratic. Well, Whitfield has held on here to win over Dennis Null, a generally regarded as a second-tier Democratic candidate, but the sort of candidate who might have been swept in a huge Democratic way.
We were looking at that as a bellwether, but another one we've been watching is in North Carolina 4, where another Republican freshman is battling a challenge, also being tied to Newt Gingrich.
But the difference is here, Frank, in North Carolina's 4th, Fred Heinemann, another freshman, was in the top 10 vulnerable Republicans. Whitfield was regarded in that second 10, second 15. And so Heinemann's defeat, if indeed he does lose, would not be a shocker. David Price, former congressman, may well be coming back, but it's still too early to tell.
And if we hop off the beaten track a little bit to the state of Vermont, we see something that we don't see in American politics very often.
It's Congress's lone independent, Bernie Sanders. He doesn't really sound like a Vermonter, come to think of it. He sure sounds like a New Yorker to me. In any case, Bernie Sanders, who was supposed to have a tough fight, Susan Sweetser, an attractive Republican state senator. Early on, Republicans thought they could do it, but they didn't this time.
They don't call them carpetbaggers in Vermont. They call them flatlanders. I know by experience. Okay, we'll be back as we continue to watch the congressional desk. Remember, in the House, we're watching if 19 seats move to the Democrats, then it is Speaker Dick Gephardt, not Speaker Newt Gingrich. Much work to be done, much to be determined before we can pass off on that one and see what exactly the trend is developing. So that's it from the congressional desk. For now, back to Bernie and Judy on the national desk.
Thank you, Frank. Indeed, in 20 minutes, the polls in 12 more states will close. CNN's live coverage on this election night will continue in just a moment. We'll be right back. While ago, we called Arkansas for the president. No surprise there. But going behind the voting, Bill Schneider, what does it look like when Arkansans came out today and talked to pollsters?
Well, clearly in Arkansas, friends and neighbors counted for a lot. They voted for their favorite son, Bill Clinton. But we asked them an interesting question. Remember Whitewater? That's in Arkansas. And we asked them, do you think Bill Clinton has told the truth or did not tell the truth about Whitewater? And guess what they said? No, Bill Clinton did not tell the truth about Whitewater. But about 1 in 5 who felt that way voted for him anyway, and he carried the state. Now, let's take a look at Texas. A big win for Bob Dole in Texas. Now, Hispanic voters are a critical constituency. They were 15% of those who voted in Texas today. 3/4 of them voted for Bill Clinton. A lot of new voters in Texas. Immigration reform, welfare reform had been issues that a lot of them resented about the Republicans, even though Bill Clinton signed the immigration reform, the welfare reform bill. He said he wanted it modified so it wouldn't be as tough on legal immigrants. And clearly, Hispanic voters in Texas stuck with the president. But they weren't enough to carry the state of Texas because look at what white voters did. In this case, white voters clearly showed a preference for Bob Dole by 2-1, and that was what made the difference. They were 72% of the Texas voters. And finally, in Florida, we found that the big turnaround, the reason that Florida switched and went to Bill Clinton this time was a heavy vote for Clinton among voters over 65. Bill Clinton carried 56% of senior citizens in Florida, and they were 22% of the voters in that state.
Before we leave Arkansas, I just want to say we're going to watch very closely. The president got 52% of the vote in Arkansas in 1992. Running for David Pryor's seat, the retiring Democrat, are the Attorney General, Democrat Winston Bryan, and Republican Congressman Tim Hutchinson. The question is whether or not Clinton will get enough of the vote in his own state to keep that seat Democratic. It's going to be interesting to watch that.
That's a real test of coattails.
Absolutely. Judy.
Yeah, cliffhanger. And we have a little bit of news, and that is the state of Alabama is going to send a Republican to the United States Senate to take the place of Democrat Howell Heflin. The man who's won is Jeff Sessions. He is, as you can see, he has defeated Roger Bedford. This is one that was watched closely. Sessions was ahead, Ken, for a while, but there was some doubt here at the end.
Well, this evens up the evening as far as the Senate is concerned, because up until Sessions is declared the winner in Alabama, the Democrats were up 1 Senate seat. They'd taken the New Hampshire Republican Senate seat. Now it's back to even in terms of the Senate race. You know, it's very interesting, one of the things that we just saw, and that is that gender gap. How do you explain a 20-point gender gap in the Massachusetts Massachusetts Senate race? And is it indicative of what we're going to see in the presidential race as this unfolds? I mean, that's what the early polls told us.
Is it possible to answer that question now?
Well, we'll see what happens when we get the final results in, but this could be the first race since 1960 in which men vote for one candidate, presumably Bob Dole, and women vote for Bill Clinton. We've had races where the men and women have differed in their level of support, but they've always voted for the winner. This could be a case where they vote for opposite candidates.
But in the talk about the gender gap, please do not just say women voted for candidate X because he was pro-choice. It's more than just abortion as an issue.
Oh, it's much more than that. It has a lot to do with the economy and with the government safety.
And I remind you,
in
in Massachusetts, Weld and Kerry are both ardently pro-choice on the abortion
That's
issue.
right. That's a neutral issue in Massachusetts. But it's elderly issues, it's the economy, it's family leave, it's education. Bill Clinton made John Kerry a long ad right at the last in which he talked about all of those issues. And one more thing, by the way.
Sure.
In Massachusetts, Hillary Clinton's positives are 64%.
Well, she went to college in Massachusetts,
Yes.
Wellesley.
We have another call. Thomas Jefferson State, CNN declares that John Warner, the incumbent Republican, has beaten off a challenge. He will be going back to Washington for the Republican Party. And you might recall in the 1992 race, John Warner brought down the wrath of his party when he opposed Oliver North getting his party's nomination in the Senate contest there. That's with 32% of the precincts in. Put a check mark very shortly by Mr. Warner, the one on top. He's going back to the United States Senate.
We won't have to listen to any more jokes about Warner versus Warner, or the Warner brothers, with all apologies to Frank Sesno.
But he definitely is a profile in courage.
Yep. He of course had a lot of appeal to Democrats and independents in Virginia because he took on Oliver North and created a civil war within the Republican Party. This is a big vindication for Senator Warner.
He ran unopposed last time. Last time the Democrats didn't even file against him.
Yep.
Plus, he's an ex-husband of Elizabeth Taylor. Perhaps either roses or
One of many. One of many.
I'm sure that helped. I'm sure that helped.
On that note, we're going to pause for just a moment. We're coming right back to CNN election headquarters here in the atrium at the Omni. Look at these hard-working CNNers. They'll be doing it all night. CNN declares a winner in the Tar Heel state. Bob Dole has won North Carolina.
North Carolina voted for George Bush by the narrowest of margins last time, and the Republicans have retained it.
It's a narrow margin this time, and maybe the reason is that they went for Bob Dole is that it's the home of Elizabeth Hannaford Dole.
That's right, from Salisbury, North Carolina. And we're sure that that had something to do with it. We assume that had something to do with it. Now, there are a group of people who've been just itching to get a word in edgewise tonight. They are in Washington, D.C. At least I think that's where they are. They are the Capitol Gang, and let's go to them now.
Welcome to this special night, election night edition of Capitol Gang, and we are itching to go. I'm Al Hunt with Robert Novak, Margaret Carlson, and Cato Byrne. Bob, Bill Clinton, first Democratic president to be reelected, I think it's obvious now, in 60 years. Was it a triumph of party, philosophy, or persona?
Definitely not party, definitely not philosophy. A little bit persona, but mostly strategy. He stole the Republican issues, nothing bad has happened, and the Republicans ran a god-awful presidential campaign.
You'll buy that, Margaret?
Philosophy, reducing the deficit paid off. Persona, Bob, to quote you and Lee Atwater, the person who smiles tends to win. Towards the end of this, Bob Dole in the leisure wear jacket, the hoarse voice, a little bit happier than he was a week ago, but still just not the kind of person that voters are going to cling to. As Jay Leno said, he's going to travel this country until he's rejected by every single voter. That last 96 hours, I don't think really helped.
Kate, I think this thing was over months ago, maybe even a year ago.
Yeah, the shape of this race has been obvious for months. Bob Dole's own weaknesses as a candidate is no small part of it. Much of this is Bill Clinton's luck to have drawn Bob Dole, right. It being the Republican Party's turn to get the nomination that Bob Dole sought for so many years. But to the extent it's a triumph and it appears that he's winning, it's a lonely triumph triumph. I mean, it doesn't appear, based on results on the East Coast, that too many other Democrats are going to be benefiting from the Clinton win.
Let me ask you this, Kate. The one thing we do notice, however, is a gender gap almost in every, even the state-by-state races. The Clinton is probably winning the female vote by about 20 points, and they're about splitting even with the male vote. Also, you see that in what we've seen in the Senate races so far. Is that a permanent condition now?
This is going to, it's certainly there between Clinton and Dole, but this is going to be one of the most interesting aspects to watch tonight, I think. William Weld, up in Massachusetts, who's very liberal on social issues, which, according to conventional analysis, should appeal to women. 20 points he lost the women's vote by, 20, and tied among men with John Kerry. Phil Gramm in Texas carried the women's vote by 8 or 9 points, even though Bob Dole didn't. Phil Gramm is more conservative than Bob Dole.
I think the women's vote is driven by economics and not those social issues.
Everybody has been talking about the gender gap for years, and it always kind of closes up on election day. It didn't close up this time.
Right.
You know, the dirty little secret is that when all the votes are counted, Bob Dole will have a small plurality of the male vote in this country. But what is really something is that in state after state that we have seen exit polls on, the gender gap exists, as you mentioned, in Massachusetts. And I'll tell you something right now. If the Republicans say, well, we're going to fight the gender gap by adopting all the little teeny-weeny government programs of Bill Clinton, I think that's the way to destruction.
Well, Bob, I'm glad you're anti-teeny-weeny.
The teeny-weeny programs. M2E2, Medicare, Medicaid, Environment, Education. Pounded on it.
Let me stay on the first for a second, Margaret, and that is if there's a gender gap, there's also a geezer gap. It appears that the Democrats have done much better among the elderly.
Oh, wait, Bob wants to speak to the geezer gap.
No. Listen, I got in trouble 4 years ago, on this program. I was talking about the geezer vote had elected Bill Clinton. So be careful. Watch your language.
But the one state that Clinton has carried that he did not carry last time was Florida. Now, isn't that the Medicare issue?
There's a message. It's totally the Medicare issue. They believed what the Democrats said about the Republicans, which was that they were going to cut Medicare. They were going to slow the growth, but it looks like a cut, and it worked in Florida, and the geezer vote was
It's a little early to say that. Bob Dole was really not identified with slashing Medicare. Bob Dole is not a radical member of Newt's team. It remains to be seen.
He was associated without not voting for it from that very effective
Look at John Warner in Virginia. John Warner's winning the Senate race in a walkaway. He voted for everything on Medicare in the past 2 years that Bob Dole did, and yet it didn't seem to hurt John Warner.
Can we say it's not very gallant to say so, because Bob Dole was a great fighter and he fought hard to the end. He's just an absolutely terrible candidate. He was too old. He looked bad. He could never express a vision. He was always preoccupied with process. That has to have something to do with the victory for Bill Clinton, don't you think?
No, I think it did. I think it maybe was a point or two, but I still think that most of it was the economics and the Republican.
Out there when you look at that primary, primary field. Steve Forbes, your guy, would have done worse than Bob Dole.
I don't believe that.
We'll know better when we see whether or not Bill Clinton breaks 50% of the vote. If it turns out that at least half of the American public still are unhappy with Bill Clinton in the White House, it says to me that there probably was a win for somebody else.
I think the House outcome, which we probably won't know till about midnight tonight, if by then, I think will be terribly instructive. I agree with you, Kate, and from now on when we come back, I'm going to try to be like Bob Novak, much more sensitive about these various issues. But we'll be back later in the evening. Now let's go back to Atlanta for continuing election night coverage.
Okay.
All right.
And the polls are closing in about 2 minutes. We're going to have word for you on the presidential race after the polls have closed. But if you're in a time zone where you still can vote, please do so.
That's right. We've got 12 states with the polls closing, 10 more states with lots and lots of voters, with many issues to be decided, many state races, not to mention the presidential and the congressional races, gubernatorial races, still to be decided. So even though we and others may be calling this race based on our projections, we urge people to go to the polls and vote, because voting matters.
The 9 o'clock hour in the past has been the hour traditionally where the presidential race has been decided and declared.
Okay, don't go away. In 2 minutes, we'll be right back after this local break with the latest on Election Night 96. William Jefferson Clinton has a job for 4 more years.
He becomes the first Democrat since Franklin Roosevelt to win re-election to the White House.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Well, he has 4 more years, but that's only part of the story this election night, but it's clearly the lead at this hour.
He has won the presidency. We don't know what kind of mandate he has. That depends on what happens in Congress and whether he gets over 50%. But look at where he was 2 years ago and where he is now. 275, that's 5 votes over a majority. 2 years ago, Bill Clinton was toast. I mean, no one would have bet on his re-election. He was finished. He had lost both houses of Congress for the first time in 40 years. This is one of the great miraculous comebacks in American history.
And the big question, Bernie, is the one that you alluded to, however, and that is, does he win the House and does he win the Senate? Does Bill Clinton have any coattails? Because if he doesn't, he might not be toast, but he's certainly going to be a little warmed over by the time Al D'Amato and Newt Gingrich get finished with him, right?
Especially with those investigations.
That's right. That's right. And we want to go straight to our man who's been following this White House over the last 4 years. Wolf Blitzer is in Little Rock, Arkansas. Wolf, I know you and they are watching these numbers with great eagerness, shall we say?
Well, Judy, there's a huge crowd here in Little Rock. They're all already very excited. They've just seen on these big TV screens that have been placed outside the old State House here that the networks are declaring that Bill Clinton has been reelected. So this crowd is getting very excited. We don't anticipate that the president will actually make an appearance, at least for another hour, hour and a half, perhaps 2 hours. Of course, there will have to be the traditional phone call, first from the Republican challenger Bob Dole to the president. Once the president does speak here, we expect him to reach out on a bipartisan note to Republicans, to independents, and to try to promote his centrist theme, the theme that got him reelected in the first place. That theme will also include perhaps talking about the possibility of bringing some Republicans into a new cabinet. There will be a lot of changes in the cabinet. There'll be a lot of changes in the White House staff, and the president is very quickly going to have to start making some major decisions. We're told by his aides that he really didn't want to focus on that too much. He was afraid a little bit of a jinx. He was afraid of something going forward, but in the end, he's going to go move forward on this bipartisan note, and this crowd here in Little Rock will be very excited. Back to the national desk.
Meanwhile, thank you, Wolf Blitzer. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the pictures in Washington, D.C. This is Dole headquarters, where presumably they are also watching television and seeing what the calls are.
Yeah, they're watching CNN there, too.
That's right. Well, we'll have to pay close attention to that. One of the main reasons, in fact, perhaps the main reason we're able to call Bill Clinton the winner at this hour is New York. It has the second biggest electoral prize, Ken Bodie.
33 electoral votes. It's not really the purpose of putting a vice presidential candidate on the ticket to help you win his home state, but Jack Kemp didn't help with New York.
Going to the dairy state, which has a Republican governor, that didn't stop Bill Clinton from winning Wisconsin's electoral votes.
Wisconsin did go Democratic for Clinton in '92. It went for Dukakis and for Carter twice. It's voted Democratic a lot. It's a very strongly Catholic state.
Another state Bill Clinton felt pretty confident about, Minnesota. It's the only state to vote Democratic in 6 of the last 7 elections, Ken.
That's right, 10 electoral votes. The only Democrat to lose this state in modern times was the neighbor, George McGovern from South Dakota in '72.
The polls just closed in Louisiana. We're still saying at this moment, this one is undecided.
This is a southern state that went for Clinton in '92. Most states are voting the way they did back then. It's very heavily black and also the most Catholic state in the country, in the South.
Arizona, the longest string of consecutive presidential votes. It last voted Democratic in 1948. It is undecided, though, at this hour.
Bill Clinton had fun playing in Arizona, bringing his new AARP card out there and talking to the seniors in Arizona about Medicare. He tried hard to put this state into play, and he apparently succeeded.
Now, let's go to Colorado first. That is undecided at this hour. In Nebraska, which is coming up next. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Let's go to New Mexico. CNN declares that President Clinton has won New Mexico's 5 electoral votes, and he has done ditto in Rhode Island. Also a winner tonight for the president. 4 electoral votes there.
North Dakota, undecided. The polls have just closed in this state with 3 electoral votes, but still no winner. South Dakota, the neighboring state to the south, of course, 3 electoral votes, undecided at this hour. But we can call Bob Dole the winner in the state of Wyoming. And let's take a look at the electoral map at this hour. 267 votes, electoral votes we can call in Bill Clinton's corner to 92 for Bob Dole. And we just saw pictures a moment ago of the Dole headquarters in Washington, Bernie.
Where Candy Crowley is, and she's had some rest after that marathon. What's happening where you are at Dole HQ?
Right now they are partying on. When they see the TV flash up a state for Dole, they cheer. Otherwise, they are sort of drowned out by the music here. Win or lose, I've yet to be at a campaign headquarters that didn't have very loud music, and this one's no exception. I doubt we are going to see Senator Dole probably until around 11 Eastern time after the polls close in California. They are always very concerned about tamping down the vote there, especially when there are a lot of congressional races and key ballot issues going on. In any case, they're willing to wait for him here, and we will too. Back to you, Bernie and Judy.
Thanks very much, Candy in Washington. We'll be back to you shortly. We can declare a race in Minnesota, that Minnesota Senate race. The incumbent Paul Wellstone, some say one of the most liberal men in the United States Senate, has beat back the challenge of Rudy Boschwitz.
And he embraced liberalism. He was one of the few Democrats to vote against President Clinton's welfare reform bill. They attacked him as a liberal, and it doesn't seem to have hurt him.
Frank Sesno has so much to say from the National Congressional Desk. Let's hear the very latest from him.
Well, Bernie, with a lead-in like that, I suppose I'm in some trouble. But let's start out with Wyoming, where we have some results as well. To fill the seat of retiring Alan Simpson, Mike Enzi wins there, so a Republican returns to Washington. He gets an A rating from the NRA. In Rhode Island, a Democrat replaces a Democrat, Jack Reed replacing retiring Claiborne Pell. And in the state of New Mexico, Pete Domenici wins yet again. Last time around in 1990, he won 73% of the vote. They love Pete Domenici in New Mexico. The Senate, the United States Senate, came into this evening in Republican hands. 53 Republican seats, in the seats in red there, to 47 for the Democrats, so the Democrats needed 3 for at least a tie. 34 seats at stake this evening. Many of them now have been determined. So far, the Republicans having taken 13 of the seats tonight, the Democrats just 10. So where it stands right now, if you factor in the incumbents too, the Republicans holding 47, the Democrats 42, but as you can see, there are several more to be determined. The Democrats picked up a seat in New Hampshire, and the Republicans picked up a seat in Alabama. Now, the House, 236 Republicans coming in the 104th Congress, the Congress that Newt built, to 198 for the Democrats, and independent to be thrown in there as well. Right now, the Republicans sitting on 90 seats, the Democrats 59, with that whole bunch in the middle there yet to be determined as the polls close across the country. But a couple of interesting things we want to tell you right here. Coming into tonight, 70-odd House Republican freshmen being tied to Newt Gingrich. So far, we can tell you there have been 16 winners among the freshman Republican class, no losers. That's very good news for the Republicans. Not very many surprises or close races there, but we're watching very closely. There is a pickup for the Republicans as well in South Dakota. That seat had been a retiring Democrat. It's now in Republican hands. And 19 open Democratic seats we're watching so far. The ones we can call there have all gone back to the Democrats, only 3 or 4 so far. So that's the look right now. A lot to come this evening in the congressional races. Back now to the National Desk.
Thank you, Frank.
There is a lot. In fact, we've got all these charts. You should see the charts. Let me just show you. Bernie's got his chart. I've got mine. Look at what Ken and Bill.
Everywhere we go.
I mean, I don't know how the viewers are keeping up.
Well,
they're a lot smarter than we are.
We'll be repetitive, and we'll come back for you. But a lot of times, what Frank is reporting and someone else is reporting.
And it looks like, all right, we want to clarify, because a moment ago I said 267, and the correct number is 275. You have to have 270 to win election to be president, and Bill Clinton has it, 275 to 96 for Bob Dole, and we'll keep counting. We're in Atlanta. It's 9 o'clock. It's a little after 9 o'clock, and it must be time for Larry King. Larry.
Thank you, Judy. We're here with Larry King Live. What a night we're going to have. Bob Woodward is my co-host, the Pulitzer Prize winner from the Washington Post. He'll be with us for the rest of the hour. Joining us elsewhere will be folks from everywhere. We'll be going to Little Rock. We'll be going to Dole headquarters. We'll be meeting other people as well, and results will be flashing on the bottom of the screen. Any surprise tonight, Woodward?
No, I don't think so. And the real question is why? Why did Clinton win? He went to the center where presidential elections are contested. He occupied the center. Dole could never really get there. The economy was good. I think age, the unspoken in the campaign, was a big factor. People looked at Dole, age 73. You can't become head of a company in the United States at that age. Why would you become president?
So unlike Yogi Berra, this was over before it was over.
Well, I mean,
you
never, it's always volatile, but now that it really happened, you have to look.
Okay, well, let's get down to Little Rock and talk to Mike McCurry, the White House press secretary. Can you hear us, Mike?
Larry, I can hear you loud and clear. Nice to be with you this evening.
I just found out you were there. Bob Woodward is here with me. What's your first comment on this projection?
Well, it's got to be a very gratifying night for all of us here in Little Rock. But, Larry, I want to say one thing I think is very, very important. Remember, polls are open all over this country. You're already reporting how close some of these races are tonight. And we hope folks out in California and the West that still have an opportunity to vote, get out and vote, because there are a lot of issues to be decided. One of them, what kind of Congress are we going to have to work for? It looks like tonight that those who are moderates, who appeal to that center of the American political spectrum Bob just talked about, are doing very well tonight, Democrats and Republicans, and that presents the possibility of having a real bipartisan majority in Congress that the president can work with.
When did you last speak with the president, Mike?
Well, just before coming down here, I visited him up in his suite. He's having a great time. He's got his family, some friends up there. A lot of former governors, friends of his, are kind of beginning to trickle in tonight as they watch election returns. He's very happy with what he said, but he's checking almost constantly now about how our Get Out the Vote operations are doing out in the far west, and he's saying, get on the phones and tell your friends to vote in California.
Are you surprised that, as Bob Woodward just pointed out, that to this minute there are no surprises?
Well, the contours of this race really took shape very early in the spring, and I think Bob is right. The president appealed to the center of the American political spectrum. He talked about the future. You know, American elections turn on the issues of peace and prosperity. America's at peace in the world. Our economy is growing. The president really defined a series of things that he wants to do to strengthen the future. But, you know, most important, the president said, I've got a good record, I'm proud of it, but I'm not going to sit on it. I'm going to build on it, literally build a bridge to the 21st century. And I think because he talked about the future, he didn't dwell on the past 4 years. He looked ahead. He made a very compelling case for re-election, and frankly, there was not an alternative offer.
Bob wants to ask you something, Mike.
Mike, what is the communication strategy going to be now? Is the president going to be available for interviews and much more willing to answer questions now that he seems to have won?
Of course so, Bob. You know, in the closing days of an election, it really is for the American people. And the president worked very, very hard these last several days. He did literally crowd after crowd, giving his speech, making his argument, and then going down into the crowd to talk one by one with American voters who had questions. He used to work those rope lines aggressively and answering questions, responding to concerns of the American people. When there's not an election period, really the press plays that role as a surrogate for the American people, and the president considers it a very important responsibility, part of his responsibility as president, to answer questions from the press.
Does he think that he has won now? I mean, you seem to suggest that he's not fully bought the victory. I presume at some point somebody came in and said, look, you really have won, and what did he say?
Well, look, we are a little bit humble about this. These elections are not decided by the American television networks who've got exit polls and things like that. It's really decided by the process we have in this country. Voters vote, polls close, election returns are announced. Sometime later on tonight, Senator Dole will have something to say, and then the president will have something to say. That's the way the process works. We don't fault news organizations for reporting the news, but again, I'd say polls are still open, and one of the precious things we have in this country is our ability to vote, and we hope everyone who's still thinking about it gets out and does that duty.
Thank you, Mike.
Good to be with you.
See a lot of you in the next 4 years. Okay. Are you staying on, by the way?
Well, there'll be time to decide all that. I'd like to, because I really enjoy working for what's now going to be a very historic presidency, the first president re-elected as a Democrat since the days of Franklin Roosevelt. That's an awful great opportunity to be a part of something like that.
So if asked, you're staying?
Yeah.
Okay. Why not? We'll be right back with Bob Woodward and more. Lots more to cover tonight on this edition of Larry King Live, Election Night 96. And, of course, Bernie and Judy and the rest will be taking you throughout the evening. We'll be right back. way, George Stephanopoulos will join us tomorrow night and lots of others, too, in a post-election night. Bob Woodward's our co-host of the evening, the Pulitzer Prize winner of the Washington Post. Joining us now from the Renaissance Hotel in Washington, that's Dole headquarters, is Dole's campaign national chairman, Donald Rumsfeld. Donald, when was the last time you saw the senator?
Oh, my goodness. I have not seen him since he arrived back. He's up at the Watergate now and watching the returns and planning to come down here at some point this evening.
Are you very disappointed, Don?
Well, you know, it's not over until the polls close in California and we get some actual counts. There's no question but that the situation in Florida is disappointing, but there have been some other good wins, and it certainly looks like the House and the Senate, the wonderful surge Bob Dole put on and Jack Kemp helped bring in the House and the Senate to a plus mark.
Bob Woodward said earlier that this may have been a losing task from the start for you, that it was just too much good times. Clinton went too much to the center. You agree?
Well, it's always tough to beat an incumbent president, and there's no question but that his strategy of running as a moderate conservative was very effective. He is not one, but it was successful, and it looks to be that he's going to have a pretty good night. It looks tough for Bob Dole still.
Don, could I ask you the question about, if you're a realist and straight talking, what letter grade would you give the Dole campaign, honestly?
Well, I think that there is going to be nobody in this country who voted for Bob Dole or supported Bob Dole who is not going to be very proud of that vote and that support. This is a fine, honorable, principled, decent man, and a very talented man. And if he's elected, he'll make an outstanding president.
So you don't want to answer the question, though. What would be the letter grade? I mean, not to second guess, but what letter grade would you give the campaign itself? Because that's part of what happened today.
Sure. I can't give it a letter grade. I'm not enough of an expert to be the one who makes grades for something like this, but I can say this. I think that Scott Reed and the team he pulled around him have done really an excellent job. There's always going to be some fly-specking around the edges, and someone will say, oh, you should have done this or you should have done that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't believe an incumbent president has lost an election with the economy growing, even though it's very slow growth in this century. So
Don, as well as you know him, if this trend continues, how hard will Bob Dole take this tonight?
Oh, this is a fine human being, and he is an individual who has coped with all kinds of adversity in his life, and there isn't a doubt in my mind that he will do whatever happens tonight with great dignity, win, lose, or tie.
Do you know what he's going to do? Vacate? What are the immediate plans? Do you know, Don?
Yeah, he plans to win still, I bet you. You watch him on that 96-hour marathon, and there is a man who is win, lose, or draw. He's going out as a winner.
But assuming, let's say, the worst for you, does he get down to Florida for a while?
I don't know what he plans to do. I think that obviously after a 4 or 5 days like he's had and everyone else has had, I think everyone's going to need a little rest.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Larry.
Don Rumsfeld, the campaign national chairman for Bob Dole, speaking from the Renaissance Hotel in Washington. I'm Larry King. We're with Bob Woodward. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're looking at I guess that's the governor's mansion where the president used to live. That's the governor's mansion in Little Rock, Arkansas. Pretty night almost everywhere in the United States. It was a great day to vote. I don't know the turnout. Do you, Bob?
Apparently better than expected.
Bob Woodward is my co-host. This is a special edition of Larry King Live at Election Night. We'll be going back to Bernie and Judy and the whole gang at the top of the hour for results all night long. Joining us now is the president's brother, Roger Clinton. Where are you, Raj?
Hey, Larry. Well, they've got me up here in a treehouse right on the old State House grounds. Kathy Mattea providing great background music. It's a great night, man. It's a wonderful night.
Have you been with your brother?
I've talked to him. I will be with him, and probably right after this interview, I'm going up to his room.
Well, good. Tell him to call us.
I'll do that, Larry.
All right. When did you talk to him? By phone?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
Sir.
Was he confident today?
Yes, sir. We've been pretty confident all along. He's awfully tired. He's awfully tired. Awfully happy, but awfully tired. This was a tough election. Tough campaign.
Anything surprise you in Arkansas today?
Excuse me, sir?
Anything surprise you in Arkansas tonight?
I mean, excuse me, Larry.
That's right. Stop with the sir, Roger.
Nothing really has surprised me other than the support. You know, it's always tough. It's always toughest most of the time to please your home city, your home state, your home base, so to speak. And Arkansas really rallied around us this time, and we were really glad. That's always good when you come back home and you see this kind of support.
You know, your brother was talking in those last appearances yesterday and earlier today. This is his last campaign. Do you have any idea what he's going to do after the year 2000?
Well, Larry, I would say, first off, I'd like to say I'm just throwing this in now. You do what you want to with it, but might be his last campaign as an actual candidate, but I think he'd make a heck of a campaign manager. We're going to have a woman. We're going to have a woman president one of these days, and I can't think of a better time to start. But
hold it. I think Woodward wants to ask you something, Roger.
Roger, this is Bob Woodward.
Hi, Bob.
Two years ago, it looked like your brother was not going to be reelected. The Republicans had taken over Congress. Obviously, now he's won. Did he ever, for you, isolate the turning point, or could you sense in your discussions with him when it looked like it was going from no win to a win?
You know, honestly, Bob, I think that he never really isolated, per se, the turning point with me, but I think that he would agree. From my conversations with him, we stayed the course. Just because people wanted change in '92 didn't mean they didn't still want change in '94. But it was proven, he believed in his heart, and we all believed, that they didn't want change from the presidency, from the change that they had made in '92 at the White House. They wanted change across the board, and the rest of the across-the-board scenario happened in '94. I think he stayed the course. I think you saw a lot of people jump off ship, both Democratic and Republican supporters alike, and then they all rallied back around him. But also, as he's commented several times, and other fellow Democrats and Republicans that he's worked in and around for the last several years, he became president after about 2 years. He really started becoming much more presidential, and I think everybody finally realized we have something special here, and we need to hang on to it.
Roger, do you think your sister-in-law might run for office someday?
Well, without putting myself on the spot...
Go ahead, put yourself on.
Well, you know, I can't think of a better person. She's a wonderful person, a wonderful woman, very strong, very politically active, as you well know. And she has a lot of ideas for the future. And, you know, when you're obsessed like my brother and my sister-in-law are with helping this country and this world, and I guess obsessed is the only thing you can say to characterize wanting to become president and first lady, then she has a lot more to accomplish. And I think that being in an office, a public office, and a high public office at that, I think is a perfect spot for Hillary.
Thanks very much, Roger.
Thanks, Larry. Always a pleasure, buddy.
Say hello to your brother.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you.
Go up now and say hello. Thanks, Raj. Big night tonight in Little Rock. We're with Bob Woodward. We've got a half hour to go. Trent Lott, the Senate Majority Leader, will be joining us. We'll also hear from Henry Cisneros, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and find out if he intends to stay on in this projected win for Bill Clinton. If you're joining us late, we can tell you that to this minute, so far in the major races, no surprise. We'll be back with more after this. Don't go away. Welcome back to Larry King Live. Our co-host for the hour is Bob Woodward. Trent Lott will join us in just a moment. He's the Senate Majority Leader. But before that, let's go down to Atlanta. Bernie, Judy, and the whole gang with an update. Guys?
Larry, we have 2 Senate races to call and one state in the presidency, and that is the state of Louisiana. It gave President Clinton in 1992 his biggest margin in the South outside of Arkansas, and we are saying that Bill Clinton has won Louisiana in 1996, and it's 9 electoral votes.
Now taking you to the all-important map that matters most of all in this presidential race. President Clinton at this hour has 284 electoral votes. Challenging Bob Dole has 96 electoral votes. And we continue the count.
But as good a shape the president is in these electoral votes, his coattails were not long enough, Bernie, as you said earlier tonight, to help a Democrat hang on to the Senate seat in Arkansas. CNN declares in the state of Arkansas that the U.S. Senate seat goes to the Republican, Congressman Tim Hutchinson. That is a takeover for the Republicans. That's a seat that was held by David Pryor.
And of course, what's interesting in Arkansas is that the Republican Party has not won a seat in Arkansas in 100 years.
And another Senate race we can call again, and another Republican pickup, Chuck Hagel, the Republican defeating the governor, the sitting governor, Ben Nelson.
Ben Nelson is a governor, sitting governor. He's the second sitting governor tonight to lose a Senate seat. Bill Weldon, Massachusetts, the Republican, lost to John Kerry. Maybe the voters are just saying we like the governors and we want to keep them home. You know?
I'm not seeing much by way of Clinton coattails, at least in these Senate races. We don't know a lot about the House yet, but so far there have been 3 pickups by Republicans in Alabama, Arkansas, and Nebraska. The Democrats may have won a seat, picked up a seat in New Hampshire. In fact, New Hampshire is about the only place where Clinton does look like he has coattails.
Bill?
Well, of course, with the protocol, the one who loses in an election speaks first. But Ken Bodie, let me
we do have to say
separate.
something about that New Hampshire seat. We have called that New Hampshire seat for Dick Sweat, the Democrat. We are taking another look at that, and we may be examining to see whether or not, in fact, Bob Smith, the incumbent, did win that, which would, of course, affect the balance of power in the Senate as well.
Well, both men biting their fingernails in New Hampshire at this hour. The protocol, of course, is that in a presidential election, the person who loses or appears to be losing would issue a statement first. And let's go to Candy Crowley at Dole headquarters in Washington.
Bernie, I suspect it will be another hour and a half or so before we actually see Bob Dole. That's because that's when the California polls will close. They're very concerned about some races out there, some ballot issues, so they want to wait to then. But we do have at least a tacit acknowledgement by his campaign that the presidential race at least is over. In a written statement from Press Secretary Nelson Warfield said, even in defeat, Bob Dole has much to claim by way of victory. He noted that it appears that the Republicans will retain control of Capitol Hill, and Nelson Warfield concludes this means that the nation endorsed what Bob Dole fought for, and in its broadest sense, that is support of Bob Dole. Nelson also praised Bob Dole for his courage and his honor, and I can suggest to you that there are a lot of people in this room that agree with that assessment. Back to you in the National Desk.
Okay, thanks very much, Candy Crowley. Dole should take some solace in the fact that he put a dent in Arkansas, a Republican in the Senate there for the first time.
And those raw, that's right, and those raw numbers nationally are still coming in. Larry King and Bob Woodward, back to you.
Thanks, guys. And joining us from the Majority Leader's office here in Washington is Trent Lott, the Senate Majority Leader. Trent, thanks for joining us. Bob and I were talking during the break. We have figured it out. With Newt Gingrich kind of diminished popularity, you are the most powerful elected Republican in the United States. Do you wish to comment?
Well, first, I'm glad to be with you, Larry, especially when you start talking like that. But right now, I'm excited. I think we're going to not only hold our majority, it looks like we may actually increase our majority some with that announcement in Arkansas and with the fact that maybe there was a premature call in New Hampshire and that Bob Smith may, in fact, have been elected. But it does look like, in spite of the valiant efforts of Bob Dole, the marathon man did close the gap as far as the popular vote goes. It looks like Bill Clinton will be reelected, making it even more important as we move throughout the country and out west that the people make an extra effort to go to the polls, make sure that we have a majority in the Congress so that we can make sure that Bill Clinton did keep his word, or does keep his word, then when he's been talking about how he want to do what we want to do, less government, less taxes, we want to make sure he has a chance to live up to that.
Do we have then, is the public saying we want a continued kind of stalemate hyphen gridlock?
Well, as a matter of fact, I think what they saw in the latter part of the year was progress being made and some cooperation. I think when we went out, the 104th Congress turned out to have the highest favorable rating of any Congress in 10 years. I think the people saw we kept our word. We did apply all the federal laws to ourselves and passed welfare reform, and we passed illegal immigration reform. We did work with the president where we could, and we made some real progress. And I think maybe the people saying, well, we think there was good progress made. We'd like to keep that majority in the Congress. And if Bill Clinton's going to be reelected, we really want to keep them there so that they can make sure he doesn't return to the old Bill Bill Clinton of big government and a big tax increase.
So is this a night of mixed emotions for you?
It is mixed emotions because, you know, Bob Dole worked so hard, and I'd love to have seen him win and had a majority in the Congress to work with him. I've got some friends that I've made that may not have been elected or reelected, and I regret that. But there's a certain amount of euphoria, too, because I know we've got good people coming into the Senate with Jeff Sessions and Tim Hutchinson in Arkansas and Chuck Hagel in Nebraska. I'm still pulling for Gordon Smith out there in Oregon as a really fine candidate for the Senate. So it's a mixed emotion, but I'm excited. It looks like I will still be in the majority and the majority leader in the Senate.
Senator, real quickly, what does Dole now have to say in defeat to the public?
I'm sure Bob will do a magnificent job. I know that he will express appreciation for all the people in Kansas and throughout the country that have supported him so many times in races over the past many years. And I think, you know, he will just express appreciation and no regrets. I know Bob well enough to know that he'll just suck it up and he'll move forward.
Will it be all high road? Will he take the high road on this?
Absolutely high road. That's the only way he and Elizabeth Dole would do it.
Are you interested in the presidency?
I'm interested in being reelected as majority leader and doing the best job we can for the next 2 years for the people's agenda that they have expressed to us this year.
Thanks, Trent. Senator Trent Lott, the Senate Majority Leader, Republican of Mississippi. Still to come, Henry Cisneros. Bob Woodward's our co-host, and don't forget, stay right here at CNN. We'll keep you posted throughout the night. Don't go away. We're going to go to Little Rock in a moment with Henry Cisneros. First, another question for Bob Woodward, though. You were talking during the break about the mystery now. What's the mystery now?
Well, all kinds of things. We don't know what Clinton's really thinking. Wouldn't you like to be able to have him here and say, what do you feel? What's going through your mind? The other big mystery, what's he going to do in a second term? What is his real agenda? Is he going to be a centrist? Is he going to be more of a traditional Democrat? And then the third mystery, which I'm sure is the one that he is living day and night, is what about all the investigations, FBI files, Whitewater?
The Republican Senate, you know that's going to happen. All right, maybe the answer will come from the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Henry Cisneros. What kind of 4 years are you going to have, Henry?
Well, Larry, I think it's going to get off to a very solid start because the president has been president for 4 years, and he knows where all the mechanics of how to move the White House, how to relate to the national press, how to get through the American people. So I think you're going to see a sure-footedness that maybe wasn't there in the first term because nothing can prepare you for the cauldron that is the presidency of the United States.
Do you want to stay on?
Larry, that's something I'll discuss with the president later in the week. I'd love to stay on, but it has to be balanced off against considerations, family, personal obligations, and we'll cross that bridge. Tonight is a night for celebration, and there's a lot to celebrate.
Tony Bennett, is that Tony Bennett behind you?
That's Tony Bennett in the background, and he's really got this crowd fired up. He followed Kathy Mattea, and it's going to be this celebration all evening.
Are you disappointed in the Senate results so far?
Well, I think we'd have liked to have seen more progress in terms of taking back those key Senate seats. Lost a couple that I had actually thought we would win, like Nebraska, where Governor Nelson was up for a long time. But the key thing tonight, obviously, for supporters of the president, is he's running very strong. Winning Florida, for example, for the first time in many years, 20 years, is a plus. Ohio, Missouri, a lot of other states. And, of course, I still believe we've got a chance to win the House. I'm not in position to hear all of the House returns, but I'm hopeful we can win the House.
Bob Woodward wants you to answer something.
Sure.
Sir, have you heard from the president directly on what his plans, do you have any clues about what his plans are for the second term?
Yes, he has talked on a number of occasions in small groups and private groups with the cabinet and others about some of his priorities. I think that one of the things you'll see is the continued emphasis on jobs and sustaining the economy. And part of that will be to try to create jobs for people who are affected by the signing of the welfare bill. I think in this administration you'll see a good deal more emphasis on people from distressed neighborhoods and people who are coming off of welfare. The president believes that having taken a welfare check away from people in due course, it is necessary to provide them with the opportunity to get training as well as a paycheck. And so he'll be calling on corporations to come up with a way to do that.
He said he would change that or fix it. He's not going to do it with a Republican House and Senate, is he?
Well, I think there will be limitations on how much can be fixed, and it just puts that much more emphasis on dealing with the economy, corporations, mayors and cities about working on jobs. The other priority I think you'll see with renewed emphasis is education. I have heard him say that he believes the single most important thing an American president can do to prepare people for the uncertainties of the future for the next century is focus on education. So training, schools, scholarships, computers, all of those things that truly empower people to fend for themselves, whatever turn the country takes.
Are you going to go up and see him now?
As a cabinet, we'll see him as a group in a few moments, just before he comes out and makes his acceptance. And I'm sure he's going to be a very, very happy man. And frankly, many people here feel like this is a team effort, because although he has been the leader up front, the president, people like Warren Christopher and Leon Panetta and Bob Rubin and members of the White House and the cabinet have all done a superb job of governing so that there was a record to take out, and I'm sure he's going to express his appreciation for that.
The whole cabinet is there in Little Rock?
Yes, most of the cabinet is here. I don't know that it's absolutely every person, but most have converged here from points around the country and the world to be with the president tonight. This is a very congenial cabinet. I don't know whether you've noticed, but we've not had the elbowing and the sharp, sort of conflicts that have characterized other cabinets. And he selected a congenial group, but he's also emphasized that he wanted us to work in that way. So we're real friends. There's a kind of a family feeling, and we all wanted to be with him tonight.
Can we say, Henry, on balance, based on your first statement, that you would stay on balance, or it's too close to call?
Larry, I think it's a close call.
If he said to you, Henry, I want you to stay.
Well, it's hard to look at the President of the United States when he says he wants you to stay, but let's worry about that when I sit down with him and the rest of the cabinet members sit down with him. Right now, we want to celebrate tonight's victory.
Bob has one other quick question.
Sure.
There have been lots of investigations of Clinton and the administration. You yourself have been subjected to one of them. Does that take the joy out of this victory a little bit, maybe 10%, maybe 1%?
It takes 0%. The president has won a big victory. It's an affirmation. To be elected president is a tremendous thing. It's a great honor. To be reelected is an affirmation of a vision. It's not on the basis of promises or predictions or faith or hope, but on the basis of achievements and a record. And you can't take anything away from that. At least for tonight, it's all celebration and happiness and satisfaction.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Bob.
Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Henry Cisneros. We'll go to break and come back with our remaining moments with Bob Woodward, our co-anchor. Tony Bennett has just finished singing. We'll come back, and don't forget, Bernie, Judy, and the whole gang will be back at the top of the hour. And George Stephanopoulos and others will be with us tomorrow night. And by the way, David Brinkley will be with us on Thursday night and Al Pacino Friday. We'll be right back.
Davis Jr. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above thy fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And we have one more guest as our last guest on this election night edition of Larry King Live. Joining us from Little Rock as well is the very close advisor to President Clinton, maybe the closest advisor, Vernon Jordan. There he is. How do you feel, Vernon?
It's a great night. It's a great night for the president. It's a great night for the people. And it's a great night for the Democratic Party.
Are you surprised at anything tonight?
I am not surprised. It was what I anticipated. The president campaigned hard. The vice president campaigned hard. The staffers worked very hard. And as a result of that, we have a victory tonight. They ran on their record. The American people appreciated that record. And they want to see another 4 years of Clinton and Gore.
Are you bothered by the apparent may lose some seats in the Senate?
I did not expect that we would take the Senate. I do believe, contrary to others, that we will win the House.
You think you will win the House?
I do. Okay. Closely, but I think we'll win it.
You have, Vernon, in the past, we know that you were offered a few posts in this administration, turned them down to stay with that big law firm with Bob Strauss. Would you consider joining the second term?
I like what I'm doing, and I plan to continue.
Vernon, you know how the president thinks and the kind of inner Clinton, his soul. Was there a moment in the last 2 years where this really turned around for him?
I don't believe, if I understand your question right, Bob, that there was ever a moment when this president has not been confident, not cocky, but believing that if he served well and led well, that the American people would do what they've done tonight, and that's re-elect him for a second term.
Have you spoken to him tonight, Vernon?
I have, yes. He was obviously feeling very good.
How long ago did you talk to him?
I beg your pardon?
How long ago?
30 minutes ago, just before the announcement.
When you say feeling good, would you say real up?
Up. This is so different from last 4 years ago. But if you think about it, you're 50 years old and you've been re-elected to the presidency of the United States for the second time. That's got to make you feel pretty humble, very grateful, and appreciative to the American people.
Thank you, Vernon. Vernon Jordan. We'll be back with our remaining question of Bob Woodward right after this. 5 states' booths will be closing in about 2 minutes. Stay tuned to CNN. We'll give you projections and up-to-the-minute results right at the top of the hour with Bernie and Judy and Ken and Bill. Final question of Bob Woodward. Dole.
Yeah, not only did Clinton win, Dole lost. And I think Dole lost for a couple of reasons. The decency that the people who know him, that's really there. He never communicated, never proved it to people. I think he never answered or convinced people why he wanted to be president. And I think Dole, not an executive, he would not bang the table and say, you do this, you do that. And the inconsistency of his message in the campaign kind of took on a grandeur, and it was, what's he going to be doing now? What's the shift? What's the focus? He didn't define it.
Trent Lott says we will see a classy statement, will we?
Well, it would be the best thing he could do. I mean, he should not only get on the high road, he should get on the road that runs above the high road.
Thanks, Bob. Hope you enjoyed this. Got a new career here, Woodward. No. Bob Woodward, our co-host for the hour on this edition of Larry King Live. Stay tuned now for Judy and Bernie and Ken and Bill. And don't forget, 5 states' polls are closing as we speak. We'll give you projections and up-to-the-minute results. And if you're still online somewhere and you're going out to vote in California or Washington or Oregon, please go to vote. See you tomorrow night. Good night.
President Clinton has gone over the electoral top for re-election, 291 to 105, but don't let that deter you from voting in 5 western states.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Bernard Shaw, Judy Woodruff, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
And if you're still voting, please remember the 5 states I alluded to: California, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Bill Clinton reelected.
That's right. 5 states. The polls have just closed in those 5 states. We're going to tell you shortly what happened, or at least what we think happened in several of them.
Right. So far, this looks pretty much like a status quo election to me. People are reelecting the president, and all the incumbents just about have been reelected all across the country for the Senate. We'll see what happens in the House as the night goes on.
We haven't mentioned yet Ross Perot. Let me just tell you right now briefly that he is pulling in the high single digits basically across the country, a little bit in the low double digits here and there.
Okay, now we have some states to declare, states with the polls having just closed. In the Hawkeye state, Iowa, President Clinton does as he did in '92. He wins.
In 1992, the Iowa vote exactly mirrored the national vote. 43% for Clinton, 37% Bush, and 19% for Perot.
Utah. This is a state that gave Bill Clinton his worst results in 1992, and once again, it's done the same. Bob Dole, the winner.
Worst results, I'm not sure yet, but it's not been a Democratic state since LBJ in 1964.
Bob Dole winning ditto in Idaho. 4 electoral votes, Bill.
Ditto in Idaho and Utah. Hasn't voted Democratic since 1964. Clinton only got 28% of the vote in 1992 in Idaho.
And Nevada, undecided. This is a state that was, I think Bill Clinton was the first Democrat in 28 years to carry it the last time. We don't know what's going to happen this time.
Well, our crack research team, Judy, tells me that Nevada has the highest divorce rate in the nation. And I don't know what that means exactly in terms of presidential voting.
Well, let's move on to Montana then. We have to say Montana right now, undecided.
Big surprise in '92 when Montana voted for Bill Clinton. A lot of people think Perot's very high vote there, 26%, might have taken a lot of votes from the Republicans and helped Bill Clinton carry the state. With a lower Perot vote, can he do it this time?
And the state of Kentucky, President Clinton, the winner. This state keeps up its record of voting with the winner. Over the last, this will now be 8 elections it's voted with.
That's right. It's a genuine bellwether presidential state. Bob Dole said earlier this year, if Bob Dole wins Kentucky, I'll be president. He's not going to win Kentucky, and he's not going to be president.
I wrote down on this piece of paper 3 questions. If Clinton wins, will he get a majority, 50% plus, or a plurality as he did in 1992, 43%? If Dole wins, how did he do it? And do the Republicans keep control of Congress?
Well, the Republicans are doing pretty well in the Senate seats, where the House seats take a little longer to come in. Something interesting about this election, though, is so far in all the states that have been called, only one has switched sides from 1992, and that's the state of Florida. That voted for George Bush in 1992. This year, Florida, with probably the help of a lot of older voters, voted for Bill Clinton. Every other state we called voted the same way it did in 1992.
That's right.
That's right. So it's right. It's a status quo election so far.
Okay, if you're keeping score at home for the president, these are the states won: Arkansas, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, and Missouri. And the states won: New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Vermont, Washington, D.C., no surprise there, predominantly Democratic in the district, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. Now to the Dole states won the night: Alabama, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Nebraska, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. The Dole states.
Now let's take a look at some raw numbers. With 29% of the national vote that has come in, you can see the numbers there. The president has 49%, Bob Dole 43%, and Ross Perot 8%. But again, that's with less than 30% of the vote counted. It's early in the raw vote counting. We're not going to know. One of those questions you asked a moment ago, Bernie, about whether he's going to go over 50. Right now, he's not.
Well, let's whisk you now to Frank Sesno and the Congressional Desk.
Thanks very much, Bernie. Well, what we can tell you at this time is that the Republicans are teetering on the edge of being able to claim victory, being able to say that mathematically they will retain control of the United States Senate. Let's take a look and tell you some of what's happening. First to Idaho. In the state of Idaho, a close race. Not really. Larry Craig wins. The Republican, he returns to Washington rather easily. In Iowa as well. Not much drama there in the end. Tom Harkin, actually there's a little bit of drama. Tom Harkin and Lightfoot there. Representative Jim Lightfoot in a close race, still too close to call. In Montana, Early days yet. Senator Baucus and Dennis Rayburg, still not calling that one for you. In New Hampshire, we've gone back. We're taking another look at this one. It's turning out to be a closer race than we'd anticipated between Bob Smith, the Republican, and Dick Swett, the Democrat. In Louisiana, a very close and hard-fought race there, and as you can see, with a little bit more than a third reporting, Woody Jenkins up over Mary Landrieu. To Colorado now. The Rocky Mountain State, Allard versus Strickland. Allard, the Republican, out in front, but still, again, very early hours, only 2% in, so that's one we're going to have to keep watching. South Dakota, Larry Pressler up against Tim Johnson, representative there. Johnson so far up, but again, very, very slim numbers there. And in the state of Maine, a very close race, but still only 11% reporting, so nothing definitive there. Susan Collins against Joe Brennan. Joe Brennan is very well known in that state, has been running since the 60s for one office or another. So in the Senate, the balance of power in the Senate coming into this evening was as follows. The Republicans, having held for these last few years 53 seats represented in red, 47 for the Democrats needing 3. In fact, 34 seats at stake at the beginning of this evening. That's the way it cycles through. 16 seats going to the Republicans tonight, 9 to the Democrats. The Republicans have picked up 2 seats. So as it now stands, the Republicans, as you can see, hold 50 seats, the Democrats 41, 9 undecided. Only 5 of those 9 remaining seats are Republican seats. The Democrats would have to pick all of those up if they were to now regain control or at least have a tie. The 104th Congress, the House of Representatives, into this evening, 236 Republican, 198 Democrat. All 435 House seats up for grabs tonight. That's the way it works. At this hour, the Republicans holding 127, the Democrats holding 108. What we can tell you so far is that in the freshman class, which we watch very closely, of Republicans, the Republicans voted in 1994, most of them are doing rather well. We have 23 of them who've won, only 3 of them who've been defeated. We will keep watching very closely to see what happens. Want to very briefly come over to Bruce Morton here. Bruce has been following the Senate. Bruce, what we've seen in the Senate, what we're teetering on, as we say, is certainty that the Republicans retain control.
Well, we've all been talking, Frank, about this being a status quo election, and in fact, that's pretty much what it's turned out to be. The Republicans have done well enough in those open Democratic seats in the South, taking 2 out of 4 at least. We don't know about Louisiana yet. And they're practically assured of control. The Democrats have to win everything that's in play, and they probably won't do that.
Okay, and we're going to be watching. We'll have more definitive word in the minutes and hours ahead. And that's it right now from the congressional desk. Back to the national desk.
And we have some news for you about the Old Dominion state. It's been teetering for now several hours, and we can report to you that Bob Dole is the winner in the state of Virginia. 13 electoral votes. This is a state that George Bush won in '92, and it's a state that is, frankly, dependably Republican, but it was a toss-up for a long time this year.
That's right. The rule is holding. This is a state that went for Bush in '92, and it's gone for Dole in '96. And it's also, of course, a big tobacco state, which probably hurt Bill Clinton.
The last time that state went Democratic was for LBJ in 1964, but Bill Clinton tried to put it in play this year. He visited Virginia, and the entire congressional cast of Democrats went with him and stood up on that stage, which surprised me, frankly.
All right, we want to go now to CNN's Bob Franken, who is over at the headquarters of the Speaker of the House, Mr. Gingrich. Bob.
Well, just a moment ago, Judy, the various people in the room, and the room is pretty crowded, as you can see, were hollering, "We want Newt, we want Newt." Well, Newt, House Speaker Newt Gingrich, has been sitting in his staff office after having a leisurely dinner, and he is contemplating exactly when he wants to come out and talk. The cheering at the moment is not just for him. They're just cheering because they're pretty happy, first of all, because he's going to be winning his congressional seat here quite easily. What Speaker Gingrich is probably waiting to do right now is to see the concession speech from Senator Dole. There is concern in the Gingrich camp that, in fact, this early result could have an adverse effect from their point of view on the West Coast. That is to say that discouraged Republicans would decide not to go to the polls, but in fact that could affect the balance of power in the House of Representatives. Bernie?
Thank you, Bob. We have not called, by the way, the race for Speaker Gingrich. He's being challenged by the millionaire cookie manufacturer, baker, Michael Coles. We have the raw data in so far with 13% of the precincts reporting. You see the Speaker with just about 5,000 ahead of Mr. Cole. CNN's live coverage on this election 96 from CNN Center here in the Atrium in Atlanta will continue in just a moment. We have been reporting to you very faithfully every late-breaking development. We have another one. This one concerns the Dole camp. Please listen very carefully. The Dole camp is now saying that a statement released from the Dole camp was released prematurely. The Dole camp emphasizes at this hour, no concession has been made, nothing has been conceded, and the Dole camp regrets any confusion the prior release of that statement might have caused. And important to remember, Dole campaigned very vigorously in California. He drew a bullseye around that state, and obviously the man does not want to concede anything unless and until the polls close in California, and those polls are open for 45 more minutes. We'll keep you updated on that. Judy?
All right, let's take a look now at a state we reported the Senate results on just moments ago. That is Massachusetts. We declared John Kerry the winner. 594,000 votes at 52%. Let's go to Governor Weld, who is making a speech right now. Let's listen.
Buckingham. She is a brilliant general who managed to wage war and command an army and keep an unruly candidate in line without ever losing her sweetness of temper. And if that ain't a high wire act, I don't know what is. And as well, Tom Valley, who ran the most efficient, disciplined, high-spirited operation I've ever seen in a campaign. Or anywhere else, for that matter. Valley, you're number one. And Martha Chayette and her crew on the finance operation. They took us from zero to financial security in 11 months on Martha's first try, with no practice. Think what that woman can do with practice. It's scary. And I do want to thank, and I want to individually congratulate all the rest of the best campaign staff and interns and volunteers in the country. It's been an unbelievable operation, and I will never cease to be grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to the chairman of my campaign, State Senator Brian Lees, for rousing Western Massachusetts on my behalf, and for endless good advice. But
Massachusetts Governor William Weld will be remaining as the governor of Massachusetts. He lost a bid to become that state's junior U.S. senator. This is someone who took a great big gamble, Bernie, when he decided to stick his neck out and say to the voters, please elect me to the U.S. Senate. He already had a pretty good job as governor. He'll continue in that job. He
told the audience there tonight in Boston he was awaiting the hit and vote. The hit and vote never appeared, and Bill Schneider had reported in exit polling that there was a wide gender gap. Women breaking overwhelmingly for his opponent, John Kerry, the incumbent Democrat, as opposed to Governor Weld. That's one situation in the Northeast. In the South, in Little Rock, everybody's happy down there. Let's see the smile on the face of Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff.
Yes, it's there.
There it is.
Tell us about your reaction, Leon Panetta, and especially that of the president.
Well, everyone is obviously very pleased with the predictions, but I think you're right to continue to say to the voters in my home state of California, get out there and vote because you can still make a difference. But we're obviously very pleased with the course that this election is taking tonight. We feel very comfortable and very, very good and very excited.
Leon Panetta, let's talk hard-nosed strategy for a moment. I know you're in a crowded, noisy area there, but please, let's go back to 1994 when your boss, the president, was devastated by the Republicans riding roughshod into Washington and taking over the Congress. That affected him mightily. He began the tack towards the middle when he saw what happened. The Republicans shut down Congress, and a lot of people believe that that was the turning point and the launching pad for the Clinton re-election victory tonight.
Bernie, I think, as always, these things go to a lot of important factors. I think, first of all, I think the president's record, and that goes back to his first 2 years, particularly on the budget, reducing the deficit and getting the economy in place, along with crime and education. All of those elements were put in place the first 2 years. But obviously, when the Republicans came in and shut down the government, the American people then could contrast what he had done and tried to do for the country with where they were trying to take the country. And I think that helped a great deal in terms of getting the president's message across the American people about the future.
We don't know yet, Leon Panetta, what the final vote total will be, but as of now, it's looking as if the president is under 50%. Does it make a difference that this president might be coming back to office with a less than a majority support of the American people?
I think we're headed towards a clear victory for the president. He'll be the only, I guess, about the 5th Democratic president in our history to win re-election to the presidency. He's the first president since President Roosevelt, Democratic president, to win re-election, and it looks like we're headed to about 400 electoral votes. So I think he's got a very strong victory to bring to the country and to the Congress in terms of getting his agenda accomplished.
Well, Leon Panetta, no one is denying the victory tonight and denying the congratulatory atmosphere, but going back to the tone of Judy's question, it looks like President Clinton, re-elected, first time for Democrats since FDR in the 40s, it looks like the president is going to have to deal with a plurality rather than a majority of the vote. As we're looking on screen now at 35%, it shows the president at 50% right now. That's with 35% of all precincts nationwide reporting. But my question goes to the tone of the Congress. It might be predominantly Republican, we have to wait and see, but the tone of the Congress this president will have to deal with. And my question is, when does lame duck disease set in?
Well, I'll have to tell you, having worked for this president, there's no such thing as lame duck disease for him. He's intent on a strong agenda for these next 4 years. He's talked about education. He's talked about balancing the budget. He's talked about implementing health care provisions for kids. He's talked about doing a lot of things in terms of crime, particularly with regards to gangs, youth gangs, and neighborhoods. He's got a very clear agenda, and I think right now, if the Republicans are smart and the Democrats are smart, there'll be a bipartisan effort to implement that agenda. The American people, frankly, are sick of gridlock and partisanship and the kind of political attacks and personal attacks that we've seen. That's reflected in this vote tonight.
Well, speaking of political and personal attacks, Leon Panetta, last question. The president has been relentlessly attacked in these last days and weeks by Bob Dole and Ross Perot on ethics charges, on character, on trust, on honesty. Did your campaign, did the White House underestimate the extent to which this was going to dominate this campaign?
Well, I have to tell you that I think looking back over these last 4 years, it's pretty clear that a number of efforts were made through allegations to go after personal attacks in one way or another. So we anticipated, unfortunately, I think for the American people, that this campaign was going to be about insults rather than issues. That was too bad. But they were smart enough to focus on the issues. That's why they voted the way they did. And I think that's a signal to the Republicans and to the Democrats and to the American people that what the Congress and the President need to focus on are the issues that affect families in this country. If it bogs down in personal attacks or allegations and investigations, I think the American people are going to say, reject that and say it's time to get down to business and deal with us, not yourselves.
Leon Panetta, White House Chief of Staff, and we should tell you as you leave us
they're
that,
rocking here, Bernie.
they're rocking there, but the man you drew a bullseye around, House Speaker Newt Gingrich of Georgia, guess what? He's coming back to Washington. CNN declares Gingrich the winner over his challenging Democratic opponent, the millionaire cookie baker, Michael Coles. Newt Gingrich going back to Washington. CNN declares he has won in his congressional district. In New Jersey, Robert Torricelli, the Democrat who battled a Republican congressman for the vacant seat of Bill Bradley, is talking to his supporters. Let's listen.
These 6 years are clear. To be worthy of every ounce of your energy, all the devotion you gave to this campaign, all the service you gave to me. Thank you all so very, very much. Earlier I received a call from Dick Zimmer. No, there's been enough of that. I congratulated on his drive, his tenacity, and the spirit with which he defended his own beliefs. Now to the people of New Jersey on these last moments of the 1996 campaign. I want to make a suggestion of my own. There is a place in public life for spirited debate. Differences of ideas and positions on issues is what governing our country is all about. But there is nothing contradictory in the conflict with ideas, in being civil to each other, respecting each other's views.
One happy headquarters, one happy candidate, now Senator-elect Bob Torricelli in New Jersey, telling everybody how glad he is to be in that position. We hope we're going to be able to bring you a number of campaign headquarters. In fact, we were just about to hear from North Carolina. We're going to try to do that in a minute, among other things.
And we'll be right back with more of our coverage, including Ken Bodie and Bill Schneider's just itching to give us the latest exit polls.
You guys are still here.
Bodie and Cody.
We have another Senate winner to tell you about, and that is that Tom Harkin, the Democrat, has won re-election to the U.S. Senate from the state of Iowa. There it is. He defeated Republican Congressman Jim Ross Lightfoot. Now to another Senate race in the state of North Carolina. The loser, former Charlotte Mayor Harvey Gantt, is talking to his supporters. Let's listen.
You're in the forefront for change, too. And even though we didn't get the result that we wanted tonight, and for me it's a second time, I love America because it's the land of second and third chances. And what's important, I want you young people to feel good about this country and to feel good about the efforts that you can put forward, and to know that struggle and perseverance will in the long run pay off. That you can find your dreams if you work hard and you put in the time, put forth the effort. I love you. I love you. And I don't mind telling you that it's painful. It hurts not to win. But I consider it an honor to live in this wonderful country and to have met so many of you who really care. And let's find a way to reach out to other North Carolinians, even those who supported the victor tonight, to find a way for us to build a stronger and richer North Carolina and a better America. I'm here for you, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for all those
The
folks.
Democrat Harvey Gantt, former mayor of Charlotte, the loser in the Senate race. This was his second try at defeating Jesse Helms. He lost, 6 years ago, and he lost again this time, and it was a pretty emotional time for him.
But he said, America's a great country. It's a country of second and third chances.
And
so
do you think
maybe,
he was suggesting
I don't
something?
know. I don't know.
Richard Nixon would be the one who had so many chances, and he kept coming back.
Helms would be
again.
81 years old if he runs
I
again.
think Gantt's words were really money in the bank for a future run at this. And what's really important to note about this race is that this one was less nasty than the one in 1960.
That's right. We found that even though there were about 600,000 new residents of North Carolina since 1990, the fact is they voted more or less the same way other residents of North Carolina voted. They broke along racial lines.
Okay, CNN's coverage of this election night, the denouement to Campaign 96 will continue, and we'll be right back here at CNN Center in Atlanta in just a moment.
CNN coverage of Election 96. Live from CNN Center, here are Judy Woodruff, Bernard Shaw, Bill Schneider, and Ken Bodie.
Well, amidst all the political news that we are reporting tonight, we do have some serious news to tell you about, and that is a car accident that the governor of Mississippi, Kirk Fordyce, was in a little bit earlier tonight. He was driving a sport utility vehicle on an interstate near Jackson, Mississippi, when the car turned over. It was caught on fire. He was pulled from a burning wreckage. He was unconscious, and he's since been taken to a hospital and is reported in serious condition. Kirk Fordyce is 62 years old. He was strapped in with a seat belt and an airbag and had to be literally cut out of the car in order to be taken to the hospital. Fractured ribs, a collapsed left lung, lacerations, and more. So we'll be watching for the condition of Governor Fordyce throughout this evening. Bernie.
96 minutes ago, the networks declared that President Clinton had won re-election. The polls do not close in California for another 22 minutes. Our Jennifer Arthur has been tracking this story and the resonance it's created within California. Jennifer is in Santa Monica.
That's right, Bernie. There are some key congressional races going on here. We talked with a lot of voters here in the last few minutes of polling in California. But the question really is, with the presidential race already called, is that fair to West Coast voters? Voters in the West fall into three main categories. First, there are those vehemently opposed to the networks declaring early that a presidential candidate has beaten the other candidate.
I think the East Coast journalists and people like that, they need to just really think about the fact that we go out here and vote. They encourage you to vote, but yet and still when we come home from work, we get off of work 5, 6 o'clock. By the time we get ready to go vote, they've already called it. What's the point at that point? I think it's irresponsible, and I think it's not only that, it's discourteous.
I don't think it's right because it would influence others to not vote or vote a different way, and that's just not the American way as far as I'm concerned.
I actually turned it on before I came here, and they were already starting to call some of the races, and I think that it affects people. And people then stay home, and that's not a good thing. We need people to vote.
Then there are those West Coast voters who choose to insulate themselves by simply not listening.
I wasn't listening to the radio purposely on the way in, so I have no idea how it's going now.
I should have been working till 6 o'clock, and I knocked off work early just so my vote, I could feel like it counted for something, so it at least get counted before they were wrapping up on the East Coast.
Most of the voters we talked with said the network calls on presidential races won't discourage their participation in the electoral process.
No, I've been at work all day. I haven't heard anything, but yes, I did vote this morning.
And then there are those who listen to the early calls.
I like it. It's okay with me. I like to get a gauging as to what's going on. I think that's okay.
Now, in the past commercial break, we did get a chance to talk with some of the voters that are voting here in the last 20 minutes of polling in California. And here's the breakdown. 2 said that they heard the call. It didn't matter to them. It didn't change who they're going to vote for. 6 told us that they were at work or otherwise did not hear the call, so they just went on ahead and voted anyway. And then one person was, in fact, angry. She heard the call. She said she turned off the television set because, in her words, it just isn't fair. She came to vote anyway. Back to you on the National Desk.
All right, Jennifer Arthur there in Santa Monica, California. One of the races we have called in the Senate is that of North Carolina. The incumbent Republican Senator Jesse Helms, the winner, as you can see, 53% to 47%, Harvey Gantt. Let's go to Helms' headquarters in Raleigh, where the senator is responding to the cheers of his supporters, and he has a few words to say. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. All right. Now look what you've done.
CNN at 20 minutes before 11 p.m. Eastern Time is going to the South now in declaring the state of Mississippi has been won by Republican challenger Bob Dole. Put Mississippi in the Republican column as Jesse Helms in Raleigh talks at his victory rally tonight.
Dot looked at me with great concern, and she said, they're saying 12 more years. Don't you know, I can hear it now. I can hear it now, the gnashing of teeth in the editorial department of the Charlotte Observer, the Raleigh News Observer, the Greensboro Daily News, the Winston-Salem Journal, and I saw Dan Rather trying to avoid announcing who was the winner in North Carolina. And did you see the news report? I guess it was last night or this morning that cousin Jimmy Carter came to North Carolina yesterday. Did you see that? And he claimed kinship. He said he was my cousin. Not so fast, Jimmy.
75-year-old Jesse Helms celebrating with his supporters his win in the North Carolina Senate race. Let's travel several hundred miles north to the state of Massachusetts, where John Kerry, the incumbent senator, has been reelected. Democrat reelected in Massachusetts. John Kerry defeating the governor of Massachusetts, the Republican William Weld, who had hoped to unseat him. Let's listen to John Kerry.
And I want the people of Massachusetts to know that I extend my hand to him in a spirit of bipartisanship, as I know others who have fought with us in this effort also do, because in the end, it's our responsibility to do what is best for Massachusetts. And we will build on that, and we will do that. So, Governor, you kind of jumped the gun on where we're going to have this beer. But let me tell you, there's no doubt we're going to have not one, but a couple of beers somewhere pretty soon.
And going now to Minneapolis, where incumbent Paul Wellstone, one of the most liberal persons in the Senate, a Democrat, won re-election. This is the second time around that Rudy Boschwitz tried to beat Wellstone. This is the way our board looks at this hour, with 18% of the precincts reporting. Wellstone with 59% to Boschwitz's 38%. And here he is now, tired but happy.
I want to say to all of Minnesota, we must, we will
we will continue to do everything we can, all of us together, to reduce the violence, too much violence in homes and schools and in communities. I want to say, and I want to say to Minnesotans, I believe that it's just wrong that people should go without health care. We must have universal health care coverage. But if we can't...
From the Wellstone headquarters to Ross Perot in Dallas, Texas, the man who came in third in 1992 is talking to his supporters there in Dallas. We are not able to bring you the sound. We can see the picture, but we want more than that. We want to know what he's saying, and we're going to try to go back to Ross Perot's headquarters in just a moment. Bernie, let's look right now at the total. These are the actual vote totals that we get. And you can see Ross Perot with 8% of the vote.
Ross Perot hasn't had much to say yet tonight. Let's listen to what he's saying now in Dallas.
My dream is they will go to heaven because they do what they say they'll do, right? Then it's done. It's done. But that's got to stop. We have got to get that done, and we have got to get campaign reform in terms of the time for campaign and all that done. We must set the highest ethical and moral standards for the people who serve in our government, and all of that has got to be changed from rules to laws in the next 4 years, and we're going to have to stand at the gate and keep the pressure on, and we will. Now, we will not let our children and grandchildren pay an 82% tax rate, which our government forecasts they will. We've got to have the balanced budget amendment. We've got to have the plan to balance the budget and all the things that you have fought so hard and so long for, and we've got to stand at the gate to make sure that happens if we want to pass on a better, stronger country to our children. We will make the 21st century the best in our country's history, but you and I have to stay on watch. We have to keep the pressure on. And as I've said 1,000 times to both parties when they say, what does it take to make all of you people go away? And that is, do all of this and then we don't have anything to talk about, right? It's done. Thank you. You've worked night and day. You've done a tremendous job. Take a little break and then we'll climb back in the ring and keep the pressure on to see that everybody keeps those promises, right? Great.
In Dallas, H. Ross Perot promising to keep the feet to the fire, the feet belonging to the Democrats and the Republicans. One thing, he finally came around on a balanced budget amendment. Bob Dole wanted one. President Clinton is opposed to a balanced budget amendment, but it's clear this man has beating in his blood campaign finance reform.
You know, Ross Perot did not tonight, as far as we can tell, carry the voters that voted for him in 1992. He managed to energized the issue of campaign reform in the last days, but most of the voters, more of the voters, a plurality, voted for him in '92, went for Bob Dole this time.
That's right. In fact, we have the figures right here. The Perot voters from '92 went 45% for Bob Dole, 30%, less than a third, stayed with Ross Perot. Only 23% went for Bill Clinton, who won the election anyway, but he won it without really carrying very much of the Perot vote. It looks like Perot's message on campaign finance reform got through, but it produced votes for Dole, not for Perot.
It's interesting. He talks about campaign finance reform. In fact, he's the beneficiary of the current system. He took, what, $30 million in federal money to run his campaign.
Which probably was a mistake, don't you think?
Well, taking that amount of money meant that he could only spend, what, $50,000 of his own dollars on this campaign. In 1992, he got 19% of the vote, but he spent $65 million.
He took the money so he could get into the debates. He thought that would instantly qualify him to be in the debate. He's publicly subsidized, and they kept him out of the debate.
Time out. Our coverage will continue in a moment.
We're not really fighting. We never fight.
Governor's race?
Yeah.
Well, CNN is calling a race, the governor's race in West Virginia. It's a Republican pickup. We're saying that Cecil Underwood, 73 years old, first won the governorship in that state in 1957. At 73, he is going back. He will be the nation's oldest governor. That is a Republican pickup.
And he was the nation's youngest governor, or at least West Virginia's youngest governor, when he was elected governor in 1956. Talk about your comeback.
Let me just say one thing. He's 74. Today is his birthday.
Today is his birthday. By the way, he defeated
Happy
Charlotte.
birthday, Cecil Underwood.
He defeated Charlotte Pritt, the former state legislator in West Virginia. William Jefferson Clinton, 4 more years. How did he do it?
Well, let's take a look at the exit polls and see if we can find out. Everybody's been talking about the gender gap, so let's see what kind of gender gap we got. Now, look at men. Shame on them. Men couldn't make up their minds. You got men voting for Bill Clinton here. You got just as many men voting for Bob Dole. These men, you know, they just can't make up their minds. But how about women? Women. Ha! Women know who they want. Women clearly are for Bill Clinton. Majority of women. Now, this is the biggest gender gap we've seen in a presidential election ever in our exit polling. And if Bob Dole ends up carrying men, it would be the first time that men have voted for one candidate and women voted for the other candidate. Now, another important factor in Clinton's victory. Look at his move to the center. He carried the moderate vote very handily. This is important because while there are more conservatives than liberals, half of Americans call themselves moderate, and Bill Clinton dominated that moderate category by nearly 2 to 1. If there was any single issue that helped Clinton win, it has to be the economy. Now, look at this. About 45%, almost half the voters, said their financial situation has stayed about the same in the last 4 years. They split their vote evenly. 20% say, well, things have actually gotten worse, and they voted 2 to 1 for Bob Dole. But a third told us things have gotten better in the last 4 years, and let's take a look at how those people voted. That was where Clinton really built up his majority. 2/3 of them say if their family was better off since 1992, 2/3 of those voters went for Bill Clinton. So the answer to Clinton's big victory in the presidential race today, people who were better off voted heavily for Bill Clinton.
Was it Ronald Reagan who said in 1984, he was the first one to ask the question, are you, in that debate with Jimmy Carter, are you better off, I mean with 1980 with Jimmy Carter, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And ever since then, that question has been asked in every single presidential election, are you better off?
And it works.
You've really gotten that little male and female signals down pretty pat, haven't you, Bill?
I want to get back to you on the question about the big gender gap in the history of our exit polling, but we're going to pause and we'll be right back with more of our coverage from CNN Center in Atlanta.
Bill, I like
As the time zones shift from east to west and the polls close, let's check in with our congressional desk man, Frank Sesno, for the very latest on the 105th Congress. Frank?
Well, Bernie, as it looked good for Bill Clinton coming into the evening and going through the evening, so it looks pretty good for the Republicans right now. Certainly in the Senate, things are looking very solid there. In the state of Georgia, Max Cleland, the Democrat, picking up a win in the state of Georgia, beating Guy Milner. The Republicans had hoped to come back from behind in this one and prevail, but they did not. Coming over to Bruce Morton now, looking at the state of Georgia, Bruce. It was a close one, it seemed, in the final days.
Well, it was close. Guy Milner spent a lot of money, and in the end, it all came down to women. Men divided pretty evenly in Georgia. Women liked Max Cleland by a lot, and that was his margin of victory. In Alabama, another of those open southern seats, which went the other way, women split pretty evenly. Men went for the Republican, Jeff Sessions, and he was the winner. Louisiana, of course, is still out, but what we seem to know pretty certainly is that the Republicans are going to keep the Senate. We don't know the margin yet, but unless they lose every single seat that's still in play, they're going to control the Senate.
Bruce, let me jump in here. I think we're going to come back in just a few minutes and finish all this congressional business up, but I believe there's some news brewing on the national desk, and if the time is right, we're going to go back there now.
Indeed. Thanks, Frank. First to the West Coast. In California, CNN is declaring at this moment that President Clinton has won California's juicy 54 electoral votes, a state he worked very, very hard and repeatedly.
Went there almost 30 times. Bob Dole put everything he had into the last few weeks in California, spent $1.5 million a week. It didn't work.
The state of Washington, we can also say that Bill Clinton has won. This is a state that he won in 1992, Ken Bodie, and more good news for the Democrats.
It's a state that's become more and more Democratic in presidential voting as time goes on, as are all of the states down this Pacific Rim: Washington, Oregon, California.
11 electoral votes in Washington and in Oregon. CNN declares at 11 o'clock tonight, President Clinton has won the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes in Oregon going to Mr. Clinton.
Strong environmental constituency in Oregon, and Clinton was strong on that issue. Perot did very well last time in Oregon. He got a quarter of the vote, but this time Clinton kept it as he did in '92.
And the state of Hawaii, a state that has gone Republican only twice since it became a state in 1959 for Bill Clinton.
Not many electoral votes on Hawaii, but again, it's like all of these states on the Pacific Rim. They are becoming more and more Democratic in presidential voting.
Coming back to North Dakota, CNN declares that Bob Dole has won the state of North Dakota with 3 electoral votes.
North Dakota is not on the Pacific Rim. It's an interior state. Hasn't voted for a Democrat since 1964, and it didn't do it this time. Voted for Bush in '92 and Clinton in '96. And Dole in '96.
Okay. Frank, we interrupted you, but we felt that you and our viewers wanted to know the very latest. Oh, Judy has another one.
I think we've got one more to call, and I need to see or get a cue from Bob Fernand. Let's see, what are we calling now? Let's take a look.
Gary Locke.
Ah, yes, Gary Locke, the winner, we are declaring. The Democrat in the state of Washington. He will become the first Asian American governor in the United States.
This is not a pickup for the Democrats. This Mike Lowry was a Democrat and did not run again, so this is a...
Okay, I just wanted to add he's the first Chinese American on the mainland.
First Asian American governor on the mainland. He defeated Ellen Craswell, who was a candidate very closely identified with the religious right in that state.
Okay. Gary Locke, King County Executive. Frank, I was about to say we interrupted you, but we thought you and our viewers would like to know the very latest on those calls. Back to you.
Thanks, Bernie. It's never an interruption. We were talking with Bruce Morton, though, and want to come back to that. Bruce, what's happened tonight, before we get into some of the specific races again, what's happened tonight is that the Republicans have picked up 2 Senate seats net. They came into the evening up 3. That means they're now up 5. Mathematically, the Democrats could still rally back and at least have a tie, but it looks pretty solid for the GOP.
That's a real long shot. Heavy odds against that. If we were in Nevada, I'd quote you some,
But the efforts to nationalize this campaign, to link every Republican senatorial candidate with Newt Gingrich, to throw around words like extremist and the Medicare issue and all of that, appear not to have worked. There is ticket splitting, a great deal of it this evening.
There's a lot of ticket splitting. The Republicans kept saying liberal as Ted Kennedy, and the Democrats kept saying I'm the moderate, he's the extremist way over there. And there have been just a number of races in which that didn't work on both sides. You know, there hasn't been a wholesale change here.
One place where liberal was not a dirty word, apparently, tonight, Bruce, is in the state of Minnesota. We are calling Paul Wellstone the winner there, the incumbent.
Well, he did a remarkable thing. He ran as what he was, and in fact, he's a liberal. He may be the most liberal sitting senator, but even those people in Minnesota who identify themselves as moderates went overwhelmingly for Mr. Wellstone. Another extraordinary thing about that run, he's the only senator who was up this year who voted against the welfare bill on the grounds that it was too tough. But even those Minnesotans who thought it wasn't tough enough, a third of them voted for Wellstone. He must be doing something right.
Okay, very good, Bruce. We're going to come back and talk some more about the Senate in just a bit. But what we want to talk about now is the ever-important House of Representatives. Coming into this evening, of course, it was a Republican House of Representatives, the famous 104th Congress, the House that Newt Gingrich built. The Republicans had a clear edge in the House of Representatives. If you take a look here at our graphics, which lay it all out for you, coming into the evening, the 104th Congress, the Republicans held 236 seats. The Democrats, here in blue, 198. What's happening tonight? Well, what's happening tonight is a very interesting scenario. What we can tell you at this time, there's still 142 seats that are undecided. These seats come slowly. Sorry about that. But the Republicans right now holding 153, the Democrats 138. In the okay, let me just jump in here. We're going to hear from one of our House incumbents, Democrat Richard Gephardt, who would have been here speaking to his supporters.
3 wonderful children, and the proudest achievement in my life is not my public service, but the fact that we have raised 3 wonderful children, Matt, Chrissy, and Kate. I want to recognize Jane, my wife, who's my partner and makes my public service possible, and my mother, Lorene, who's 88 years old and gave me the values, the South St. Louis values that I've grown up with and have made my public service. Now, when we lost the House of Representatives 2 years ago, it was a humbling loss. And I told my colleagues that we had to go out into the country, and as I have in my district, go door to door and talk to the people in the country and to try to find out what their concerns were, because we had been humbled by our loss. I went into the 3rd District, as I always do, door to door, and we listened to people. And it was from that listening that we developed our agenda that I believe the American people are listening to. We call it Families First, and I believe that agenda will win us a victory tonight in the House of Representatives.
Dick Gephardt still holding out hope for a victory in the House of Representatives tonight, sounding a bit hoarse from all the campaigning he's been doing, but there's a long road to travel there. We were looking at the House Republican freshmen. They were supposed to be endangered. So far, 35 of them have been reelected. 5 of them have lost. We were looking at 19 open Democratic seats in the South. That's where the Democrats seem to be most vulnerable. So far, the Democrats have lost 5 of the seats they had held in the South. Right now, looking to be a pretty strong night for the Republicans as well. I understand we have Senator Strom Thurmond in our crosshairs talking to his supporters in South Carolina. We go there now.
And before Tony took over this campaign, and before we got started, Mr. Mark Gooden came down and turned the thing around and got it going. Mark Gooden did a great job. The campaign staff has never been a finer working staff that's more loyal and more helpful than they are. The chairman, Tony Denny. Where is he? Come up here and let him see it.
93-year-old Strom Thurmond. He will be 100 years old at the end of this term that he has been reelected. Well, 99 years old at the end of this term that he'll be reelected to, has just been reelected.
He has that wonderful old South accent. I'm sure that some viewers wanted to have subtitles there to make out what he was saying.
That's right. Well, you just have to understand Southern. Some of us do. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with much, much more. We'll be back. We have a result.
Yes, we do. Republican Senator William Cohn of Maine, he retired. And Susan Collins, a member of Cohn's staff, she takes over for her boss. It was an open seat, but the Republicans keep it, defeating Joseph Brennan, a former governor and former Democratic representative.
She's a new Republican senator, but her record is, her views are that mostly of a moderate, much in the mold of her colleague, Olympia Snowe. That gives Maine 2 women Republican senators, both moderates.
We now have 2 states with 2 women representing them in the Senate.
Right.
And a big story in Louisiana, Mary Landrieu, the winner in the Senate. I don't know if we have a picture of her, but we've just been told by our executive producer, Bob Fernand, that she is the winner. That was a cliffhanger right up until the end.
That was a very clear choice for the voters of Louisiana. Mary Landrieu is a moderate, at least probably a liberal. She's very pro-choice. The Archbishop of New Orleans came out and said a Catholic couldn't in good conscience vote for her. That's the most Catholic state in the South, as Bill Snyder told us before. And the person she was running against, Woody Jenkins, a state legislator so conservative that in 20-some years in the state legislature, he did not vote for a single tax increase. Mary Landrieu.
she had problems with the African-American community in Louisiana, and she had to work feverishly to shore up support among black voters in the state of Louisiana.
What this means, I guess, is that we can now project accurately that the Republicans will have at least 51 votes in the Senate. They will control the Senate. Correct?
That is correct.
That's right, because Louisiana, the Democrats are holding on there.
That's right. And that means
Maine is a Republican seat that the Republicans are holding on to.
And that means, obviously, that in addition to Trent Lott being majority leader, we'll have Alphonse D'Amato heading the Banking Committee, and that's bad news for Bill Clinton.
Over in the House, Speaker Newt Gingrich, we called his race. He's going back to Washington, of course. But let's listen here in Marietta and see what he has to say about the balance of power, which is what we've been watching for you all night long. Newt Gingrich.
Newt Gingrich is someone who became a symbol of everything evil to the Democrats after the first few months of the Gingrich Revolution. There are those who say that he pushed the revolution too far. It looks like he's getting ready to speak. Well, maybe he's getting ready to speak.
Newt Gingrich predicted that the Republicans would pick up between 6 and 26 seats in the House of Representatives.
Not that you all are excited or anything, but this is pretty amazing. Let me say, first of all, to all of you, that I, on behalf of Marianne and my mom, who's here but didn't feel comfortable coming up on the stage, and I might say in passing for a second that I hope my dad is watching this. He is in a hospital in Harrisburg and is not doing very well, and so many of you, he was here 2 years ago when we won the speakership the first time, and he really, we miss him here tonight, and I hope all of you put him in your prayers, because he's got a fairly serious condition. My mom's down, but she didn't feel comfortable. She has a cataract, and she didn't feel comfortable coming up on the stairs, so she's watching all this. But I want to tell all of you on behalf of my whole family, you know, to have the kind of friends that we have, to have the kind of volunteers, to have people who put up a yard sign in their yard 4 and 5 times because it kept getting taken down, to have... And I know they left the stage, but to have Linda and to have Babe Burns and to have the chairman right here and to have all the different friends we had from all over the district. And the fact is that our opponent spent about $3 million, most of it out of his own pocket. And it's wonderful to live in a country where people can start out and by riding a bicycle and selling cookies, they can have the extra resources. It's wonderful. But the fact is, in this district, it was the people power of all the folks who went out all over this district that made the difference. And I look out over so many, I look out over so many personal friends and people who've been involved in the campaign and people I've known for years. And I'm now of an age where people come up and tell me that they were glad they took my course 20 years ago and I'd like to meet their son or daughter who's going to vote for me this year. And, you know, you begin to realize that it becomes a generational thing. And I just can't tell you what it means to all of us, to Paul and to Kathy, to Jackie and Jimmy, to Marianne and myself, to be able to look out here. See, this really is a jam-packed. I think there are twice as many people here tonight as there were the last time we did this. I look over here at Mark Grundon, who's now, I think, what, 6'5"? I knew Mark Grundon.
House Speaker Newt Gingrich feeling very good at this hour. He's going back to Washington, and he's won in his district. Bill Snyder, you've been looking at some of the exit polling out of there.
And Newt Gingrich doesn't do too well in the exit poll. This is nationwide, mind you, not in his district. Nationwide, voters are 2-to-1 unfavorable in their view of Newt Gingrich. 60% have an unfavorable opinion of the Speaker. 31% have a favorable opinion. Now, the Republicans tried to use Hillary Rodham Clinton, the First Lady, as a kind of scare figure, but Americans are divided over the First Lady. 49 favorable, 46 unfavorable. Gingrich, there's a decided tilt to the negative nationwide, but obviously not in his district, one of the most Republican in the country.
Okay, thank you. Well, we still have outstanding Washington and California, but by our interpretation of what we're getting in, it appears that the Republican Party, when the 105th Congress is sworn in January, the Republican Party will be in retention of supremacy in both houses. Incidentally, if you're keeping track and wondering about 6 states, we indeed have not called 6 states. We have not called Arizona. We have not called Colorado, Georgia, South Dakota, Nevada, or Montana. And also, people are still voting up there in Alaska. Wolf Blitzer, you've been down there in Little Rock ever since the president and his party arrived in the early hours of the night or morning. I asked Leon Panetta a question which he didn't address frontally. He didn't want to hear that. And I said I wasn't trying to take away anything from the victory, the obvious victory. I asked him, when does lame duck disease begin to set in? And he backed away from that question.
Well, there's no surprise in that, Bernie. The president certainly, according to his aides, is not feeling as if he's a lame duck. He's feeling very excited, and we should be seeing him soon. We do have a bit of news, though, Bernie. The White House press secretary, Mike McCurry, only a few moments ago, telling reporters that President Clinton did receive the traditional phone call from his Republican challenger, Bob Dole, just under an hour ago at about 10:25 Eastern time. Dole called Clinton here in Little Rock to, of course, congratulate him, to express probably his regret over his defeat. The conversation was described by McCurry as warm. He didn't want to go into any details. About half an hour, 40 minutes or so after that, the Republican vice presidential challenger, Jack Kemp, telephoned Vice President Al Gore here in Little Rock as well to congratulate him, to acknowledge that they have been defeated, of course. And when McCurry was asked to go into some more details about both of these conversations, McCurry simply said, quote, "The gentlemen will speak for themselves." Indeed, the gentlemen here will speak for themselves very soon. We are awaiting anxiously the arrival here at the old State House of the president and the vice president. They'll be coming out with the First Lady and with Tipper Gore for what is going to be a very tumultuous celebration. Back to the National Desk.
Okay, thank you, Wolf. Did I hear you correctly? Gore is in Little Rock where you are and not in Washington.
That's right.
Okay, thanks very much.
And Kemp, we should mention, is in California, even though Dole is in Washington. They're at opposite ends of the country tonight. We're going to hear from, talk with, I should say, two of CNN's familiar faces, analyst Kellyanne Fitzpatrick, Republican pollster, and she's on the right and on the left, Farai Chideya. To both of you, we're seeing the president reelected, but we are seeing the Republican Congress come back in the majority. Apparently, that's what it looks like at this hour.
Well, what's really fascinating about that is that when Americans were polled and asked whether they would support the Democrat or the Republican in their district, more than half said they would support the Democrat, but that's not what we're seeing tonight. In the actual individual races, we're seeing the Republicans coming back, holding on to their margin of victory in the House.
Judy, I would say the 1996 demographic group to really keep our eye on are the so-called ticket splitters. It seems that Americans went to the ballot box tonight and, believing that the presidency was a foregone conclusion, returned Newt Gingrich to the speakership and the Republicans to the House. It seems that the kneecap Newt strategy didn't pay off in the end because they went after him personally instead of trying to go after his issues.
Well, of course, we have to see whether or not the president gets a majority or plurality. He got a 43% plurality in '92. He was looking for 50% or above to try to help Republicans, or rather help Democrats in the House and the Senate. I was struck, Farai and Kellyanne, by the fact that in the state of Arkansas, a Republican senator is coming from Arkansas for the first time in 100 years. Obviously, the president took his home state tonight, but not enough to prevent that.
And he actually joins a Republican governor there as well. And it just seems that Americans are making history all over the map tonight, Bernie, because we keep hearing this hasn't happened since the 1960s, this hasn't happened since the 1840s. And in fact, Americans have something to say about history repeating itself. Sometimes they decide to make it instead.
Farai, this is, will it make a difference, Farai? Bernie mentioned we don't know yet whether President Clinton will get that magic 50% majority or not. Will it make a difference in his ability to govern if he does not?
It won't make a difference in his ability to govern. It may make somewhat of a difference in his heart in terms of how he feels that he has been able to capture the imagination of the country. The much more important distinction is what's happening with the Congress, the fact that the Congress is going to stay Republican. It means he's going to have more uphill battles. It means that with the ethics investigations, for example, he's going to have a hostile audience on the committees. Whitewater may continue to drag on for another few years, and so that's going to be the real pivot.
Let's go now to Washington. Bob Dole, Wolf Blitzer told you that he called the president on the telephone in Little Rock, and his running mate, Jack Kemp, called Al Gore in Little Rock. And White House Press Secretary Mike McCurry described the Dole-Clinton phone call as, quote, warm. Here's a man who looks well rested, Judy.
And this is someone who has been leveling some pretty harsh rhetoric, I think you'd have to say, at the president over the last few days. So it was almost a U-turn, I would think, then, for him to pick up the phone tonight and call the president. Here, while we're waiting for Bob Dole to speak, let's look at the raw vote totals across the United States at this hour. It's 11:23 in the East, and the president does have 50%, and I believe Bob Dole had around 42%.
Came to Washington as a poor man. Now he and his wife, millionaires.
There were a couple of questions about this election. Would Clinton hit 50? Well, he may hit just 50%. Dole has not broken 40% in most of the polls leading up to the election. There does seem to have been some last-minute momentum, and according to what we just saw, he's a little over 40%. But Ross Perot, who a lot of people thought would pick up at the end, is still down in single digits.
This is a man who looks pretty vigorous for the kind of forced march that he took across the country for about 3 days or 4 days leading up to this election. And I wonder if the reporters who were trapped in those airplanes, it was almost a hostage situation with the press trapped in those airplanes, look anything as good as he does right now.
Let's see if he's got his voice back.
I was just thinking on the way down. I was thinking on the way downstairs. I was just thinking on the way downstairs. I was thinking on the way down the elevator. Tomorrow will be the first time in my life I don't have anything to do. To come down and thank all of you. You've done a great job, and I'm very proud of Trent. We're going to keep the Senate. We're going to keep the House. We're going to... Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me say that I've talked to President Clinton. We had a good visit, and I congratulated him. And I've said, wait a minute. Now, I've said repeatedly, I've said repeatedly in this campaign that the president is my opponent, not my enemy, and I wish him well, and I pledge my support in whatever advances the cause of a better America. That's what the race was about in the first place, a better America as we go into the next century. And I'm very proud also of my teammate, Jack Kemp. I've talked to Jack, and I've thanked Jack Kemp. And I want to thank not only Jack, but his wife, Joanne, who did an outstanding job, and all the Kemp family for the work they did in this campaign. And obviously, I want to thank two outstanding women. My daughter, Robin, you did a great job. And, of course, my wife, Elizabeth, who's traveled this country. From one end to the other. In fact, they've both been with me in this 96-hour marathon. And we had a great time. We had great crowds and a lot of enthusiasm. At 3 o'clock this morning, I guess it was, we're in Independence, Missouri, and I never saw so many people in one place, so excited about the Republican Party. And let me say a special word. Let me say a special word to all the young Americans and the young people who were involved in my campaign. You've been a constant source of inspiration for Elizabeth and myself. But I might add, you're not going to get that tax cut if you don't be quiet. Yeah. And I would say to the young people and all the others involved, it's a lot more fun winning. It hurts to lose an election, but stay involved and keep fighting the good fight, because
most strategically tonight, Bob Dole telling his supporters in this Washington hotel ballroom, quote, we're going to keep the Senate, quote, we're going to keep the House of Representatives. And aside from who would win this election, President Clinton having won it tonight, the important thing is who controls the House. And at 11:29, CNN is now declaring that Republicans will contain control of the 105th Congress.
We predict that the Democrats will pick up about 11 seats, give or take something, some or more, and which puts them closer to parity, but still not enough to win back the majority. Let's go back to Bob Dole in Washington.
We have many friends in the media, and they were there every day, every night, every day, and every night as we flew around this country. And we met hundreds and thousands of good people all across America who want a better America and will continue to working for a better America. And as I look around tonight and I came in, I saw a lot of very special people who've been helping me for the last 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And I say thank you for all you've done, because I know your support because of your support, I am still the most optimistic man in America. And I know that thousands of you have worked day and night. Thousands of you have worked day and night. And millions of you trusted Jack Kemp and me with your vote. And for that, we will always be grateful. And I say thank you very much.
Dole.
Now that we've declared everything, are we going to have a moment to, well, whenever we come out?
I would say, Haley, you've done an outstanding job. We appreciate it very much. And we've had our co-chairman flying around with us. You've done a great job. We appreciated your being with us. Thank you. And I want to say to my campaign staff, to Scott and to Jill and to Joanne and everyone else, I could not have had a better, more faithful, more loyal team. And I want to thank everybody, and we'll have an opportunity to do that in the future. It's been a long time since I entered politics, way back in 19 51. And a lot of things have happened since that time, but some things never change. A few days after I took my seat in the state legislature, a reporter asked me what I had on my agenda. And I said, well, I'm going to sit back and watch for a few days, and then I'll stand up for what I think is right. And any of you wondering what my plans may be in the future, I'm going to sit back for a few days, then I'm going to start standing up for what I think is right for America and right for you.
Bob Dole serving notice that he's not going to go away and disappear, not by a long shot, also saying, I'm still the most optimistic man in America.
That's right, Bernie. He is not talking like someone who's going to go away quietly.
All those who may be watching
35, 36 years in Washington.
Supported us.
Speculation that
thank you.
perhaps
We've enjoyed
President
it.
Clinton might make him a co-chairman of a commission to examine the growth of entitlements, the reining in of the growth of entitlements, Social Security and Medicare.
As Republicans,
This is a very bittersweet night, of course, for the Republicans. They did not want to lose control of the House and the Senate. They have not apparently lost control of the House or the Senate, but they did lose the White House. And this man was the embodiment of that dream for them in 1996. It was not to be. It was Bob Dole's third try. He has been in Washington since 1960. He has been in politics, as he said, since 1951. Tomorrow will be the first day, as he said at the beginning tonight. He said, the first day in my life when I don't have anything to do. Let's listen again.
with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we will meet again and we will meet often. In this land where miracles are always happening, where every day is a new beginning and every life a blessing from God. So I want to say thanks to each one of you here. Thank you for all you've done and all you will do in the future for America. Thank you very much, and God bless America.
Bob Dole in this Washington hotel room, surrounded by family and friends, listening to Bob Dole in Dallas, Texas, the presidential candidate for the Reform Party, Ross Perot. Mr. Perot, welcome to our live coverage.
Good evening.
Good evening. What is going through your mind? What did you accomplish in this run?
I certainly think we've got them all committed to campaign finance reform. They're talking the right words now. They're making the right commitments. We will have to stay at the gate and be vigilant to make sure that they make the changes in campaign finance form, come through with a balanced budget amendment, a plan to balance the budget, and work out all the steps necessary to pass on a better, stronger country to our children, because that's what drives everybody in the Reform Party. We cannot stand the thought of spending our children's money and leaving them a debt they cannot pay in the 21st century. If the Republicans and Democrats will do it, we'll be excited. We'll help them every way we can, but it has to be done, so we'll stick around until it's done.
Mr. Perot, let me be very blunt. Bob Dole might be able to sit back tonight and say that you cost him the presidency. If you add up what he got in terms of a vote and what you got, and he asked you to get out of the race, he might have been the winner. What would you say to Bob Dole if he were to, I mean, what do you say to that?
I'll say what I said since 1992. Now, Republicans are taught at birth to make that statement. Anytime they lose, that I defeated them. The facts are, if you get the exit polls, and your network helped pay for them, I drew equally for both candidates in 92. I did not elect Bill Clinton. I think that the same exit polls will show this time that I drew more votes from President Clinton. You notice he's been dropping. And I think you'll see that most of those were caused. We drew them from him. But you can't keep people from repeating myths. I don't worry about it.
Ross Perot, a lot of people are saying that the Reform Party, with you incarnate as the party is a one-man band, namely Ross Perot, and that the party is on the ropes, and a lot of people are questioning whether your Reform Party will even be around in 4 years. What say you?
I say watch it. They said we couldn't create it, and we did in 10 months. Normally it takes 2 years in California. We did it in 18 days. Again and again and again, we have to endure this from the establishment. And that is broader than the two parties when I say the establishment. But That's because people like to keep things just the way they are and don't want to upset the status quo. And the history of man will teach you that it's human nature to keep things just the way they are until after a crisis develops. We are doing everything we can to see that the changes are made that will keep a financial crisis from occurring. And we will continue to do that. And it's certainly not a one-man band. There are millions of people involved, and they've done a wonderful job.
All right, Ross Perot, we thank you very much, and we congratulate you on your effort in this presidential campaign. Now to California, let's listen to Jack Kemp, the Republican nominee for vice president.
38 years ago. And this wonderful family, this has been the greatest experience of my life. I thank him, and I thank you, and I thank the millions of Americans who voted for the Dole-Kemp ticket. I called Al Gore, I called the vice president as well, offered, wait. Come on, you guys. This is my microphone. Harrington paid for it. I called Vice President Gore and offered my congratulations to him and the president. And I told him that President Clinton and Al Gore have our prayers and our best wishes as he begins his second term as president. Let me say on behalf of all Americans, Republican and Democrat alike, we thank Bob Dole, his wife Elizabeth, for their commitment to our nation. We thank them for their decency, their grace, and their courage, and their indefatigable spirit. No one will ever forget it. Thank you, Bob. Joanne and I have profound respect and admiration and affection for Bob. He has conducted himself in this campaign in the same heroic way he conducted himself in the military and in his whole career in the United States Congress and the Senate, and we thank him for that.
Jack Kemp talking to his supporters in Costa Mesa, California. He's all the way across the country, on the other side of the country from Bob Dole. We've got another state to call for Bob Dole, and that is South Dakota. This is a state that George Bush won, the Republicans won in 1992, so it's not a big surprise, but it's been dangling out there, and we just are able to call it just now.
Now, let's go back up to the Northeast in New Hampshire. Robert Smith, the incumbent Republican, he hung on by his fingernails, and he's going to be going back to Washington. Bob Smith, the winner there in New Hampshire.
And in the state of Montana, Max Baucus, the Democrat, hangs on. This turned out to be a much closer race than Max Baucus would have liked, but he is now able to return to Washington as the U.S. Senator from the state of Montana.
Don't go away. CNN will be back with more coverage on this election night. The culmination of Campaign 96 continues in a moment.
We were hearing from our analysts Kellyanne Fitzpatrick and Farai Today a little while ago, and we want to go back to them now. We left them, they're right where we left them, in the newsroom at CNN here in Atlanta. You both listened, I'm sure, to Bob Dole's remarks. Farai, what struck you about what he had to say?
Well, he tried, as Kemp did, to be somewhat conciliatory. In both camps, the supporters of Dole and Kemp started booing. I think that both former Senator Dole and his running mate Jack Kemp realize that this is the political reality of the age and that they are going to have to encourage their supporters to move forward. And I think that's a welcome message.
In politics, Judy, I would say the high road is the one less traveled many times, and Bob Dole certainly has gone out of this race with grace and dignity. I think that he took into the last 96 hours of his campaign marathon. History will treat Bob Dole very, very kindly, I think.
From each of you, your consummate thoughts about this evening's returns.
There was no surprise on the presidential level, but what we should take away from this is that there was a certain grace to the end of this campaign, and hopefully we can ask for that sort of grace to be displayed during the campaigns. I'm afraid, unfortunately, that the Clinton-Dole campaign managed to alienate a lot of people. I expect tomorrow, when we look at some of the final numbers, that a lot of Americans will have stayed away from the voting booth. So we need to find ways, both politicians do, to encourage without alienating.
As the night wears on, Bernie, I would keep a watchful eye on the House and some of those down-to-the-wire Senate races, particularly out west. Some of the things that surprised me, really, I think Republicans were hoping to pick up all 4 of the open Democratic seats in the South. They've picked up 2, but they were able to hang on to New Hampshire, it seems, and also picked up 1 in Nebraska that some weren't calling. And I think that the Senate is going to come out very strong for Republicans, probably with some modest gains, as well as the House. The hysterical predictions of 40 of the 70 House freshmen going down certainly is not going to be true. As CNN has called, the House will stay Republican.
Kellyanne Fitzpatrick for Ryan Shadid, thanks very much. Out in San Francisco, Greg Lefebvre has been monitoring traffic on the internet. What does it look like, Greg?
It is so busy, it is bumper to bumper, if you can be that on the internet. As one person put it, this is the mother of all nights on the internet. Traffic has been astonishingly heavy, much greater than predicted. For example, here at CNN, at the CNN All Politics website, we've been adding computers all day to take care of the load. But here's what happens. Let's go to the computer screen. And for example, we will go here and we will look for the Clinton-Gore campaign website, which has been very busy. And this is the message most people get. You can't get through. What's happened all around the internet is that private news agencies like ourselves, public agencies like many of the states that monitor voting and report voting, as well as the various campaigns around the country, have all developed their own websites. Many people, millions of people around the country, are dialing those in, and they're jamming the system. The system is at a near meltdown. It is extremely busy. For example, the figures here at CNN, the CNN All Politics website has generated about 5 million hits an hour. A hit is, if you will, a request for a page. That will translate to about 50 million hits over this election evening, certainly a record for us and for many others. We've spoken with other internet providers, and some of them say you're lucky if you can get in. Folks who are dialing in from home with the typical, what's called a 28.8 modem, a particular speed modem, may have to wait for a very, very long time. A very, very busy night on the internet. Let's go back to the national desk.
All right, I'd love to know what some of those people are saying. That's the part that but it's hard to do that because, and as he said, clearly many people are trying to get in and are not able to.
We're going to pause, and when we come back, the Capitol gang. Wonder what they have to say about this night.
It's the only time. We have an estimate for you, and that is that CNN is able to project or predict, I don't know what the verb is, turnout on this election is at an historic low, 49% of the vote. It was 55% in 1992. That was up from what it was in 1988. It had gone down to 50.1, but it has once again gone down and gone down below what it has ever been in a presidential race.
Now, this qualifier, this could change because we're still counting votes. We still have absentee ballots to vote, so it could change. But right now, what Judy just reported for us and to us is something to really ponder.
It is,
to
about
really
why that is, that enough people did not feel compelled, that it was important enough for them to go vote.
A lot of them felt that it was a dull campaign, and a lot of them felt that they were pretty well off and ought not. And there were many other reasons, and we'll be analyzing and reporting that for days to come.
Now,
time for
to Washington and the Capitol gang.
Welcome to yet another special election night edition of the Capitol Gang. I'm Al Hunt with Robert Novak, Margaret Carlson, and Kate O'Byrne. Kate, in your Olympian fashion, tell us what it all means. Clinton wins with 50%. The Republicans hold control of the Senate and probably the House.
It was a very friendly day for incumbents, Al, and to Bob Dole's great misfortune, he was not one. And Bill Clinton was a very quiet issue environment. Bob Dole never convinced the public that he would do anything dramatically different from Bill Clinton. And so we're seeing that not a single, yet it appears not a single senator, Republican or Democrat, has gone down. And this is from liberal to conservative. Harkin in Iowa is okay. Kerry in Massachusetts is okay. Wellstone in Minnesota, to Jesse Helms, Larry Craig in Idaho, and now appears Bob Smith in New Hampshire.
And please don't forget 93-year-old Strom Thurmond.
Yeah, absolutely. So now there were targets of opportunity Republicans took advantage of in taking some open seats Democrats have, and they're holding their own open, and incumbents are coming up back.
I have to take some satisfaction, Alan, that for the third straight election, you've been bitterly disappointed that Jesse Helms, the great champion of American national interests abroad, has been elected. That's bad news for the enemies of America in foreign countries.
But Bob, you must be keenly disappointed that Woody Jenkins went down the tubes in Louisiana, because I know how close you were to Woody.
He would have been very good in the Senate.
Margaret
I think
Carlson?
he would have been terrific. Let me just say that I think that this was a condition of Mark Shields used to say that Virginia was a state of perpetual social rest. Right. And this was an election of social rest, that people satisfied the way things are. But the reason that unlike Lyndon Johnson in 1964 and Ronald Reagan in 1980, Bill Clinton didn't pull anybody in, was that his campaign was not a typical ideological, traditional Democratic campaign.
There wasn't much ideology anywhere in this campaign, was there? Actually, the House Republicans ran to the middle, too.
That's right. And so maybe it's an endorsement of moderation.
Now to Little Rock, Arkansas, where, as you can see, President Clinton, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, and their daughter Chelsea are coming to speak to a huge group of supporters, we expect.
This is a very victorious night for William Jefferson Clinton. He has been re-elected. He wanted it to be a majority and not a plurality, as happened in 1992. He has a lot on his mind, a lot on his agenda. He has told the country where he wants to take the people of the United States. He told during this campaign how he differs with Bob Dole on certain issues. Tonight, in a gracious statement in Washington, Senator Dole wished the president well, said he would be supporting this president in the betterment of America.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and said that he's going to
the United States,
sit back and watch for a few days, and then he'll be speaking his mind.
Meanwhile, the Democrats have one more thing to smile about, and that is that they have picked up a Senate seat, and that is in South Dakota. Tim Johnson, the congressman, has won the seat that belonged to Republican Larry Pressler. This is the one Democratic pickup we've seen tonight in the Senate, Ken Bodie.
Well, it's also the first incumbent to lose tonight. The only incumbent senator to lose is Larry Pressler. He loses to seven-term Representative Tim Johnson, who runs statewide in South Dakota much more often than Larry Pressler does.
This has been a remarkable night, a good night for incumbents. Very little change, really, since 1992. Every state that voted for Clinton in 1992 voted for Clinton so far again in 1996. Every state that voted for George Bush in 1992 has voted for Bob Dole in 1996, with one exception so far, and that is the state of Florida. An enormous amount of consistency. Clinton did 7 points better than he did in 92, but Dole did 5 points better than George Bush did. So
Look at that.
A lot of change.
Look at that man in the center of the screen. Not this one. This is the victor, of course, President Clinton and his wife and daughter waving at the crowd, but Al Gore. Al Gore, whose father was a United States Senator. Al Gore, who served the cause loyally and very well. Al Gore, who is hoping to be his party's ticket leader and presidential candidate in the year 2000. What must be going through his mind?
Well, I know what's going through his mind, Bernie. He's thinking right now, if this were England, I'd be the Prince of Wales. That's what's going through his mind.
Well, if I may say so, this is a much more presidential presentation than it was 4 years ago this night in Little Rock, Arkansas. When you remember that giddy scene with Hillary Clinton and Tipper Gore doing a little dance and raising their arms in the air. This is much more sedate. We're hearing "Hail to the Chief." It has, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, that red carpet and that blue carpet and that seal looks a little bit like the White House.
Well, he wasn't president in 1992. He had a couple of months to go.
Yes,
before
you can't play "Hail to the Chief" when you've just won and haven't been inaugurated yet. Here's Al Gore. I guess he's going to do the introductions.
No Macarena tonight.
Well,
Maybe he will do the Macarena. We'll see.
I'll tell you one thing that might be going up through his mind. This moment tonight, right now at this podium, he could be thinking this makes up for all those funerals I had to attend.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. Before I present the President, I would like to thank the people who made this glorious evening possible. My wife, Tipper, who has campaigned from one end of the country and back again with flair and passion. My 4 children, Corinna, Kristen, Sarah, and Albert, who have filled our lives with love and our hearts with pride. I would like to thank my parents who have set a standard of excellence and integrity in public service that has always inspired me. My brother-in-law, Frank Hunger, a wise and trusted friend. On behalf of the President and myself, I'd like to thank Peter Knight, the best campaign manager ever, and a campaign staff that worked harder and more effectively than any in history. And on a personal note, I would like to thank the people of my home state of Tennessee for giving us a victory this evening. And may I say, on behalf of Tipper and myself, to a very dear friend, and on behalf of millions of families in villages throughout our land, a very special thank you to a woman who has faced extraordinary pressures with grace, dignity, and an unbreakable commitment to serving our nation, America's First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton. A few blocks from here, in the summer of 1992, then Governor Bill Clinton asked me to be his running mate. It has been my great privilege to work by his side these past 4 years, and I want you to know I have gotten to know him as very few others have. I have seen him lift and carry burdens of unimaginable weight, day after day after day. I've heard him ask over and over again, what is right for the American people? I've seen him stand hour upon hour, comforting American families who have lost loved ones in natural disasters, wretched acts of terror, and in service to our country. I've seen him go on working for the American people from before dawn to well after midnight, however difficult the challenge, however towering the obstacles, however long the odds. That takes strength. That takes vision. That takes leadership. That takes character. The Bible says, by their fruits you shall know them. On this night 4 years ago, on this very spot, I said we felt good having won an election, but even better at having been granted the chance to change a country. Much has changed since we last gathered here, and it has changed because of the resolve and determination of the American people under Bill Clinton's leadership. Under President Bill Clinton, we have forged a new prosperity, putting our financial house in order while restarting the great American jobs machine. We have deepened our ethic of environmental stewardship and redoubled our commitment to protecting God's creation. We have secured our place in the world by helping to bring peace and reconciliation to lands scarred by hatred's savage hand, and by speeding the spread of democracy and free markets across the globe. We have moved to redeem the promise of representative democracy by reinventing the processes of self-government to make them work better and cost less. And we have begun the task of restoring faith and responsibility to the American community by keeping our streets safe and our values secure. Under Bill Clinton, the United States of America is not just better off, it's better.
CNN declares that at this hour, 2 minutes past midnight Eastern Time, the state of Alaska has gone to Bob Dole.
But what we savor much more is the opportunity you have given us once again to lift our country higher still. And from where we stand tonight, we can now see the shimmering rays of light that signal the dawn of the 21st century. We see an America that is preparing and empowering all of its people and giving them opportunities to succeed. We see an America in which success does not depend on how others categorize you, but upon what is in your heart. An America in which talented teachers shepherd dedicated students through the best schools in the entire world, where an 8-year-old can pick up a book and read it on his or her own. An America in which higher education is open to all and affordable by all. From our vantage point tonight, we see an America where every child can connect to the information superhighway and absorb the vast knowledge of a small planet. An America where any person with a good idea and the desire to work can enter the new networked economy and become tomorrow's successful entrepreneur. An America where the greatest scientists in the world continue to make discoveries that change our lives for the better. We see an America where the water is safe and the air is clean, whose national parks continue to thrive and delight our families, whose toxic waste sites are cleaned up, and whose urban brownfields become alive again and green with promise for all our people. From where we stand tonight, we see an America making a transition to a new era, aware of the uncertainties but inspired by the possibilities. We are beginning to see an America scrubbing the stain of cynicism from our national fabric, reinvigorating the civic institutions on which our national health depends. An America motivated not by what divides us, but by what makes us one. And that is why we also see an America where a president of one party and a Congress of another can work together to serve citizens of every party. Let me say a special word to America's young people tonight. This is your nation, too. Your claim on it is just as great as those who are older. Please involve yourselves in our democratic process. Add your voices and your talents to our grand experiment in self-government. Ladies and gentlemen, in only a few hours, it will be morning, and across America, from the Shenandoah Valley to Silicon Valley, from Brighton Beach in New York to Oak Street Beach in Chicago, from Tampa Bay to Puget Sound, from the Oval Office in the White House to the kitchen table in your house, the sun will rise on another day in America, another step forward on our national journey. And leading us in that journey will be the man from Hope who tonight becomes a man for history. Prior to this election, in the entire history of our nation, from the presidency of George Washington forward, only 13 people have been elected to 2 straight terms as President of the United States of America. Six of them have been Democrats, one of history's short lists. But tonight, to the names of Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, Woodrow Wilson, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, we add a 7th name. The name of your president, my friend, President William Jefferson Clinton.
As the president begins to speak, one more state goes into his column, and that is the state of Arizona and its 8 electoral votes.
Thank you for being here.
Just 4 years from now, we will enter a new century of great challenge and unlimited possibility. Now, we've got a bridge to build, and I'm ready if you are. Today, the American people have spoken. They have affirmed our course. They have told us to go forward. America has told every one of us, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, loud and clear, it is time to put politics aside, join together, and get the job done for America's future. In the last 4 years, we've made remarkable progress, but in our schools, our families, our workplaces, and our communities, our journey is not done. My fellow Americans, we have work to do, and that's what this election was all about. I want to say to all of you here and to all of the American people, no words can convey the gratitude I feel tonight for the honor that has been given to me. It is an honor that belongs to many. First, to my family, to my wonderful wife of 21 years, who from the day I first met her began teaching me that it does take a village to raise our children and build our future. To our daughter Chelsea, for understanding the work we have done together, the burdens it has imposed. Today, I went down to the train station to vote in the last election in which I will appear on the ballot. And as I have done in every year since she was born, I took Chelsea to the ballot with me. And as we looked at the ballot together and discussed the issues there, I thank God that I was born an American. I thank the members of my wonderful family who are here, my stepfather Dick Kelly, my wonderful mother-in-law Dorothy Rodham, and all the others. And I thank my beloved mother who is smiling up there and said, I never had a doubt. I always knew it would be this way. I thank the friends of my lifetime. There are people who have stood with me through thick and thin, who started with me in grade school and junior and senior high school, in college and all across the years since. Friends who knew me and knew my dreams and stood as a powerful force against those who sought to stop America's progress with the politics of personal destruction. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for what you did for America. I thank the people of my beloved native state. I would not be anywhere else in the world tonight. In front of this wonderful old Capitol that has seen so much of my own life and our state's history, I thank you for staying with me so long, for never giving up, for always knowing that we could do better. I thank the finest vice president this country has ever seen. Because of Al Gore, we have a stronger and more secure relationship with the Democratic Russia. We are exploring the wonders of new technologies for the benefit of America. We are protecting our environment, and we have reinvented America's government so that it does more with less, thanks to his leadership. It is a legacy unique in the history of this republic. I thank Tipper for her friendship, for her crusades on behalf of our children and the mental health of the American people, and for always standing with us along with her children and her family. I thank the members of our administration, the cabinet members, the members of the White House staff, I thank all those who are part of the permanent service to the President at the White House and the medical staff. I thank especially my Secret Service detail that has been so challenged by a president determined not to be isolated from the American people. I thank the members of our campaign staff, all those who have served in this election and the work you have done. I thank the leaders of our party in the Congress and the state houses. I thank all those who stood for what we believe in these elections today, those who won and those who did not. You did a service to America by raising the things in which we believe, and I thank you all and wish you Godspeed. I want to thank the employees of the nation's government. They have had to do a remarkable job. We have reduced the size of our government to its smallest point since President Kennedy served, and yet they have continued to serve the people better year in and year out. They had to do it in the face of enormous challenges and outright hatred for momentary periods. They had to live with the horror of Oklahoma City and the difficulties that came along the way. But the people who serve us deserve our thanks, and I thank them. I thank those who served this administration and our cause, who are no longer here tonight. And one especially I must thank, my friend and brother, Ron Brown. You're looking down on us, and I know you're smiling too. On a purely personal note, I must thank my pastor, Rex Horn, who prayed with me before I came out here tonight, and all the ministers and people of God who prayed for me and with me over these last 4 years. There were a few especially, and they know who they are, who came to the White House time after time in good times and bad. When the times were bad, they reminded me that God gave St. Paul a thorn in his flesh so he would not become exalted in his own eyes. And that certainly was not a problem for me in the bad times. When the times were good, they reminded me that humility is always in order in the presidency, for in this life we see through a glass darkly, and we cannot know the whole truth of our circumstances or the motives of those who oppose us. I thank them all for bringing me closer to God and to the eternal wisdom without which a president cannot serve. I would like to say a special word of thanks to Senator Dole, and I ask you to join me in applause for his lifetime of service to the United States. And I thank Jack Kemp for his service to America and his devotion to the proposition that this is a country in which everyone should have a chance to live free and equal and to have a chance at success. Let me say, I had a good visit with Senator Dole not too long before he went out to speak. I thanked him for his love of our country, for his years of service. I applauded the campaign that he fought so bravely to the very last minute. I thanked him for the work we did together to advance the common cause of America. And on behalf of all Americans, I wish him well and Godspeed. 4 years ago, on these very steps, we set forth on a journey to change the course of America for the better, to keep the American dream alive for everyone willing to work for it, to keep America the world's strongest force for peace and freedom and prosperity, to come together as one American community. The time was one of widespread frustration and doubt about our economic and social problems. about our ability to deal with the vast sweep of change that was all around us. The scope and pace of those changes were threatening to many, and our values seemed to be under attack on all sides. But together, you and I vowed to turn our country around with a strategy to meet our challenges and protect our values. Opportunity for all, responsibility from all, an American community of all Americans. We have worked hard to end the politics of who's to blame and instead to ask, what are we going to do to make America better? Tonight we proclaim that the vital American center is alive and well. It is the common ground on which we have made our progress. Today our economy is stronger, our streets are safer, our environment is cleaner, the world is more secure, and thank God our nation is more united. To all the men and women across this country who have created our jobs, taught our children, patrolled our streets, and kept America safe throughout our world, I say America's success is your success. This victory is your victory. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, my fellow Americans, a vast new century lies before us. It will be a time more full of opportunity for people to live out their dreams than any in human history. We have committed this night to continuing our journey, to doing the hard work that will build our bridge to the 21st century, to give the young people here and those all across America the America they deserve, and their children and their children's children. But we have work to do. We have work to do to keep our economy growing steady and strong by balancing the budget while we honor our duties to our families, our parents, and our children, and our duty to pass on to our children the earth God gave us. We have work to do to give all of our children the gift of an education, to make sure every 8-year-old can read, every 12-year-old can log on to the internet, and yes, every single 18-year-old in this country willing to work for it can have a college education. We have work to do to make the permanent underclass in this country a thing of the past, to lift our fellow citizens who are poor from the degradation of welfare dependency to the pride and dignity of work. We have work to do to strengthen our families, to help our parents succeed at home and at work, to keep our children safe from harm in their schools, their streets, their homes, and their communities, to clean up our environment so that our children grow up next to parks, not poison, to tell them that drugs are wrong and illegal and they can kill them, to teach them right from wrong. My fellow Americans, I will do all I can to advance these causes, but all our citizens must do their part to continue the upsurge of personal responsibility that in the last 4 years has brought crime to a 10-year low, child support collections to an all-time high, and reduced the welfare rolls. Will you help me do that? We must do it together. We must make our democracy stronger by enacting real, bipartisan campaign finance reform. Talk is no longer enough. We must act, and act now, and the American people will be watching the leaders of both parties to see who is willing not just to talk, but to act. I am willing to act, and I ask others to join me. And we must keep America the world's indispensable nation, finishing the unfinished business of the Cold War, meeting the new threats to our security through terrorism and the proliferation of dangerous weapons, and seizing these extraordinary opportunities to extend our values of peace and democracy and prosperity. Every American here tonight and every American within the sound of my voice can take pride in the fact that in these last few years, for the first time in all of human history, a majority of the human beings living on this globe live under democracies where the people rule. The challenges we face, they're not Democratic or Republican challenges. They're American challenges. What we know from the budget battles of the last 2 years and from the remarkable success of the last few weeks of this Congress is the lesson we have learned for the last 220 years. What we have achieved as Americans of lasting good, we have achieved by working together. So let me say to the leaders of my Democratic Party and the leaders of the Republican Party, it is time to put country ahead of party. We do not know the final outcome of the congressional elections, but we know this: the races are close. The American people have been closely divided. The Congress, whatever happens, will be closely divided. They are sending us a message: work together, meet our challenges, put aside the politics of division, and build America's community together. On this beautiful night, when we have shared so much joy and so much music and so much laughter and so much pride, it is hard for me to believe that it was 23 years ago when I first began to go to the people of Arkansas to ask for their support. The most lasting and important thing that I have learned in all those 23 fleeting years is this: when we are divided, we defeat ourselves. But when we join our hands and build our families and our communities and our country, America always wins. What we need to do is to do the work of America the way we seek to do the work of raising our children and doing our work and supporting our religious institutions and our community institutions. If we would simply be Americans the way we seek to live in all of our other roles, there is no stopping America. Our best days are still ahead. And so, I say, when we look into our hearts and simply ask what is right for the American people and the future of our children, when we set aside our differences and build on our shared values of faith and family and work, when we roll up our sleeves and work together, America always wins. And my fellow Americans, America is going to keep winning these next 4 years. Let me say that, as all of you here from my native state know, I believe this and I have tried to live by it, because there is no person in America who has been given more gifts than I have. There is no person in America tonight who feels more humble in the face of this victory than I do. 50 years ago, when I was born in a summer storm to a widowed mother in a small town in the southwest part of our state, it was unimaginable that someone like me could have ever become president of the greatest country in human history. It has been, for me, a remarkable journey, not free of failure, but full of adventure and wonder and grace. I have worked hard to serve, but I did not get here on my own. Every step along the way, for these last 23 years and long before, there was a teacher, a doctor, a neighbor, a parent, a friend, a wife, a daughter, who always had time to care, who always tried to give me instruction and encouragement, and who never gave up. I got here tonight, my fellow Americans, because America gave me a chance. That is what all the children of America deserve. Our people have to give them the tools, to give them not a guarantee, but that real chance to live up to their God-given potential. And I ask you to join me in that commitment. Every child deserves the main chance that I was given. And so I say, again, let us resolve to run our country the way we tried to run our lives. Whether you are of the party of Thomas Jefferson or the party of Abraham Lincoln, whether you're an independent or unaffiliated, Remember that we all belong to the greatest nation in history. To us, much has been given, and much is still expected. We must rise to the challenge of building that bridge to the 21st century. Tonight is a night for joy, not just for us here, but for all Americans. For the 53rd time in our history, our people have made their quiet and deliberate decision. They have come together with their powerful voice and expressed their will. Tonight we celebrate the miracle of America. Tomorrow we greet the dawn and begin our work anew. I am more grateful than I can say. You have given me an opportunity and a responsibility that comes to few people. I will do my best, and together we will build that bridge to the 21st century. Thank you, good night, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
President Clinton returning to that phrase that he's used over and over again during this campaign, building a bridge to the 20th century. I guess you could say, Bernie, a little bit of architecture, or is it engineering envisioned there? We hear talk about it takes a village, and it's going to be building a bridge, and this is quite a picture here. I think we see some teary eyes on the part of the First Lady.
And the president, too. He took his time in going through his remarks. He began talking at 7 minutes past midnight Eastern Time. It was clear that he had a lot to say, projecting, but he also conveyed to his audience, both there in Little Rock and you are watching around the world, he also conveyed how sincerely touched he is that the American people have given him a second chance. And he talked about quoting the American people and saying, Congress wants us to get back to work. But if you balance that with Republicans gleeful about the fact that they control both houses of Congress, it's clear it's going to be bare-knuckled politics in Washington when they go back to the Capitol.
Which is not what people are voting for. And the president, in his remarks a few minutes ago, said that what people are voting for is moderate policy of the center. I think what Americans are saying is they really don't trust either party enough to give them complete control of government. Not after the experience with health care reform, the experience with the contract with America. Right now, divided government appears to be working. A number of important legislative achievements, and the voters are willing to say it may be if they share power, they can be forced to get along with each other.
It does seem to me that the most important single thing he said in that entire speech tonight was the American people are sending us a message to work together. And I think that Bill Clinton understands that if he doesn't reach out to the Republican Party, he's not either going to get anything done, and he's going to have a lot of trouble with the scandal investigations that we'll have to talk about later.
You can see that's something he's been talking about on the trail. Now let's look at the electoral map, Bernie.
Bill Clinton has 375 electoral votes, Bob Dole 135. CNN shows that the president has won 30 states plus the District of Columbia, and Senator Dole, Jack Kemp, having won 16 states so far. We still have not called the states of Colorado, Georgia, Nevada, and Montana.
This is already an improvement by 5 electoral votes over what Bill Clinton won in 1992. In 1992, he had 370 to George Bush's 168. We don't know whether it's going to go higher because of those states that are still outstanding.
There's so much more to tell you about this election night. Frank Sesno is standing by to take us to the congressional desk in the very latest. We go to Frank when we come back.
Besides the people who are running for office, there are some initiatives on the ballot tonight. In California, the one getting the most attention, anti-affirmative action Proposition 209, end the use of race or gender-based affirmative action by public institutions. It has passed by 64 to 36%. Another proposition in the state of California, 215, would let doctors prescribe marijuana to their patients. That passed more narrowly, 52% to 48%. And in the state of Colorado, constitutional amendment number 17 would establish the rights of parents, quote, to direct and control the upbringing, education, values, and discipline of their children. This has gone down to defeat. It was supported by the Christian Coalition and opposed by a coalition of other more liberal groups. As you can see, 56 to 44%. So, Bernie,
Results indeed, and one of the most basic concerns out of all of this vote counting tonight is who controls the 105th Congress. Frank Sesno now with the very latest from the congressional desk.
Well, Bernie, as we all know, it said the president proposes, the Congress disposes. The disposition of the 105th Congress will be Republican. The House of Representatives coming into this evening, the 104th Congress, was a Republican territory. The 105th stays that way. Here's what it looked like at the start of this evening. 236 Republican seats represented in red, 198 in blue. The voting takes place. We count them up. Right now, with still 59 seats undecided, 197 Republican, 177 Democratic. We'll talk about the pickups in just a moment. But what exactly happened here tonight? Well, we're going to wander over here and talk to Stu Rothenberg, who's been monitoring this with us throughout the evening, along with Bruce Morton, who's been looking at the Senate. Let's talk about freshmen for just a minute. The House Republican freshmen were the key targets here for the Democrats. There were 70 at stake. So far, 42 have been elected, 6 have been defeated. Let's talk about a couple, Stu, that have lost. First, Illinois 5. A fellow by the name of Michael Flanagan, the Republican there.
Absolutely. Frank, what happened was the most vulnerable...
He's in the little picture. The big picture is the man who wins.
Rod Blagojevich, right, a state representative, Democratic state representative. The most vulnerable Republicans went down to defeat, and Flanagan was certainly in that group. He swept to victory 2 years ago, defeating Dan Rostenkowski on the Republican wave. But without the wave, he was washed back out to sea.
Another one in North Carolina.
North Carolina, David Funderburk. This is actually a conservative Republican district. Funderburk's problem was not so much the revolution as personal problems. He had a driving incident where he allegedly pushed a car off the road, switched seats. He was hammered in a political ad. He went down to defeat.
So let's go over to Kentucky. Kentucky won. A lot of money, labor money, came into this campaign to move it away from the Republican. But look what happened.
Yes, Ed Whitfield defeated Dennis Null. Particularly interesting because in polling over the past few weeks, Whitfield was under 50% of the vote. One of the big question marks, would undecided voters go for the Republican, or would they say throw the bums out? In this case, they voted for the incumbent.
Now in Iowa, AFL-CIO money came in there, but the Republicans countered, wait a minute, don't give the liberals a blank check.
You're absolutely right again. Big money in against Greg Gansky, the Republican freshman, a doctor who was ill during the campaign. Against polls showed Gansky under 50%. He swept to victory against Connie McBurney, who got a lot of ink from Democrats and a lot of money behind her, but not enough.
Now the open seats, Democratic open seats, 19 of them in the House, 1 of them in Alabama, Alabama 3. The Republican moves in, defeating, taking a seat that had been held by a Democrat.
Yeah, Frank, the South turned out to be the Republican gold mine once again. Here was a case where Republican polling showed Riley ahead, a businessman, car dealer. Democratic polling said, nope, Ted Little, Democratic state senator, was going to win. Apparently the Republican numbers were better. Riley portrayed this race as a liberal versus a conservative.
And it happened in Arkansas, too, the president's home state.
Yeah, Bud Cummins, this is really something of a surprise. He started significantly behind in polling. He ended up beating a Democratic state senator named Snyder in I think, something of a significant upset. Again, conservative versus liberal was the trick in the South.
Let's go over to Mississippi. Mississippi House 3.
Yeah, this is Sonny Montgomery's open seat. That we all knew that we all knew that when this one went open, the Republicans would have a terrific chance. Chip Pickering, who looks like about 15 years old, however, was able to get conservatives to line up behind him. It turned out to be a very strong candidate.
By my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 19 open Southern Democratic seats so far have gone over to the Republicans. So a pretty good night for the Republicans.
Yeah, the Democratic open seats turned out to be the Republican ace in the hole.
Okay, I'll be back in just a moment, but let's come back over to the wall for just a moment here. We want to now take a look at what's happened across the aisle, across the hill, over in the United States Senate. Again, a look, a profile at what this was all about coming into this evening's race. 53 seats held by the Republicans, 47 by the Democrats. The Democrats would have needed a net gain of 3. It then would have been 50-50, the vice president casting the tie-breaking vote. 34 seats were at stake altogether. Here's how it's all worked out. Right now, 19 seats picked up by the Republicans, 13 tonight in tonight's balloting. Only 2 there, as you can see, remaining to be called. It's been a very good night for the Republicans. They now sit on 53, the Democrats 45. The Republicans, rather, have picked up a couple of seats, as we said, 2 undecided. Back over here, we want to talk to Bruce Morton. Bruce has been following the Senate throughout the evening. Bruce, let's deconstruct this a little bit. It is a Republican Senate. It stays a Republican Senate. First to the state of Arkansas. Again, the president's home state, not so kind when it comes to what's going on the Hill.
Well, if you started out believing in President Clinton's coattails, Arkansas would give you a pretty good lesson to the contrary. The Republican, Congressman Tim Hutchinson, won against the state attorney general Winston Bryant. To be fair, Bryant is not a very good campaigner, and he's been around a long time. He's been lieutenant governor. He's been attorney general. Hutchinson had a lot more energy, but it's also true he is the only Republican senator elected in Arkansas since they gave the vote to the ordinary people back in, I think, 1913.
Louisiana.
Well, for the Republicans to have done really well, they needed to sweep those 4 open Southern seats where Democrats were retiring. They didn't. They got 2 out of 4. Mary Landrieu, we're projecting is just a bare winner. This is a few thousand votes, but a lot of help. That's the way it's going to come out.
A lot of help from African Americans, as we see here.
A lot of help from African Americans. That was really the single biggest thing. The other was that this was to some degree a battle in which he said she was an extreme liberal. She said, no, he's the extremist. And you can see that even with voters who identified themselves as conservative, she got 25%. So she made the running in that case.
So let's open it up. Bruce and Stuart, as we look to the 105th Congress now, it's going to be a Republican Congress. They return. The president, he returns. It's going to be a rather incremental time, as we might say in the business.
I think, the president's not going to be able to propose anything as grand as his original health insurance proposal was. The Republicans aren't going to be able to propose anything as grand as let's get rid of 4 cabinet departments, because neither side has the votes to get that through.
And last word, some investigations ahead, Stuart.
Absolutely, and I'm interested to see how the Republicans take this message from election night. Did they decide to move to the center, or did they decide that holding the House of the Senate means that they really did well and the voters support them?
Stuart Rothenberg, Bruce Morton, thanks very much throughout the evening. Been tremendously insightful throughout, as we mentioned. Well, we're going to come back after a break, go back to the National Desk, back to Bill Schneider for some more analysis of what this extraordinary night has brought. But first, a quick break.
Welcome back to our coverage. He's smiling because he's got lots more exit polling to share with us. What's the latest?
What happened to the character issue? That was supposed to be the issue that brought down Bill Clinton. Well, let's take a look at what the voters said in our exit poll. We asked them, is Bill Clinton honest and trustworthy? And they said, no, they do not think so. Then we asked them, what about Clinton and the Whitewater issue? Do you think the president has told the truth, or the president did not tell the truth? And their answer was, well, no, we don't believe he's really told the truth about Whitewater. So how in the world did Bill Clinton just get reelected? Well, here's the answer. We asked voters, which is more important, issues or character? Now, those voters who said character voted 71-18 for Dole. Those voters who said issues voted 71-20 for Bill Clinton. So the answer is very simple. Issues trumped character, and issues worked on behalf of Bill Clinton. Now, it was a good victory for Bill Clinton, but then we asked one very revealing question. Suppose Colin Powell were the Republican candidate instead of Bob Dole. Look what would have happened. Colin Powell would have won handily by a 10-point margin, the result among voters who voted today across the country. Colin Powell, virtually half the vote, 47%, Bill Clinton down to 37%, and Ross Perot still would have ended up with 8%. Colin Powell didn't run very hard in this election. He really didn't do anything. Bob Dole ran himself ragged as the marathon man, but the voters said if Powell were the nominee, they would have voted for him.
I think with Cincinnati, Colin Powell there with Bob Dole said it was the beginning of the mother of campaign stops, but to no avail.
Yep.
Thank you, Bill Schneider, the man with all the exit polling.
Well, there are 11 other contests that we have not been talking about a lot tonight, but we have something to tell you, and that is that we want to update you on the results in the governor's races. 11 seats were at stake today. 4 of them were held by Republicans, 7 by the Democrats.
And Republicans won 4 of the races, losing New Hampshire, but picking up West Virginia. The Democrats winning 7.
And so the balance of power remains as it was as far as the governors go. Republicans continue to hold 32 slots, the Democrats 17. And it might be worth noting the gubernatorial breakdown was 20 for the GOP, 30 for the Democrats when Bill Clinton was sworn into office in January 1993. And a closer look now at the governor. I think we just, we want to look more closely, even more closely at the governor's races, starting out with the night's 2 pickups.
In New Hampshire, Democratic State Representative Jeanne Shaheen grabbing the governorship now held by Republican Steve Merrill, who's retiring, did not want to go for a 3rd term. She defeated State Board of Education Chairman Ovid Lamontagne and will become New Hampshire's first woman governor. West Virginia's former governor, Republican Cecil Underwood, is reclaiming his old job, now held by retiring Democrat Gaston Caperton. In a close race, Underwood beat former Democratic State Senator Charlotte Pritt. In Washington State, King County Executive Gary Locke has won the governor's seat now held by fellow Democrat Mike Lowry, who is retiring. Locke beat former GOP State Senator Alan Craswell.
In Indiana, Lieutenant Governor Frank O'Bannon held on to the governor's office for the Democrats. He beat the Republican mayor of Indianapolis, Steve Goldsmith. Governor Evan Bayh was barred from a 3rd term. As expected, Republican incumbents in Montana and Utah held on to their jobs. Governor Mark Roscoe easily defeated State Senator Judy Jacobson, and Governor Mike Leavitt trounced former Salt Lake County Commissioner Jim Bradley.
In North Dakota, incumbent Republican Ed Schaefer parlayed his state's job growth and relative prosperity into a sweeping victory over Democratic State Representative Lee Calder. Incumbent Democrat Thomas Carper won a 2nd gubernatorial term in Delaware, easily beating State Treasurer Janet Reznicki. And another Democratic governor winning re-election, Mel Carnahan of Missouri, who was challenged by a state auditor, Margaret Kelly.
2 more governor's races, Democratic governors who have been returned to office. Jim Hunt, no surprise, of North Carolina. He defeated State Representative Robin Hayes. And in the state of Vermont, Howard Dean beat Republican businessman John Gropper to win his 3rd full term in office.
We have a lot more, and we'll be right back.
Clinton's over the top, but as you just saw, there are still 4 states outstanding that we do not know the results of, and we will wait to see. He's over the 270, well over the 270. He's at, what, 375? Right. But, and better than he had in 1992. I just want to say that this man, and we've pointed that out already, has come back from what was the most disastrous loss for a first-term president, really since Herbert Hoover. When you look at what the Republicans did in 1994, he has come back to win re-election.
Judy, there are three things that we've been looking at all night long. One is the Electoral College, which is a landslide. It could be as many as 400 votes in the Electoral College when the final states get in that are now too close to call. The second thing is, does he get 50%? And it looks as though he's going to nudge up past 50% in this thing. And the third is, does the House and the Senate go Democratic? And that's the one place where Clinton fell down. And that is the one thing that Bill Clinton is going to have to live with this entire next 4 years, or at least 2 of the 4 years that he's got a Republican House, a Republican Senate. He's got Newt Gingrich, who really did win tonight as well, given that he was an issue for the Democrats.
The most remarkable thing I've seen tonight is that all the states that went for Clinton last time went for him this time. He only added 2 states, Florida and Arizona, that went for Bush last time, now went for Clinton. There's no mystery why that happened. Those are states with a large population of elderly voters who are probably very frightened over the Medicare issue. This is an election where Jesse Helms, the most conservative member of the Senate, and Paul Wellstone, the most liberal member of the Senate, got reelected. The House and the Senate remained about the same, so Republicans can come out claiming a victory. No net change in the Republican governorships. How did the voters vote in the end? They split 50-50 over Bill Clinton. Net bottom line here is, I think it was a status quo election. People were not angry for once. They did not vote for change. They voted to keep things about the way they are, not for gridlock, but to force both parties to try to work with each other.
And if I may just add one other point before Bernie does, I get goose pimples every time we have an election in this country because, frankly, we pass the power. It's in the hands of the president and the elected officials. It goes back to the people. They have their chance to throw the rascals out or to return someone to power. They have made their choice. They've made their decision. And not a drop of blood was shed. And this is one of the few countries in the world where that can happen. And it's, you know, it's exciting that we live in a country like the one we live in.
Not only no blood dropped, but no shots fired either. Ken Bodie making the point about, and you, Judy, that the president made this comeback, especially after the disaster of 1994. The Republican Party actually helped William Jefferson Clinton in that comeback, especially when they voted to shut down Congress. The American people said the Republicans went too far. We did not send you to Washington to shut down the federal government. Bill Clinton used that partly as a springboard, and he was able to keep the liberal wing of his party placated or sedated, and he was able to move to the center and appeal to more conservative Democrats. So he has been re-elected tonight. The question is, how effectively will he be able to lead as the 105th Congress goes in January, controlled by the party that controlled it when they went home, the Republican Party? One final note. Judy and I, all of us, Ken Bodie, Bill Schneider, we've received a lot of mail. We thank you for the mail, and we thank you for the phone calls. A lot of Democrats have criticized us in our coverage, and conversely, a lot of Republicans have criticized us in our coverage. Never once in our coverage of this campaign story have we played favorites. We don't play favorites. We hope that all the efforts of the men and women here at CNN were conducive to your making an informed decision in the polls. For all of us and for hundreds of people you'll never know and never see, that concludes our coverage. And we leave you with sights and sounds of this election campaign 96. Behind us is the atrium here at CNN Center. And behind us, these buildings house all of the networks of CNN. And we leave you with these pictures.